right? So, I mean, you can look this up on Google, just type in curve calculator, and you can put in your observer height. You can go and test this yourself, and that's what we're recommending people do. Don't just take our word for it. But yeah, so if you see your friend on the other side of that 10-mile lake, what does that tell you?
That would tell me that, the calculation of it, like the calculation that they claim it to be would be wrong.
Yeah, well, it would tell you that your observation of your friend is not being obstructed by a geometric curve of water. That's what it would tell you. And that water is just flat, as far as you can tell, all the way to your friend, at least. So this totally destroys the whole globe model, because the radius, like everything's built on that 39, 59-mile radius. The cosmic distance ladder, the distances and the sizes of the sun, moon, stars, everything. It's all built on that very specific number, which requires that 66 feet, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'll probably check that out. See
someone can send you a link to our home server if you want more resources, because it's not that easy to find decent resources online, because Google and YouTube censor the topic, even though it's apparently a crazy conspiracy theory.
They only censor our side. They don't censor the other side.
Yeah, so you'll get a load of bullshit if you type in flat earth into YouTube, but someone can send you the link to our home server, discord.gg/flat earth, 24/7 flat earth Discord.
Yeah,
on YouTube as well.
Sign up real quick? Yeah. So, you've probably already made a observation that busts the globe. So I'll give you, for instance, like, it's well known that you can see the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan. People have been observing this for, probably like 2 centuries. Well, since they built the freaking buildings. Okay, not 2 centuries, maybe a century, right? You can see 52 miles across Lake Michigan. Well, Chicago should be 1,400 feet under the horizon. So the only thing you should see is
Oh my god, bro, that's scary as so sorry, because I've seen, so like I can on this is true. He's right.
Yeah, it's well known, because like there's like on the other side there's like this place called Warren Dunes, and there's like campgrounds and beaches and everything, and people like they go camping for the summer and they hang out there for a week and they can see Chicago all the way across the lake. Now the only thing you should be able to see is like, so it's called Willis Tower now. It's supposed to be the tallest building in the United States. You should only see the top 10 floors and the antenna, but you can see like the entire Chicago skyline. Right? So people make these observations and they just don't even realize that they've made, hey, I've made an observation that busts the globe, but they don't think about it. They just think it's just like a giant ball, and that's just completely normal. No, the ball that they say it is way smaller. Would have to be how do you put this? The ball they say it is way smaller than people imagine it to be. Right? So like we've heard people say, well, what's the drop in 10 miles? Oh, probably like, half a foot. Right? This is what they imagine it to be. But if you look at the actual math, 66 feet, and it's an exponentially increasing figure, right? So if you go out another, like say 30 miles, now it's like 420 feet. So that's a 42 story building, right? And if you wait another, like double that distance, the drop is going to be nearly a mile. So this is the thing. People have made flat earth observations. They don't even realize it.
What are you thinking, AY? Are you following what we're saying?
Kinda. I am kind of doing so.
All right, well, if you've got questions, you can let us know. If you want us to clarify anything. But yeah, just think about it. Come to your own conclusion. But yeah, you should probably now be thinking, I need to look into who measured this Earth curve and prove these flat earthers wrong. Or you could
get mad, say we're all full of shit, and then go out to prove us wrong.
I don't really care for like a toxic debate.
Well,
for you.
I'm just saying, people get all mad and they're like, I'm going to prove those flat earthers wrong. And they go out and they prove us right.
Yeah, good for you. Maybe you're not emotionally attached to the notion that you're on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Yeah, I'm really not.
Good for you. Well,
That's a
it'll be
key
easy.
ingredient.
Yeah, it'll be easy for you to realize what's going on then. Once you start looking at it.
Well, all right.
Next one.
Have you been in this chat before?
Probably only like
Just voice?
once
Just-
before.
Yeah, so it can get very heated and contentious, and people are very angry at Flat Earth that we exist and that this channel exists. So they're very emotionally attached to this idea for like a myriad of reasons. Sometimes it's because they're atheists or they really love space and, you know, or we're going against like science or whatever reason they can cock in their head. They're very emotional. A lot of people are very emotional about this topic. So one of the things about this is if you just look at it dispassionately, right, you can be biased one way or another. Bias don't count as long as you just go, I'm biased, but I'm going to just go with whatever the evidence says. If you just look at it dispassionately without like a dog in the fight, then there's only one conclusion you can come to if you make the observations.
I mean, I'm probably not too interested in the idea. It isn't really like, it's not something I really think about often, but I was kind of bored seeing like maybe if there was like a discussion in here I could listen to.
Go in the other room and tell your family you're a flat earther and see what happens. People say it don't matter, and then when I tell them go tell your family you're a flat earther, they don't want to do it all of a sudden, like as if it does matter.
I mean, well, I don't really have a reason to if I'm not. So
It's maybe just that you've not really, maybe just take some time to think about it, because I mean, this directly impacts the very nature of reality as we understand it to some degree. It's deeper than you think. I mean, it's
guess.
like the geometric property of the surface alone isn't really the big picture point here. It changes everything we think we know about what this life is, what this reality is. Because if you think it's a ball, you think it's come from a big bang and there's a vacuum of space. That's your world view. But if it's not that, you would have to reconsider what you're thinking about the world. So, but yeah, if you don't, I mean, take your time, think about it.
All right.
And like I said, if you've got questions or if you've got topics that you want to hear our points of view on, you can just shout them out.
All right. I'll probably come in here like another time, but I'm kind of
Yeah.
tired.
All good.
Cool, man. Thanks for being cool about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm head out now.
good for you. Have a good one, bro.
All right, you too.
Isn't it kind of funny? People will accept the infinite universe without blinking an eye, but when we say it might be an infinite plane of the Earth, no way, can't possibly be.
You know, the people that, oh, sorry, I'm, never mind. I shouldn't, like, you guys are having a discussion. I was just gonna.
No.
It's
The
over.
discussion's
Go ahead.
finished.
Oh,
Go
I
for
was
it.
just gonna say, like, because everybody that, like, you know, goes with that notion of, like, the scientific, like NASA type of mindset where they get, like, all excited, which, don't get me wrong, I used to be one of those people. It had just been, like, to them, right, that we can't even, like, to them, leave the galaxy because of the, like, yeah, so the wall that I was mentioning, like, last night, that they had, like, allegedly, like, obviously now, like, the way I see things is, like, completely different, right? But, yeah, so it's like, you know, people, like, they think about that, but then it's like, dang, but then that gets shut down, and then you wonder why, and then it goes back to, like, that, like, bro, like that's why I'm just like over here, like the Truman Show thing, like messed me. Like I was just like, oh my god, and like hearing about all this stuff, it just makes sense. Like that's why I'm just like, I can't like go back to thinking the other way, like the NASA, like space observe. Like I can't go back to looking and like thinking like that way and like believing it and like the curve and all that shit. I just can't. Like, because at the end of the day, the proof's in the pudding. Like, you literally show, like, you have evidence, and you guys showed the evidence, and, like, I mean, I literally have been to Chicago, I don't know how many times, like, 5 or 6 times, and yeah, like, I've been at the beach, and, like, see, like, and, like, on the other, like, bro, it's just so obvious, like, and it's crazy. It's like it's been in front of our eyes, but we didn't realize it because, like how I was mentioning last night, like I don't know anything about it, so I can't really talk too much about it. But like the Rothschild thing, like with like the books, like the school system and everything, like everything got changed or whatever. So, like obviously, I don't know that much about it.
So when you're dealing with people that are big NASA fans, I don't like. I ask them what they wouldn't believe because they'll pretty much believe anything. So I'll ask them, what could NASA say where you would go, hold on, I have to look at that skeptically. You'll find out that they'd pretty much have to say that, you know, we have video of Jesus walking on water. They'd believe anything else. They believe that it rains diamonds on Jupiter and that there's a star that spins at, 70,000 revolutions per minute, and there's black holes and supermassive black holes and super gigantic massive black holes and all sorts of nonsense. They'll believe that without question, without blinking an eye. But with flat Earth, what do we need? Mountains of evidence, people filming, someone collecting the evidence, someone filming that person, and another person filming that person. It's crazy the amount of evidence we need compared to what they'll believe from, like, NASA or some other source.
That's really funny that you say that because, she's like, you're looking across the lake, and then they'll be like, you're not seeing that. That's like the weatherman says, that's a mirage. You're not really seeing it.
Yeah, and then they show you, look at my iPhone. Look at the picture of my iPhone.
Dude, it's pretty bad. I mean, you still just got to shake your head like, what the frick, man? Really? You're really that stuck? It's pretty bad, man.
How much do you think is the sunk cost fallacy? But they've already invested so much in the idea that they'll just keep investing more.
I didn't even know that was like a thing, like the sunk cost fallacy thing. Like I didn't even know that was a thing until like recently. Sorry, I'm like very ignorant. Like openly, I know that. Like I know, like I don't know a lot of stuff.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Listen, by the way, the server that I sent you the link to earlier, if you scroll down to the additional information section, it's all categorized A to Z, and you can look into things like gravity, the sun, the moon, curvature, all that. And there's a beginners channel which has a bunch of beginners intro videos. You should check those out. But also, I was just going to make a general point to be considerate of your friends and family if you're going to start speaking about this. It's not always the best idea to immediately go and tell everyone you know that you now think the Earth's flat. So I would recommend taking your time and looking into it. It's a lot to take in, especially at first. But just be mindful about who you're speaking to about it. You said you've got your friends who love space and all that. Don't let it affect your friendships at this stage. I mean, some people just aren't willing to listen to this or consider it for whatever reason. So don't push it. Just be chill. Do some research, and yeah, come here and talk about it whenever you've got questions. There's always someone here. Anyway, I'm going to sign off for the night and go and listen, but good to hear you all.
Thank you, Cyclone. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Cyclone said, some people would demand to be plugged right back into the Matrix. So
I need to know if you tried any coffee yet. Did you get a grinder?
Me?
No, you know my coffee's delicious. Cyclone got some of my coffee all the way over there.
I think he already bounced.
Ah, shit. I just sent it over on a freaking rocket.
How much was shipping? You had to sacrifice one baby?
$6,666. Him, old dude, Cyclone, both of them got some.
How much was shipping, man? Just curious.
Oh, dude, it was like it was a big box. It was like $80 for like an 8-pound box or something. It wasn't 8 pounds, but it was it's about $10 a pound, man. It's about $10 a pound.
Yikes.
Dude, and he was still like, it's still worth it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to talk. I mean, a coffee is delicious, but $10 extra a pound, I don't know, you know.
Well, let me ask you a question about that. Is that $10 10 pounds with gravity or without gravity?
Oh shit. No gravity.
No. Look, it's an extra. Look, he's talking about the British pound, brother.
Yeah, and I'm saying, is it with gravity or without gravity? That's the question.
Without gravity.
Yeah,
British pounds, American pounds.
Stationary.
They're all the same measurement, dude.
This dude, he's such a clown. No, do a U.S. dollar to pound currency conversion.
Well, you're paying me to gain weight? Is that what we're talking about right now? I'm looking too small for you?
God.
Oh, God.
Being a smart
You're looking for the exchange rate?
I'm wondering how many generations back do your relatives go that are related by blood?
I don't know.
1.
Go and ask them.
Do I ask your uncle, grandpa, or who do I ask?
You could ask whoever you want.
Ask his uncle cousin. I dare ya.
Now, are we talking about flatness in here or what? What's going on right now? Catch me up to speed.
Let's go, dude. Yeah, let's. Yeah.
Well, catch me up to speed. What have you guys been talking about? Give me a little rundown.
Yeah, the Glober's inability to produce evidence for the Earth being a globe. That's what we're talking about.
That's a classic Glober move, right there.
Yeah, I know that.
I know.
So
have you flatties come up with anything good?
We don't need to, man.
We're also talking about Glober's like emotional state and how like they're doing all these crazy copes like right now, like we're listening to.
This is a cope? I'm asking for a rundown, dude. Where's the cope?
It's a gimmick. You can call it a gimmick. This is you put on a character like the old grandpa dude that's just kind of.
Well, can I call it a shtick instead?
It doesn't matter what you call it, but it's anything but.
I have a preference for shtick.
That's great. It's anything.
Why are you Yiddish?
It's anything but producing evidence for the Earth as a globe. That's all it is. Anything but.
And so, what are the flatties doing in response to that?
Making content and showing the masses that are coming here listening that there is no evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, not everyone's a zealot, dude.
What kind of content we talking, fellas?
Yeah, exposing people to the fact that people like you come in here and just do like a, little.
Where's the expose?
Oh, it's happening every day, all the time, even right now.
But you're not recording it or posting it anywhere. What kind of content maker are you?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
That's a low effort content.
It's on YouTube.
Being on YouTube?
It's on.
You don't even use transitions or sound effects.
We don't need to, man. You guys are all the content we need. Like, you do all the sound effects by spiraling, sound like you're crazy. Yeah, you do all that.
You got any CGI up in there or what?
Oh, well, that's what you talk about is how the Earth is a globe. So we don't need to show it. You guys always say that there is. So yeah,
Who rendered it? Was it NASA?
I have no idea. You guys come up with
You
different.
outsource your CGI rendering to NASA?
You guys always claim it's NASA and other things. So yeah, you
know,
provide.
NASA
We claim they're a content 3D modeling company.
Dude, you can literally go. NASA not only has the world's largest green screen, you can go on their website.
Let me see it. Show me it. Well, here's the thing. How could you see a green screen?
You're not able to keep it together, Indio.
Yeah, and NASA, admittedly, when it says artist rendition on their little images, obviously they have an art department.
Well, let me ask you this. How do you know it's a green screen if it's a green screen? You can't take pictures of green screen.
Because they rent it out.
It goes right through.
Okay, that's only if you do the chroma key.
Oh, the
so
picture goes right
rent
through
it. They rent it out.
That's how it works.
They rent
That's
it
how
out
these
to
big
Hollywood.
budget movies work.
They rent it out to Hollywood. So, like Wolverine was made at their green screen.
Yeah, but I'm saying, where's the proof? You can't take pictures of a green screen.
That's not true.
That's
Well,
the stupidest fucking thing.
They're not invisibility cloaks, bro.
The green screen, then it goes right through. That the light or whatever goes through them. That's
how it works.
The light goes through the green screen. That's how.
Not how
What do you
it
mean? That's not. How do you think these movies are made?
Using chroma key.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's like a weird property of cameras and green screens, chroma key or whatever.
No, so you have to have two layers. So one layer does not register green.
Well, then you can't see the background layer if it's green.
Oh, so now you know there's layers. So now you know there's more than one camera, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I know there is, but you can't take a photo of it.
You sure can.
No, the light of the camera goes right through.
They took a video of it when they were going through with
from the camera.
George Bush.
Cameras don't emit light.
The light from the camera goes through the green screen. How do you think it works?
Cameras don't emit light. They capture light.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That you can't see it from the green screen.
Yeah, because it's an invisibility cloak. Yeah, we know Harry Potter. Dude, that was actually pretty good content on the struggles of a globe earther.
Yeah, you Globers help us the most by acting like this. Like, who wants to really be on your team when you sound that dumb?
Look, if you looked up the definition of struggle session, there'll be a link to the last 5 minutes.
You can't take a picture of a green screen, so therefore...
The light goes right through it, man. It goes right through it.
Actually, India, Morvis has put up a good thing. How about we listen to Grandpa Fiddletard explain to us how he thinks a green screen works?
Well, I just explained it. The light from the camera
you're on
goes
mute.
right
We couldn't
through.
hear you.
Oh, the light from the camera goes right through the green screen, and you see behind
So the camera's got a light on it, has it?
Yeah, the emitting lights, the LEDs, the photo receptacles.
So there's a big green screen, and I'm doing a little dance in front of it. And so what's going on?
And you see what's behind it because it's a green screen.
No, you don't see what's behind it.
Well, you see what's behind it. What do you mean? You don't see the screen
you don't.
itself.
No, you don't
Yeah, when you
see
take a
what's
picture of a
behind the
green screen,
screen.
you see what's behind it. What do you mean?
No, it's not how it works at all.
Oh, you can't prove it otherwise.
Oh, yeah, I've used it. I've done it myself.
Oh, yeah, what a lie. Nice lie right there.
Hey, stop starting stuff, man. You want to start stuff.
I did it in Adobe Premiere. I actually didn't use a blue screen. I didn't use a green screen. I used a blue screen.
Well, that's
you can use any color, dude. You can use any color.
Well, now you're bringing up blue screens. You're doing a fallacy right now. You're changing the topic.
Yeah, he's a guy. He's a guy you talk to when there's really nothing going on, but like sometimes.
Oh, dude, I'm not that desperate. Believe me.
Sometimes you just rather talk to someone else.
You're being fallacious.
Dude, pipe down.
Well, we were talking green screens, and now you're bringing up blue screens into the mix.
Shut up, dude. All right, you got an option. Either be quiet or I'll shut you up. What would you choose?
And you're talking to me or Indigo? Who are we talking to right now? I just need that cleared up.
There, it's clear now.
Crystal.
Sorry, what's going on here? I've been like absent-minded for like the past half hour.
We're speaking to people who come in here and claim that the Earth is a globe or advocate for it, and question them if they have any knowledge that actually supports it being a globe. So, do you think the Earth's a globe? Pilots?
The curvature of the horizon? Something similar to that?
Isn't that a yes?
That was a long way of saying yes, yeah. Did you say curvature of the horizon?
I mean, I look out, what I see, like the horizon, doesn't the horizon, like, at some point, like, because if everything is on the flat surface, then wouldn't you just be able to see everything out as you go?
Okay, so you're asking us a question about something you should think already, that the Earth is already a globe?
I'm asking you, like if you're trying to disprove that the Earth is a sphere, then I want to hear on why you would think that the Earth is flat.
I don't know if you're smoking hashish or whatever, dude, but I'm asking a very specific question. How do you know the Earth is a globe? Just tell me how you know.
How do you know the Earth is flat?
Why do you want to reverse the burden of proof? I'm asking you.
I am wondering the exact same thing as you.
Okay, you can't answer it simply. We could just move on to someone else. How about
Neither can you. Can you answer it simply?
Okay, so
yes, he can.
You're just going to go.
If neither of us can prove this, then it will remain at a
Yes, he can.
Will it
the
not?
problem is, you're the one that's got the claim of a ball. We would like to understand from you why you believe it's a ball.
And I would like to understand the same thing from you.
Oh my God.
Excellent. Okay, let's do this. It's measured flat. So, why do you believe it's a ball? I've answered your question. Now you can answer mine.
Going outward, like, it would have to be that you would see everything going out. Like, you would see everything.
What?
Like, unless
this
it's
is your proof of a ball. You seeing everything. Oh, whoa. You seeing everything is proof of a ball.
I don't see everything. That's the whole point.
I asked you, what is your proof of it being a ball? You asked what our proof of what was being flat. You had to butt in and reverse the burden. I told you, it's measured flat. Now, what is your proof of it being a ball? And normally most people would start the sentence, I think it's a ball because of, and that's where you continue.
I'm sorry if I don't meet your. I'm sorry if I don't meet your standards.
Dude, you sound way too hungry to have a conversation, bro.
Yeah. You're shit faced. At this point, we're just picking on you. So go rethink your decisions, okay? Go on mute.
Yeah,
life decisions.
Yeah, just go on mute, bro.
I'm wondering why you think you should just see everything forever. I don't get that. You don't actually believe that. It's just nonsense. You don't believe that you should do that. Can't see the atoms in your hand, can you? Can you see the molecules? Is your hand a ball?
It looks small enough.
Oh, small. How far away? Like, say you have a building that's 10 feet tall and it's 2,000 miles away. Would you see it?
If it looks small enough.
Would you see it on a flat Earth if it was a 10-foot tall building 2,000 miles away?
Are we talking flat land or?
Flat, yes, flat.
Okay, so all flat surface, no hinderings whatsoever.
Completely flat surface, 10-foot tall building 2,000 miles away. The answer is no.
He's on 50
How do
Cent
you? How do you know that?
Because we know the acuity of human vision.
I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering on the length that human vision would go. Like, if you were placed within a singular field, would you be able to see something going all the way out, or would we be blurred about everything around?
Okay.
Like,
So do you want me to
18
explain
inches
it?
at a mile.
I'm trying
yeah,
to explain
please.
it. Trying to explain it to you. So we have an acuity of vision. The smallest angle we can perceive is 0.02 degrees under the best conditions. A 10-foot object, 2,000 miles away, would be an angle smaller than that, and you wouldn't be able to see it. That's why you don't see the molecules in your hand. The visual angle that they are that you would see is smaller than you can resolve. Okay. So I'll give you an example. If you have a car with headlights, right? If the car is close enough, you'll see two distinct lights. But if it's far away, you only see one light. Then as it gets closer, you see the headlights separate, and then you see two distinct lights, right? But that car can also be far enough away where you don't even see the headlights at all. So your ideas, your prediction of what would happen on a flat Earth are completely baseless.
I don't think he's ever considered how we view the world in perspective. Like, when you look down a corridor, the floor appears to rise up, the ceiling appears to drop down, the walls come together into a point. That's called the vanishing point of perspective. If you take the walls away, that point stretches out into a line. We can calculate based on the diffraction limit of the human eye how far away you could see, and that turns out to be about the same as the globe Earth. So there would be no difference if we just use the optics.
But, this is always the fundamental problem. These guys always think they try to do their evaluation in third person, blueprint, orthographic. I can draw a line from point A to point B, so you should be able to see it. That is just fallacious reasoning. It's not how we see things. If I was to draw a picture of a house, but then I was to draw a blueprint of a house, they wouldn't look the same.
They're also under false impression because they think those stars are millions of light years away and we can see them. Therefore, we should see thousands of miles away on the Earth.
Well, obviously. In millions, trillions. They're trillions of miles away.
I think they're the Rock and millions.
There's a rock in the sky, bro. You can land on it with a homeless tweaker shelter.
The tweaker shelter.
But that's another big component, or the light diffusing in the air and scattering in the air, and you losing that light. You're not going to see anything if that light doesn't reach your eyes.
Don't you find it funny that, like, if they were having a normal conversation, just like with their friends and family, and it had nothing to do with this topic, they'd probably be arguing our position, saying, "Oh, of course I can't see that far. It was foggy, or it wasn't a clear day," or right? They would say that, but as soon as
Everything
they
a
enter
flat
this
earther says is
chat,
wrong,
dude,
syndrome.
yeah, man. But as soon as they come in this chat, they take this like idealized fucking geometry, like abstract geometry class nonsense view of experiencing the world.
Yeah, everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Every time.
Yeah, every damn time.
Every single time. It doesn't fail. We went through a bunch of the syndromes earlier today. We got some new ones, India.
Oh, right, dude. We're gonna have to come up with like a medical dictionary for this shit.
You know where the idea came from? I used to watch House, Dr. House or whatever. Like I used to love that show. And like he'd be this wizard. No one could figure out what was wrong with this guy. And he'd be like, oh yeah, he's got blah 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 syndrome. Right. So I'm like, all right, well, we got to figure out what's wrong with these Globetards. And they have so many like undiscovered syndromes. We're still learning new ones to this day. We just came up with a new one like yesterday. What is it? Pre-Google vocalization syndrome? When they say a bunch of shit and then they fucking Google it after to see if it's true.
That's hilarious.
Prescribing.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
That freaking lore tab. He's all about that lore tab.
Yeah, it's actually premature explanation syndrome, and then one of the markers for the premature explanation syndrome is pre-googling vocalization. So, like, you know them by their works.
BGVS.
I love it, dude. It's so funny.
I'm gonna ask these guys if they're like in ChatGPT text to speech when they just like read off ChatGPT. Are you like the text to speech program for ChatGPT?
Right.
Yeah, that's another syndrome. We need that's an issue.
Ooh.
Where they're giving up all agency and all thinking to the AI. We need to figure out a good one for that one.
TTS syndrome.
I wish we could give out roles, man.
I know. We need to go back into our home server more often, bro.
By the way, we've already reclaimed #1 spot over here. So.
Oh, #1.
Yeah, on the voice channels. Yep, and the server's now grown. Oh yeah, dude, we've grown to 98,000 in this server with these guys. So.
Hell yeah.
I jumped into this server when it was 80,000. I don't know what.
Hey, that's what's up, man. And this is not even our home base. Super W. That's gotta be such a slap in the face.
What do you think? They're like all the politics wonks, right? And they're like, I'm gonna go argue on a politics server, right? And they've never been here, and they join, and they see this freaking channel. They must freaking spiral out of their mind.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say the fact that we're #1 makes it even worse. And it's always popping huge.
So
like
I'm still. Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say, like they say when I've heard a couple of Globers come in here like, this is consistently the biggest channel. So like, yeah, it really gets to them.
I do want to like have those controversial topics on Flip, man, because there's a lot of I've been getting like alerts like to have debates with like other channels. So if you have an account on Flip, they give you like little alerts like that. So I'm thinking it could be something like that could be useful. The algorithm will kind of showcase our channel as like to debate us, like to random people. I think that's going to be a nice feature. Because it already does that to like me to other random channels. So
W.
We can get into some controversial topics, like with a wide range of them.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's got to be like a big slap in the face, like especially for the people that said flat Earth is gonna die out, it's gonna go away, and then we're the #1 most poppin' channel call in this server.
Just like, I mean, well, critical thinking can be applied to almost any topic, and it's like a useful way to realize whether or not somebody's able to tell you the truth about a topic or not, or what they know, just by investigating what the claims of what they're saying. So, because of that, you can be well adept to like figuring out if somebody's just trying to bullshit their way through a topic. You'll find out, man.
Oh yeah.
Like, outrageous claims that you're like, dude, how do you know that? They're like, well, you know, it's just what they say.
What they say. And then you ask him, who's they? And you're like, well, I don't know. All of them. Okay, name one. I'm not an expert, though. So then, where did you get any of this from?
That's how those red pillars, man, how they became really famous, because they started challenging the narrative that way, asking how people know what they know and stuff. People just carry these belief systems, bro.
Facts, man.
That's what breaks into the matrix, the fact that you can actually, you know, ask questions about those topics. But flat earth, dude, we got that on lock, bro. Like, this topic is...
We're so close to breaking through. It just feels like we're almost there.
Yeah. Then when we pierce through the veil, dude, it's gonna be like freaking... Everybody's gonna be like trying to be a part of the team, and you know what I mean? Because it's gonna get worldwide. I'm like, oh man, I want to be on your panel. And be like, sorry, man, we're capped out. Like,
or like people that like were gone, and then, oh, I'm back now. What you mean?
I'm just saying, man, for those who have stuck it out, you know, through the hard times,
Shout out to everybody.
Splits and all that, you know.
Yeah, man. Shout out to the OGs. Shout out to the guys rocking with us every day. The listeners, the chatters. So we get some W's in the chat. It's Friday the 13th.
Yeah, but we don't like the tweakers, right, CB?
No tweaker. Yeah, we're not tweaking, bro. Hell no. L tweakers. We got W's in the chat flying. Good to see. It really takes everybody. Who is what is the VidMe live stream? Is that a new live stream?
Yes, that's the third one I think Radwin was talking about.
Ooh. Okay, another one? Nice.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, like, it's impressive, man. The way, like, I've been listening for these past couple of days. Like, Cyclone, man, yesterday, like, I typed in the text chat. I was like, man, the guy has his Sunday's best on. I mean, he was coming, like, really sharp with the points, like, making it concise. And, like, the person was just overwhelmed with just how logical he was, dude. I was like, damn. I was mowing my lawn, dude, listening to him. I was like, nah, that's some really good exposition right there.
Bro's probably top 5 right now. Which reminds me, I think everyone should submit their top 15 flat earthers. And then we'll submit that to like I don't know, some AI thing, and then have that generate a top 15 based off of everybody's votes. I don't know. Be a little fun. Be a lot of work, but it'll be fun.
For those who are new to like what's going on, I think they were talking about Witsit taking on Jaren in a debate, but it's paywalled or something. You gotta get through that paywall if you want to see their content.
Fuck that. We'll just stream it illegally.
I heard it's $65. I was like, hell no.
That shit.
Pay-per-view, man. You want to see it go down, right?
Hell no, bro.
Can't even support your own.
The ultimate destruction happening live. Witsit against Jaren. Sunday.
Who's paying for that?
The Unbelievable Smackdown by the Italian Stallion. No, I'm just kidding.
I feel like only Globers would pay for that.
There's a lot of...
Yeah, we're the only ones with money and jobs.
Shut up, Rob.
Yeah, put that soundboard on there, man. The shut up, man.
Yeah, let me get to it.
You knocked him down. Why don't you try knocking me down?
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Ain't nobody paying for the pay-per-view for Jaren, bro. No one wants to see that trash.
That guy's ripped, dude. You see how big he is, dude? He's got to be 240.
Really?
Yeah, that means that
Yeah.
you're scared of him, Rob. He can take you out, huh?
Oh, dude, I wouldn't want to fuck with that dude. He's a badass. Yeah, he's like 110 pounds soaking wet, dude. He's beast mode.
Al Jaren, bro. No one cares about Jaren. They're gonna do it.
Of course not. He's like your fucking. He's like one of the founders. He's like Aristotle.
No, he's not.
Now all of a sudden you guys blackball him because you don't like what he
Nobody.
says.
Dude, he's never been in the Discord. He's never been in the call with us. Nobody.
But you, who are you? You guys are nobody. The guy was he's one of the founding members. He's one of the founding members of Globebusters, dude. He's
Founding members.
Founding members.
You're a fucking hater, dude. Don't ever talk bad
Hater?
about him.
You guys did not
he
like
did more
Jared,
for
but all of a
flat
sudden
Earth.
he's- Bro.
I don't like him still. I don't like him still. But at least
Well,
he's
think
real.
about what you're saying.
At least he's real.
You're like,
what are
well,
you talking about, dude? 24/7 is the creme de la creme, dude. It's the top notch.
Get out of here,
spot, bro. All the other places, that's where the scrubs hang out, bro, including you. You go hang out with all the scrubs.
Man, I'm the coolest motherfucker in town, bro.
Yeah, hey, that's right. That's facts, bro. Right here, this is the place where critical thinking begins, bro. Where people
Yeah,
start to like break the paradigm of whether they know the Earth is a globe or not. Right here, bro.
Yeah.
And everywhere else, that's just imitations, dude.
Sure, buddy.
imitators.
That's what I'm saying. The fact that you see it as a competition just shows you your true intentions, dude.
There's no competition, dude. When you're at the top of your field, everybody else.
Then why'd you just say it like that? You make no sense, Evie.
That's the way it works, man.
It's not the way it works.
So you try to imitate it.
I thought it was about the information not being.
Yeah. So when the people that delve it out, how efficient they are and how coherent they are, that also shows their ability and their skill set. So if you're just ill-equipped, if you have truth but you're not able to delve it out, then that just shows that you're just trying.
Yeah. So let me guess. You're better than all the other guys.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we got the goods, man. We show up.
So now you're not saying that. Now you're not saying that.
I'm just saying we do it right, man. So if you want
I don't even think you know what you're just saying.
If you want, yeah, I do. If you want to hear good exposition, you come here. Yeah, that's why you're here, Rob.
Yeah, it's like you're muted.
Yeah, why aren't you at Jaren's debate? Did you pay for Jaren's debate?
Go hang out with those scrubs, man. You don't get quality debates over there. You get like guys talking about.
There's no debate. That's the whole thing. There's no debate.
Yeah,
I just come to talk.
He made a statement. He said rocks cause waterfalls. What do you think about that? You think rocks cause waterfalls, bro?
I don't know what the context of what he's speaking.
Well, that's what he said. So, I mean, do you think that's top notch right there? Don't think so.
Yeah. The rocks can cause waterfalls. So it's not an entirely dumb statement.
Hey.
Well, I mean, I don't understand why you're laughing. You don't believe it because I mean, I actually grew up in Michigan where I lived near rivers and been at rivers all my life. And if you dam up a river with rocks, it'll create a waterfall. Yeah.
What do you like, Moses? You hit it with your stick.
You can laugh. You can laugh all you want.
Pours the water.
You can laugh all you want. I got a river behind my house, dude. If I put rocks across it, the water will back up behind it, and eventually the water will come over the top. That's how it works. Creating a waterfall. So you can laugh all you want, but you're the ones that look stupid.
So, Rob, you said we're turning it into a competition. No, we're not, right? So why don't you, for us, because you've been in here a lot, we told you it's informational. So let's see if you're using it for its purpose. Steelman won flat Earth argument.
Ooh. Man, I honestly I like to talk to Indio, but
that's what I thought, dude.
I always end up picking on you, dude.
Confrontational because we got to ram the shit down your fucking throat.
Oh, pause.
Yeah. This guy will just kick me out of here by saying,
dude, Rob Knox has just got bodied, bro.
Damn.
Yeah, I got no choice. I can't. If I talk back to this guy, I'll give.
You got bodied, bro.
The time you spent around this, man, that should have been a no-brainer.
Why don't you just adjust what I said instead of talking back and try to think of something clever to say?
I'm good. I'm good. There's nothing clever to say against Indio. He'll just kick me.
Stevie's literally zipping up your body bag, dude, getting ready to put you back in the.
Exactly. Wait, there's Steelman one argument, bro. What's so hard about that?
There's nothing to steal, man. There's no arguments. There is no debate. Arguments.
Oh wow.
So in all this time, he didn't learn anything. Not even once. Not even one thing that he could steal, man.
Yeah. That's your
Wow.
opinion. You said that, not me. Now you're putting
No,
words in my mouth.
you could demonstrate that you do know. Go ahead.
Maybe I could.
All right,
Do it.
This is where I'm told do it or you get kicked, right? This is what happens.
No, yes, facts.
Yeah.
Can you do it?
Exactly. No, yeah, I don't know if I can. I don't know. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna try.
facts.
Yeah, this is crazy, man.
Bro, one argument? You can't give us one argument? Bro, I argued as a Glober for like 20 minutes straight today. You can't just give us one argument?
What argument want to hear? What do you guys
Anything. Anything.
Anyone.
Which one?
Not even. It could be even more simple.
Yeah,
Anything.
24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yeah.
What?
There you go.
Dude, that's still manning anything we said, bro. That's
There
not
you
still manning. All right, he doesn't. I don't think you get it though. When did any one of us say anything about a 24-hour sun and 24/7? When did we say that?
I don't know the exact times.
There you go. See?
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I can't bring up a random date. I can't bring up a random date in 3 years.
Bro.
You're a goofball.
You literally could have just said the Earth looks flat. You literally could have said that.
Yeah. Show episode 14.
Do your knuckles have calluses?
At
He's a
32
meathead,
minutes
bro.
and 16 seconds.
My knuckles got calluses from punching Glovers.
His got him from dragging on the ground though. Rob got him from
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Welcome, punch.
Look,
you guys don't know what balls are. At least I got the balls to come over here and take it. You guys don't go nowhere.
couldn't even bring yourself like you're such a zealot. You can't even say one of our arguments. Can't even say, "Hey, it looks flat," even though that's objectively true.
Yeah.
That it looks flat. You can't bring yourself to say it because to you it's some kind of concession.
No, there's nothing to say. What do you want me? You want me to argue on it? You want me to steel man a flat Earth argument? There's nothing to steel man. There's no argument.
What?
So the
There's
Earth
no
doesn't look
argument.
flat. So the Earth doesn't look flat.
Depends on who you're asking and where you're at.
you. Asking you.
No, it doesn't look flat to me.
What the?
But then again, I live in the Great Lakes, so I had the option to see the lakes and see the actual ships
So the
over
lakes
the
are
horizon.
curving?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, lakes are curving. Yep, 100%.
Oh my god.
Okay, you saw that? You saw lakes curving.
Yes, I have.
So the surface of the water looked curved.
Yep, there's a lake called Lake St. Clair. It's in Michigan. If you look it up, it's 22 miles.
Hey!
Yay! Interrupt. Yeah. No.
Yeah, and it looks curved.
No. Yeah, I can explain why. I can explain how. Okay, this lake is 23 miles across.
Yeah, describe what you
It
saw.
freezes.
That's what I
I'm
want
going to
to
tell
do.
you. I'm getting there.
No.
I'm trying to get there.
No,
I'm getting there.
I don't want your but I don't want your mental construct. I want
It's
you
not
to
a mental
describe
construct.
what you saw that denotes curve.
If he's trying to tell you what he saw and you don't want a mental construct of what he didn't see, then what do you want?
Just what the water
No,
looks
I'm
like.
trying to tell him. I knew what he wanted, but he won't let me say it because it's going to burn.
Don't involve other objects. Just the surface.
Exactly. I'm getting there. Holy shit! So you guys got all your order in. Is your order in? Come and put it into the cook.
Yeah, because I can hear you about to bring in boats, bro.
Okay, so now you're pre-cog. Now you're precog. You can tell what I'm going to do. Anything else?
You said it earlier, man.
Okay, sure, buddy. So, anyways, this lake freezes over completely during the wintertime. Okay? During the wintertime, it freezes over completely. Okay? You can there has been fucking people that shot across the lake on fucking snowmobiles or whatever you want, the fucking ice sailing fucking boats and shit. It's 100% curved. You see the boats even without the water. You see the boat. You see the fucking people disappear over the horizon.
I called it.
You can't see. You can't see across to Canada. You cannot see across to Canada.
Okay, cool. So that's a conclusion that what you made in your mind, and you looked at the boats, not the Earth. I want to know.
Conclusion I made in my mind. What does that even mean?
Bro, how the Earth itself looks curved.
Yeah, okay, sure, buddy. A conclusion I made in my mind. What does that even mean?
You made it up.
Is that like a lot? Like, is that just saying like logical?
No,
is that just saying like, oh hey, I thought of a conclusion? That's just making a conclusion.
It's making a conclusion based upon a presupposition that can only happen on a curved surface.
No one presupposed anything, you goofball. There's no presuppositions.
Despite that surface looking like it's flat.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks flat. It looks flat as fuck. It looks flat. It ain't flat though.
Yes, it does look flat.
That was hard, wasn't it? Look, it took you all of that to say the surface of the lake looked flat. All of that.
No one's arguing that it doesn't. You're not understanding that it isn't.
You just did.
It took you 5 minutes.
We're not arguing what it looks like. We're arguing what it is.
Yo, Unibrow, just shut up, dude. Just shut up. You're the dumbest person in the chat.
Unibrow.
Oh, Jesus. Here come the insults.
Bro, that's a headache and a half, man.
Yeah.
You just said it doesn't look flat.
Now that he gave the concession that it looks flat, does it measure flat?
No, it doesn't.
All right, what's the measurement like?
It's like curved.
What?
Yeah.
I know you didn't just say it looks. Dude, we need the specifics. How did you measure drop over distance for the Earth for it to at least comport over to the size of the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, the Earth curve calculator.
Did somebody do that, or are you just guessing that's what?
Yeah, everybody does it, Biggie. You act like you really think like you're going somewhere. Like I'm giving.
I am because you
like,
just.
No, you're not. We've already been here, dude. The Earth's been measured before. Yes, it's been measured.
You don't need to poop your diapers, man. I'm just asking if somebody measured the freaking curve of that lake. Yes or no?
Yes, it's been. There's been curves of lake measured all over the United States. McToon himself.
Who did it? Quit saying that it's been done if you can't prove that anybody's done it.
MC Toon, Lake Tahoe. He just did it.
MC Toon? Is that the same lake you were talking about?
No, that was Lake Tahoe. But like I said,
all right, I'm talking about the lake you were talking about. I don't care about what MC Toon did. I'm talking about what you did, or what you saw, what you witnessed, or whatever evidence you have.
Yeah, the evidence is you can't see Canada. It's only 23 miles across.
Also, he didn't measure any curvature.
Yeah, but you didn't measure any curvature on that lake, did you?
Observed curvature.
Really? McToon didn't do any measuring.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh, what was his measuring instrument?
Go watch the video. I don't know.
No, you don't know.
I'm not quoting anything. I'm not quoting anything he did. I just know he did it. I watched the video. Go watch the video. You can go watch it. He measured the temperature of Lake Tahoe.
Rob, I have seen it. He didn't measure anything.
Okay, man. That's your opinion. You have to say that.
He just looked across the lake, said, "I don't see the bottom of the freaking casino. Therefore, the Earth is curved."
All right, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Well,
you didn't.
Technically, that's all he has to do. But he did measure stuff. They had measured.
Technically, what are you talking about? Technically, that's all he has to do. That's not technical.
Technically,
yes, because if you're looking across a long distance of a large body of water, you can't see the other side. Then there's no reason why the Earth is flat. It would be ridiculous. It's a dumb argument.
Did you already discount optical phenomena?
I don't need. You can take it into account. You can discount it, recount it, add it in, take it away. You can try all of it. It's always the same.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You don't know what it was. You don't know anything. You don't know what's taking into account. You weren't there.
It's your guess that McToon measured the curvature of the Earth, and had Indio said he saw the video. He didn't measure it. He just witnessed something and then declared it. So according to the video, it's not evidence that the Earth has been measured as a curve. No.
Yeah, sure, man. That's just not true.
Well, then prove it. Then prove it. Then prove that he measured it. Prove it.
If you look across the lake at 23 miles, and all you see is windmills, and you see windmills. You can see the windmills, but you can't see the bottom.
Yeah.
So guess what?
Did you discount it was optical phenomena? What if it's something to do with just something in the air that you can't see in the distance?
Cool. Because because I lived there all my life and I've seen it every day. So one of those days it would be guaranteed to be perfect conditions. So you're telling me in 40 years of living, in 40 years of the days that it never happened, yeah, you're just being ridiculous. You're being like a child.
So if it's true,
You're
if it's
40
true,
years old. You're 40
I'm 45 years old.
You talk like
I'm
this?
45
oh my
years
God,
old.
You talk like this. Jesus Christ.
yeah, if it was true, then you could measure it. Then.
Oh,
if it was
really?
an actual globe, you'd be able
There's
to
a guy
measure
named
it.
Indio.
Dude, just you need to understand one thing. If it's curving, like you said, is in 40 years, you'd be able to measure it once to be curving.
Oh, measure it, yeah.
Have you measured it once to be curving?
I don't need to measure it.
There you go. So you don't have
it's
evidence.
observable.
You don't know.
It's observable.
You don't have it. Yeah, it's observed that it looks flat. The Earth is observably flat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to measure. All you gotta do is measure the difference in the windmills you see to the actual height of the windmills across the lake. Boom, there you go. Measure curvature. Again, you had nowhere to go.
Oh.
Like,
At what
you're not
distance?
slick.
So, hold on. Let me ask Rob a question real quick.
You're not slick.
Rob, would that same observation be made on a flat Earth?
No,
Why are you saying that?
because you'd be able to see across the lake easily, and I can prove that right now.
No, you just asserted. I said why. I didn't say
I can
make
prove
the
it.
statement.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Because at the same place where I fucking fished all my life, there's a big tower that's 100.
That is not a why, dude.
100-something feet high. If you go to the top of that tower, you can see. Why can I see Canada from the top of the tower, but I can't see it from the fishing pier?
Okay, I asked you why you don't think that would happen on a flat Earth. Why do you think that on a flat Earth you'd be able to see all the way to the bottom of your windmills, towers, whatever have you? Why do you think that?
Because if the water was flat and it doesn't change elevation, why wouldn't I be able to see
So
it?
if the water was flat, you should see the bottom, right? That's what you think.
Yes. No, it's not what I think. It's what I know. That's what the fact of life is.
Okay, so you know something that's incorrect because we can demonstrate
it's not incorrect.
that.
You're wrong.
We can demonstrate that on a flat surface.
No,
we don't have to talk about it. We can demonstrate that this is impossible on a flat Earth is wrong.
Show me then.
Okay, hold on.
You're about to eat crow.
What's your name? Romulus?
E-Crow.
Rob Noxious, right?
I'm gonna eat crow. Some guys in Discord.
Big ass bowl of it, dude.
Okay.
All right.
Give me a break. Give me a break. You can't troll me. I'm the king troll, dude.
Okay.
I know your guys' game.
It's not my game.
Let's see the shit he posted.
Is there like a side? There's a side chat to this, right?
Yeah.
My shit.
Just gotta click on a little bubble.
Oh really? Like, is that in like on my phone? That's like on the side of the channel?
No, it's like it's in the fucking dashboard of all the people. You see like the little.
Oh, okay.
The little bubble in the middle.
Cool.
So Rob, see what I posted?
Yeah.
Okay, this video is taken at 1,000-foot lake. Now remember, it's 1,000 feet. The camera is 1.5 inches above the lake surface. Why don't you see the whole boat?
Because the water's curved.
Oh, okay. So the globe says the horizon is 2,600 feet away. So how come why is there a horizon at all?
Oh my God.
Why is the horizon 3 times too close?
It's not, dude. You're not. Your interpretation, understanding of what you're trying to figure out is really.
My interpretation of math. Math is not interpreted.
And I didn't say that. You added the word. I'm saying your interpretation of what you're trying to understand is just not working, dude. You don't understand what
I can punch into the curve calculator.
Because
1.5 inches. And look at the horizon distance, and it says 2,400 feet. This lake is 1,000 feet long. How can the boat How can the boat disappear behind a horizon it hasn't reached and can't reach?
So I'm trying to tell you, because from the perspective of the camera, which you said was 1 inch off the water. So if you notice in the picture, the horizon, the distance of the horizon in that picture never changes. The perceived horizon of that line of water, it's the boat that's changing. It's going out of your perspective down the curve.
So It can't be Earth curve. There can't be Earth curve on that lake, dude. It's too short.
There's always Earth curve anywhere you go, especially on lakes.
Okay, but listen, the horizon is supposed to be 2,400 feet away. The lake is 1,000 feet long. 1,000 is less than 2,400, correct? So how can the boat disappear behind an Earth curve horizon that it cannot reach?
The horizon's in the picture, so to say they can't reach it, you're just
Yeah, we know there's a horizon in the picture. We know that.
Oh my God! It's a fucking toy boat. It's a toy boat. It's a toy boat.
What does that matter? So not Earth curve? Toy boats are Earth curve? Or is it bad cameras for Earth curve? Or waves on Earth curve?
You just proved that water curved in this video. The first 12 seconds of the video, I went on YouTube. Now I'm watching on YouTube. You just proved that you guys are. I don't want to say it, but you guys are just so. This is just crazy.
Yeah, you're
don't do no more videos,
bro.
Don't do no more videos because you guys make yourself look dumb.
There's no way out.
So you, oh my God, he lives on 100 mile wide Earth. Then you think that's curvature?
He's the little prince.
So can something disappear behind the horizon in front of the horizon?
It's funny.
He's still here. Is he still here or did he bounce?
No, he's here.
He might.
I'm watching the video. Hold on.
And he's heading shame.
On that channel, there's like 20 more. There's like 20 more of different boats, etc.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, those are definitely good.
And I can show you one done by a completely different person.
Yeah, those are good.
If he says it's Earth curve, dude, he's done. That's all I gotta say.
God, it's the opposite of Gulliver's Travels. Holy shit, that's freaking hilarious.
It's like you want him to say it's Earth curve. That way we can actually get him on that point.
A toy boat. I love it.
I want him to say it's everything but Earth curve. It's this. It's
how about this? So how about this? She goes in her little pond. How about this? I'll go to a Great Lake, which is hundreds of miles across, and I'll video.
Yeah.
I'll video. And hold on, let me finish, man. I'll video and take pictures of a 1,000-foot long fucking bulk freighter going over the horizon. You want me to do that?
Yeah. What would that matter?
Exactly.
Because that's
what would anything matter?
Because I just demonstrated it's possible on a flat surface. So what would that matter?
No, that would mean that you were wrong. You get it? You understand how that works?
Are you not listening? I just demonstrated.
You're not listening, dude. You're so set on being right that you won't listen.
You listen. I just demonstrated that observation can and will happen on a flat surface.
That was not a demonstration of anything. That was an idiot doing a video retarded. It was retarded.
You don't know about it.
That's a hell of a rebuttal.
You don't know any of the fucking variables in that thing. She didn't say anything about the experiment. She didn't tell you what she did, how she used it.
Oh, now there's variables. What did Alpha ask you?
You don't know anything about what she did. She made a video of her boat with a bunch of rhetoric behind it with some fucking stupid music, and you believed it.
Oh my God, he's freaking out, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, Alpha started with what you just said. Didn't he?
What's
you don't remember?
It's optical. It's
the
not
visual conditions create the effect. Yeah, the meteorological conditions create the effect, which is what you just said. So welcome.
You guys cannot use that. You can't use refraction. Dude, now you guys are using. Now you guys are using refraction. All right.
Grab your 220 on it, dude.
Let's use refraction in this Black Swan then. Can we do that?
Oh, so not Earth curve. Cool.
Refraction.
Nice confession.
Refraction happens because it was.
Well, you just said the horizon is the fucking Earth curve. So now you're saying the horizon.
You're trying to claim refraction without saying the word.
Is horizon Earth curve or refraction?
Say the word.
Is the horizon Earth curve or refraction?
You get refraction when you look at the horizon over the body of water. You get refraction. Yeah.
So not Earth curve. So that's not the physical. That's not the physical edge of the ball. That's an optical illusion.
Mm-mm.
You're stuck now, Rob.
There's no way you're out of
Never
this.
stuck in.
This is the thing. I sit here and wait for one of you dumb fucks to say ships over the horizon. It's literally
No,
what I
you
live
don't.
for at this point.
No, you don't. You don't live for that because I've seen it and lived it. Don't tell me
Yeah,
what you
so
don't know
what?
nothing about
You
it.
saw it on a flat surface.
You're in a
and
little
saw the wrong-
1,000-foot. You're in a little 1,000-foot lake, dude. You don't know nothing about it. Dude.
Yeah, we know.
Fucking mariner.
That's the point.
I've been out offshore where you couldn't see the land, and then all of a sudden you can see a lighthouse at a
Hey,
reef.
dude,
That's
it's
like
the
65
same.
miles
It's
off.
the, hold on a minute. It's the same effect. It's the same
You don't know what you're
effect.
talking about. You don't know what you're talking
So
about.
here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. You should see the land on the other side of that lake if the Earth was a globe.
I can prove it like this. Here, let me get this out, please.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about that, right?
There's
Yeah,
there's a
no
giant.
way.
Oh my God! Please let me get this out, Indy. Please,
You
man.
already listen. Your
In
word
Michigan-
count is well beyond mine. Well beyond mine.
I
You said
don't know
1,000
about
words
there.
to mine too.
There's a couple of you guys, dude. Listen, man. There's thousands of lighthouses in Michigan. There's thousands of lighthouses in Michigan. So
what? You just say the same observation. This
is something different. This is a new one. Let me explain it to you. So I've been out in the lakes at nighttime. When you're coming in at night, when you're real far out, you can't see land or the lighthouse. You can still see the light, and the light that you see going around in circles, that's pushing out towards the lake. You don't see it coming at you off the horizon of the water. You see it shooting in the sky because from that perspective you're at, the lighthouse is fucking curved to you. That means that the light is shooting on a different angle of what your view is seeing it. So you're seeing it into the sky. But as you drive towards it, the light ends up coming parallel to with your eye, where it's shooting into your eye now. It's undeniable. You come over a curve, man. Yeah. Oh yeah. Guaranteed. I've lived it my life.
Okay, just so we get clear, what you're saying is the lighthouse is far away, in that the light from the lighthouse is shooting into the sky because it's tilted on the other side of the curve.
No, that's what the visualization
okay, you
is.
better not say something that dumb.
That's what he was saying.
No,
That's what he
hold
was
on.
saying.
I know it was.
Rob,
listen,
bullshit, dude. You were saying
AV,
that. You were
Mickey,
saying that, bro. Don't run from your claim. I heard you. You were saying.
Let me explain
exactly
to
what
you.
he was-
Yes. I want to explain because we all know as we left the lighthouse that the lighthouse was shooting the light in the same direction. But I'm saying is when you get far enough out, the angle of what you're at, because you're on a curved surface, when you look at that light,
he is saying it.
Hold
He's
on,
fucking saying it.
It's not coming from the
Indio.
shore no more.
Indio,
It's
he's
not
saying
coming
that.
from the. It doesn't look like it appears to come from the shore no more because you can't
Bullshit,
see it.
dude.
It's
You're
in the
saying
sky above you. The light is in the sky
I know.
above you now.
I know. You're saying exactly what India was describing. That's exactly what you're saying.
And that's right, dude. It's the way it is.
That's right. That's funny.
That's why they call it saying
You think the lighthouse? You think the lighthouse is tilted away from the guy on the boat?
No, it's not,
bro.
Only
That's what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying right now.
Because you're on a curve.
Yeah, I know that shit. That's what we're saying. Because the lighthouse is on a curve, it's tilted away from the boat. So
No,
that the boat
it's not on a curve. Everything's on a curve, dude. We're on a curve world.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's what you experience. I'm trying to tell you, Miggy. I've been out in a boat in the middle of the fucking Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, dude, at nighttime. You cannot see the lighthouse or shore.
All right.
But you can see the fucking light in the sky going around.
Let's put some meat on the bone. How far away were you from the lighthouse when you saw this?
Like probably 65 miles, dude.
Okay, 65 miles.
That's
How much
beyond the
curvature-
range of most lighthouses.
Welcome.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see land from there either. You can't see nothing when you're out there, dude. But what you can see in the sky, like those big spotlights that they have in the Grand Opening.
How high
All right, wait.
Borealis.
Hold on a minute. I want to know how high from where you were standing to where the light was above your head. How far up above your head was it?
Oh, dude, it's like I said, it's like in the sky. You ever see those?
How
like those
far? Put some numeric values, dude. I'm talking about meat on the bone. So you got to give me some numbers here. How far away from you was that light?
The light is in the sky. It's like going against a cloud, dude.
Give me some. Give me some altitude.
Oh, I don't know the altitudes of clouds in the middle of the night.
No. Well, I mean, you have to at least know what the light was.
I've ever heard.
What was the
You're
light?
just being stupid.
What was the light?
You're just being flat out dumb.
Are you talking
light
like
was
the
hitting the
Batman
cloud.
signal? Are you talking like the Batman signal?
Yeah, you don't know what spotlights are? Are you guys dumb or something? You don't know what spotlights are?
So the light was angled up to the clouds. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the fucking lighthouse. It goes in a circle. The light, okay? It doesn't just shine in one direction. It goes in a big circle, okay? And it shoots a beam out, and that beam looks straight. When you're driving away from it, it looks straight. It's going right at you. It's shining right at your boat and everything. But when you get far enough away, that light is not hitting you at your boat no more. Now it's hitting the clouds because the way that we are on geographic position,
cloud.
now it's hitting the clouds.
All right.
Hit your inhaler, motherfucker. Hit your inhaler.
You don't know what you're doing.
At 65 miles, this is what you're saying, essentially. We're going to put it all together. At 65 miles, the light from the lighthouse is hitting the clouds, according to you, when you're coming in from your ship, with your boat. You're coming in, you see the light up on the clouds. You don't know the altitude it is. That would be even more helpful. But at 65 miles, there's an altitude at which is unknown to you right now. But the light is hitting
not
the
even
clouds.
important, dude. The important part is that the light is now. No, it's not. The important part is that the light is now.
Yes, do you know why? Do you know why it's important? Hold on.
Let me tell you why it's not.
No. Wait. No. You can't tell me that it's not important.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, Rob. Rob, shut up.
Rob, shut the fuck up.
Just shut up. So here's what we got to do. We got to figure out if the light coming from the lighthouse is a collimated beam, like a laser beam, or does it splay out, like as in, does it fan out as it goes further? That means that can you see? Yes. So then it's not collimated.
No, I'm saying I'm totally fine. First
of all, it's not
concentrated? A lighthouse is not a laser beam. You don't know what a lighthouse is, dude?
Yeah, I'm telling you so you can differentiate what you're talking about here.
You're telling me about lighthouses.
What you're looking at. Okay. Yeah. So the light coming from that lighthouse is going to be splayed out, right? As it goes from its point of origin, right? So
you're saying what lighthouse.
So you're talking about
Rob,
okay,
I'm trying to filibuster. You're pissing me off.
Yeah, he's just interrupting right now because he doesn't want me to get to the crescendo, which is going to be him describing how the light's coming from that lighthouse is hitting the cloud from its light source, even if it's going straight off into the distance. So at 65 miles, Rob is saying he sees a light hitting the clouds. So what would the angle be to the lighthouse? Because now you can start to think, putting some distance away from the boat to where you are. Now create a triangle. Try to create a triangle from where the guy on the boat, you, to the lighthouse, and then to the clouds. Think about it. You got light to the clouds. You got you on the boat, on the water, the surface. Now, how far away do you think that would be so that the light could be divergent away from you? So put some math to it. So the lighthouse would have to be how far away from you on a curved surface? So that you could see
first of all, I got you, man. So first of all, the 65 mile is how far the lighthouse is off shore. So you're not saying that. I never said once. I said that was a total distance of how far you were. Okay, and as you get fucking closer to the lighthouse, the light just ends up shooting you right at the boat. But when you get farther from it, you can't see the land.
Ambiguous.
You can't see the light.
How far away from the lighthouse are you? How far away from the lighthouse are you?
Different fucking distances at all times. What are you talking about?
Okay, so when you see it parallel, how close are you to the lighthouse?
See it parallel? We were right up on the fucking thing.
Okay, so as you move away from it, were you paying attention to the lighthouse and the light? When did you start seeing go to hit the clouds? When did you see that effect?
Yeah, you're the one that's saying that, dude. I'm saying that the light when you get to a certain amount of distances, the light angle changes so that even though it was straight when you left it, now it's appearing to go up into the sky. And if there's a low cloud, you might get like the bottom of the cloud might be lit up as it goes around in a circle. That's reality. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's not nothing that I'm making up. This is something I live.
And what is the distance to that?
I don't know the exact distance. How far?
That's the part that you need to figure out because if it's
I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, the fact that it happened. The fact that it happened is what matters.
Math to this. You can't just declare it.
I don't need to.
If it's a fucking globe, if it's a globe, you're gonna have to figure out what the fucking angle is to that.
Yeah. The fact that it happened
gonna help you because you're disingenuous.
Are you saying that flat surfaces don't have angles?
You're disingenuous right now. I need you to figure out what the distance would be.
I don't need distances. The fact that it happens proves it.
Rob, it can happen on a flat Earth because what Alpha was telling you, there's a beam divergence, meaning the beam spreads out with distance. And the size of that beam gets larger and larger with distance. Now, if you were 69 miles away, the laser would be tilted up 1 degree, and you still wouldn't make it over the horizon. Okay, so stop the cap, bro.
Yeah, you just said a whole bunch of nothing, dude. To be honest with you, man.
He
You just
doesn't
wanna
want to
sound
hear
smart,
truth.
dude.
He doesn't want to hear truth.
It's
Because
not a
that's
fucking
what-
laser beam, and it doesn't.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
span out like that, dude.
Bullshit,
Yes, it
dude.
does.
You
This is
seen
ridiculous.
They all have
dude.
beam divergence.
Look,
This
this
is
guy
ridiculous,
doesn't.
dude.
And you don't fucking understand lighthouses, then. There's
Okay,
fucking
I don't-
beam divergence.
I don't-
The light coming
My
from
state-
a lighthouse.
my state only
is
has the most
divergent,
lighthouses.
dude. Everybody that's a fucking sailor knows this shit. There's beam divergence coming from a lighthouse. Everybody fucking knows this, dude.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with what you're saying. You're just using the word.
It
You're
fucking
just using the
does.
word.
Look, Rob,
Just using
these lighthouses
words.
even
You
listen.
just use words. You just say words.
Rob, listen. Lighthouses, if you look them up, they even have a focal height when you're in the center of the beam. Okay? All lighthouses have beam divergence. All light sources have beam divergence.
It has nothing to
Even
do
lasers.
with the topic. It's got nothing to do with what we're saying.
Yes, it does.
Bullshit.
Because
Yes,
the
it does.
light
No, it
spreads
doesn't,
out.
dude. I should be able to see a lighthouse on Wisconsin shoreline. End of story.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Even more if I get up on the dunes, which are 200 feet high, and I get up on their fucking side of the mountains, which is about 200 feet high. We're both 200 feet high. We should be able to see.
Yeah, you know the problem with
simply.
your example. There's a lot of problems. Well, the first one would be you don't have any numeric values to give any distances to the lighthouse, any distances to like how far the light was above your head. There's no distances that you're giving, so there's really no meat on this bone. It's just dry fucking bone. And you want us to accept that because you're declaring you see light on the clouds, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's some bullshit right there. If you actually want to do this right, no, bullshit, dude. You ain't going to interrupt me. If you want to do this right, get on the fucking water, get your distance known to the lighthouse, get the fucking distance to the light on the clouds, get all that shit put together, come back when you got yourself collected with all that information, drop the data on us, and then we'll figure this shit out. Because obviously right now, you don't have shit.
I'm not doing all that shit for you.
You don't know. Yeah, you don't know about fucking beam divergence coming from light that's not collimated, that's not a fucking laser beam. You don't know that shit at all, dude. To you, everything is just as simple as saying the Earth is a globe. That's it. Yeah. You gotta fucking do the work. If you think it's a globe and you're trying to prove it, you gotta do that.
Yeah, you have no measurements. You never done anything. You just
okay, so what you're saying is because you don't hear anybody making any evidence to the Earth being flat.
Pot calling the kettle black.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm not gonna do the work for you. That's all you want people to do. You want people to do shit
claim, dumbass.
So you can sit here. So you can sit here and try to debunk shit on it. That's all you want
Well,
people
to be completely honest, both of you have a claim, and so I believe that
they went
to
Antarctica.
Both of you should probably back up your sources. Just the same.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Whoever you are. Look, Rob, when you do your work, you better come back and then put all the data on the table.
They went to Antarctica, Miggy.
This is some bullshit, dude.
They went to Antarctica. You still deny 24-hour sun. They went to Antarctica, man.
And we ain't even talking about that, dude. Fuck those guys. We're talking about you bringing some evidence for the globe.
There's always evidence. It's all we have is evidence. Everything we have is evidence. You know it all. It's up for you to accept it. You just won't accept it because you're on this grift, man, forever.
Yeah, that's your easy way out of just being a fucking troll and not putting any evidence to like the numeric values that you're supposed to have. There's numeric values that when you bring
Where's
evidence.
your numeric values?
You
show
don't have
show me some numeric values of flat Earth. You don't have no numeric values of a flat Earth.
Yeah, we do. 1,000-foot lake, 1.5 inch.
Then show me a map. Then show me a map. If you have numeric values, then show me a map of flat Earth.
You don't know how to read a map, dude.
Show me a map of flat Earth.
You don't know how to read a map. Why would I show it?
Let me figure it out. How do you know if I haven't seen it?
Again, I know you don't know how to read a map.
Oh, so now you're clairvoyant. Now you're back to clairvoyant. Again, India's the clairvoyant one. He can tell you all the shit he doesn't even know.
Well, dude, you can't produce beam divergence is incoherent word salad. Okay, you're a moron.
Yeah.
You don't know anything about lighthouses, and you're sitting here telling us what they would or wouldn't do.
Nothing about lighthouses. I've been in lighthouses. You've probably been in the lighthouse, dude. I live in a state with the most lighthouses.
Dude,
yeah.
Don't tell me about lighthouses.
Like shit on
Okay,
the globe. They would work like shit.
Amazing.
They only work on a globe, dude.
What is the focal height of the lighthouse you saw?
Different heights, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought, dude.
They're all
You
about
know,
the same.
He doesn't know. See, that's all
No,
the
they're
shit
not
he
all
doesn't
about
know
the
to support
same.
his claim.
They're not all the same.
They're not.
Not even close.
You don't know
Why would they
shit about
list it
your
for all the
claim,
same?
Rob.
They would just
Okay,
say
sure, buddy.
focal height, standard. They're all the same. It wouldn't list it.
Yeah. I didn't
how
say
many
they're standard.
lumens?
I just
How
said
many
they're not
lumens
all the same. I
Dude,
just said they're
how
not
many?
all the same.
Let's ask him some. Let's ask him another question. How many lumens is that light on the lighthouse?
The one I was at was like 40,000 or something, 45,000.
So you know how much lumens there is, and how much beam divergence would there be from the point of origin of that light to the distance?
It was like 20 degrees.
20 degrees. Holy shit.
Yeah, you can go look up all the lighthouses or something. They have all the specifications that are on them. Some of them are high powered. Some of them have like fucking 100,000 lumens. It depends on which ones, where they're at, man. How long they've been there, what they're built with.
I was only questioning the one you were bringing up. So if there's any information you're going to give us about that lighthouse, it needs to come with at least evidence that you know what you're talking about. So the beam divergence away from the lighthouse would have to be taken into consideration for anybody that's on a boat moving away from that lighthouse. Yeah?
Yeah, but again, to point out, it's totally irrelevant to what we're trying to
Fucking not irrelevant.
Ascertain here. It
Know where
is.
the light beam divergence will reach.
I don't give a fuck where it's reaching, where the diversion.
You're not concerned.
Going towards you.
And you're not concerned with the claim being proven. That you're not concerned with the claim being proven that is showing the Earth's a globe. Then you're not concerned with it. You're not. You don't give a fuck. You don't care.
It comes, Mickey. It comes out of the water, Mickey. It comes out of the water.
Dude, mute him.
The light
Mute
comes
him.
out of the water, Mickey.
Mute him. Someone mute him.
I'll be quiet.
I just did the calculation. The beam divergence from 69 miles of a 20-degree spread is a 24-mile beam. That's how wide the beam is, 24 miles. Yeah, dude, you're cooked, as usual.
Yeah, I mean, cool. In your world, sure. You're never gonna say I'm not cooked. You know what I'm saying?
You mean the world of math? You mean the world of math?
Yeah, I know. I know. Now you're a math
guy. Of the angle calculator? I'll take a screenshot.
Now you're a math guy. I know.
He's always been, dude. Where you been?
I know. He's a mathematician.
On top of all of this, dude, you want your frivolous claims to actually be evidence of something when we actually telling you to go ahead and bring us the data, give us the math, show us that you mean that you know what you're talking about. You don't know shit. That's why we're having to help you try to extract what your claim is and put some numbers to it. Because otherwise we're sitting here with you saying, well, I think the lighthouse is showing the Earth globe. Sound like a dumbass, dude.
Even if what you say is true, which it isn't, I don't have to because I've done shit. Okay,
I don't give a fuck.
I've done
dude.
real life shit, dude.
I don't give a shit.
I've been in places.
I don't give a shit. No one gives a fuck, dude. This realm exists because we actually try to get people to verify their claims, and that's what we try to wrench that shit out of you because you don't want to do it. You just think, well, I've seen some shit in the sky, therefore Earth is a globe. It's some dumb shit, dude. You and the rest of the Globers are fucking simple-minded. You and the Globers are all fucking simple-minded people. You don't ever critically think about shit.
Because it's a simple solution, and you're trying to make it complex. It is what it is. You observe what you observe. There's no other explanation for it. You can try to calculate it. What are you gonna do with the numbers? You
didn't even take into account. You didn't take into account beam divergence. You didn't. You're like, I don't even need to do that.
Because it has nothing to do with what we're trying. It has nothing to do with what the proof is.
Yes, it fucking does, dude. If the beam diverges away from the lighthouse to as far a distance as you were, you might see it on the clouds, but because of the fucking beam divergence, dude, it diverted away from the point of origin. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, due to being on a spheroid.
No, dumbass. It could be on a fucking horizontal plane.
No, it could not be on a horizontal plane.
Yes, the fucking beam divergence could be splayed out like.
Okay, so we visualize in our mind right now. We got a lighthouse to our left and our boat out to the right, and I'm shooting a light. What would make that light diverge to go into the sky before it hits my boat?
The fact that the point of origin to where you're at, it would diverge far away. Yeah. The divergence of the beam.
Because the point of the origin where I'm at would diverge skyway. You sound like a retarded goofball. What did you just say? Nothing.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking monkey. You're the idiot here that you don't understand fucking divergence of beams. So how the fuck are you telling me that I'm simple? You're the fucking simple one here.
Because if I had the lighthouse on my left and my boat on my right, and I'm shooting a light at my boat, But before
You're
the
not
light gets to
shooting
my
it.
boat,
Dude, you see, here's where the
it
fuck
goes
you're
to
so
the
stupid.
sky. Why
It's
would
not
it do that
shooting
on a flat
the
Earth?
fucking light. It's a light pointing straight at the boat. God damn it! When you're on
Yes.
the boat, right underneath
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Dude, it's pointing straight off into the horizon. You fucking knucklehead.
Yeah, at the boat. It's basically at the boat.
Not fucking pointing at the fucking boat.
Well, it's not zeroed in on your boat. You know what I'm talking about, dude.
Is
You're
it angled?
trying
That's
to
what
run
you
from
sound like.
this,
Is it
dude.
fucking angled
You're trying
downward?
to run from this.
You're an idiot, dude. God damn, dude. You're such a fucking idiot. Fucking lighthouses
the
are
lens
not.
has an angle.
Dude,
The lens has an
somebody's
angle on it.
fucking. I can't believe how stupid he is, dude. Lighthouses are not fucking pointing angled down at the fucking boat. You're such an idiot.
I didn't say that, dude. You're not
You're like, it's
understanding what
pointing
I'm
at the
trying to
boat.
say.
It's not fucking pointing at the boat.
It's pointing at the fucking boat direction that the boat is at. It doesn't matter if it's pointing at your boat directly. And it still doesn't detract from the fact that the light is always shining at my boat until I get to a certain point, and all of a sudden the light is not shining at my boat anymore.
The fucking
Then,
fucking light
you're
is
wrong.
not shining on the fucking boat, dude. The beam divergence gives it the effect that it hits the boat.
Okay. You ever been in a
It's
freighter?
not pointing at the boat. The beam divergence.
Have you
hits
ever
the
been in a
fucking boat.
freighter? Have you ever been in a freighter? 1,000-foot freighter. Okay. Have you ever been in one? Okay. Those decks are about 165 feet off the water, dude. Higher than any lighthouse around. Okay. So yeah, the light would be shining at your boat, and those guys see the light, and light does not shine on their boat after a certain distance, dude.
Yeah,
They're wrong, dude.
Every single lighthouse right now is at a different elevation. Yeah. So the elevation that the lighthouse is compared to where the boat is on sea level is going to be either depends how far away it is. The boat will be at a distance away from the lighthouse, and at some point that boat will catch that light because of the way the beam diverges away from the point of origin.
Yeah, no one's arguing that point, dude. I'm not
Yeah, you are. You're saying it's pointed directly at the fucking. That's what
wrong,
you said,
dude. You're
dumbass.
trying to squirt. No,
That's what you were fucking saying. You
What
were
I'm saying is
pointing at the fucking boat.
Yeah,
it's
no,
not.
I'm trying to make you understand divergence. You understand divergence. So, like I said, lighthouse on the left, boat on the right. If nothing else is if everything's all the same, all I'm doing is getting distance between me and the light. There should be nothing that causes that light to all of a sudden be going in my direction, and I can look back at the light, and all of a sudden now it's going up in the air. You know what's happening.
Dude,
you know what's coming.
I can't believe that you're still arguing about fucking how you see the light going up in the sky and it actually hitting the boat, and you still don't understand about beam divergence, dude. Like that to me, I don't see how you're lost on this point.
Look, Rob, do you see the source of the light when you see this?
There's pictures of lighthouses about to show you.
Do you see the source of the light when you see it going up in the air?
No.
Okay, then. The beam is spreading out.
I know what it does, dude.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain
because
to you.
you're only seeing the upper part of the spread.
Yeah, but you guys never been on the
You
boat
see
and
the
seen it
lower
like I
part
have.
because
I've seen
you're
it,
in
man.
the water. Yeah, you're seeing it, and you aren't interpreting what you see correctly.
No, it's because it's over the curve, man. Because as soon as we get closer to it, the light appears on the water and comes out of the water. Why would it come out of the water?
Fucking beam divergence, you fucking monkey.
No, but I'm saying that light would just get closer to me. It would have been far away and then gotten closer. It would have just came out of the water. It would have just gotten closer to me. What are you talking about? It never got closer to me.
That conclusion is wrong with the demonstration of that happening on a flat surface.
Oh my god,
dude! Want me to post the other video?
How can the lighthouse come from the ground?
Water. Listen, I have a demonstration of this with a light too, on a flat surface, dude. Your interpretation is incorrect, dude. I don't know what you don't get.
It's not an interpretation, dude.
It is an interpretation.
Hundreds and hundreds of times, dude. Repeatable.
I don't see the light. I see the light on the horizon. The light appears to get higher. I'm interpreting that as coming up over the curve. That's an interpretation.
The light doesn't appear. The light doesn't appear to get higher. It does.
What
it's not an appear to.
Look, listen,
you can't see it. Hold on. You go from. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Rob, let me say what I'm going to say. Okay. So, the experiments we've done showing it's happening on a flat surface, we've taken curvature out as a variable. It can't be curvature. Can't.
Well,
Physically
that's not
impossible.
good. Well, that makes no sense. Then you're rigging
It
your own
makes no
system.
sense because
Yeah,
it's
you're
Earth.
rigging. Yeah, you want to know why? Because we didn't start off by thinking it was a globe. We started off just with the numbers that are appeared to us from our calculations, and they represent a globe. That's where you guys have it wrong. We're not presupposing a globe. No one presupposed it. It's what we found to be.
Yeah, that's a cool story, and it doesn't address the thing I said. That we've done the same visual that you say is Earth curve. We've taken that, made it at a smaller scale to eliminate Earth curve as a variable, and got the same visual effect. How is that possible? You say it's impossible, but it is possible because we've done it.
I don't think that you did it, and I have to see the thing to see it. I don't believe that. And like I said, if it was a flat Earth, and your guys,
You're wrong. You're just going to say the same thing which you're proven wrong about. You're just going to say it again.
How am I proven wrong? I've driven
You
up
said,
to the
you keep saying on a flat Earth would do X. I've shown that it doesn't do X. It does Y.
How can you say what you didn't do? And I didn't tell you. I've driven up to a lighthouse from a far distance. You can't see land. You can't see a lighthouse. But as you get closer to it, it comes from the water. It pops out.
And that would happen on a flat Earth. And that would happen on a flat Earth. What don't you fucking get? That would happen on a flat Earth, dude.
No, it's impossible on a flat Earth.
I showed you it's possible.
No, the light would always be there. It would just get closer to me.
No, that's your incorrect interpretation.
I showed you it's possible.
You guys
no. Oh,
that's your incorrect.
Oh, go ahead, Alva.
No, I was just saying that's his incorrect interpretation. He wants to fucking shoehorn that incorrect interpretation in as that's the gospel truth. He doesn't fucking know. He's just asserting that it is.
Yeah, projection.
Yeah, what's the distinction between it being on a flat surface versus a curved surface, Rob? Can you know the difference between?
Yeah.
What is it?
I'd be able to see a lighthouse a lot further.
How much further?
Indefinitely, pretty much.
Indefinitely. There you go.
Yeah.
That's your fucking knuckle dragging answer right there. Indefinitely.
It's not knuckle dragging. It's not knuckle dragging.
It is. You're a meathead, dude. You know it. To say that dumb shit indefinitely, that's some pretty dumb shit to say. Nobody here, not even Globers, not even flat, no one says indefinitely, except for you, Rob.
I'm special.
I thought you've been on boats, dude. Don't sailors have to take visibility into account on how far they can see?
I'm not a sailor. I'm a boater.
Yeah, you have to take visibility. Do you look at the weather and look at your visibility for the day before you go off boating?
Of course.
Okay, is that Earth curve visibility?
Fucking
no, that's atmospheric visibility.
Oh, okay. So no, you wouldn't see a light infinitely far away on a flat Earth. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Again. I told you this before. Okay, I don't get it out. So I told you this before. It's not cooked. There would definitely be a day. There would definitely be a day in history where the conditions would be right. So you're just wrong.
Yeah.
To think that,
really? Yeah. So you could see indefinitely, and then one particular day in one condition.
Mm-hmm.
What? Back in the air day?
What fucking? What day is that? What the fuck? What day are we waiting for?
There's been many days. I've seen many satellite pics where it's clear as a fucking planet.
Your head's in the clouds now. You're looking at satellites. We're talking about fucking lighthouse and fucking seeing indefinitely. To your claim that if it was a flat Earth, you'd see indefinitely is bullshit. Indio just called you out right now on that.
It's not bullshit.
So dumb.
It's not bullshit.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
I get a telescope, dude, and look across.
It's not a fucking fact, you dumbass.
It is. I can look across Europe with the telescope. Why can't I see Europe with a telescope?
Dude, I can't believe you're saying this shit, dude. Oh my god.
Okay, so why can't I see the moon then? Why can I see the moon that's 238,000 miles away?
Wait, you don't know the fucking distance to the moon. What the fuck? What's the distance to the moon?
I know it's further than Europe. It's further than Europe.
Yeah, it's further than Europe. How do you know that shit?
Oh, really? You're going to try to argue that the moon
Yeah. How do you know the moon is further than Europe?
Because my brain works.
Yeah, and how did you measure that? Show me distance, because you know distance between you and Europe. What's the distance between you and the moon?
More than Europe.
Yeah, how much?
More than Europe.
How much? How much?
I don't know. I don't know how much more.
Bro, put your
I
money
don't know
where
how
your
much
mouth is.
more. I
Put
don't
your
know how
money where
much
your
more.
mouth is. Put your money
Because
where
I
your
don't need
mouth
to
is.
know. I don't need to know. It's
You
further
just
than
said it
Europe.
was
That's all that
more than
matters.
Europe. Dumbass.
Of
You
course
said it
it
was more
is.
than Europe. You said it was
I'm
more
a
than Europe.
dumbass. I'm a dumbass,
Yeah,
and you're
you
arguing that
are.
the moon's not
You
further than
are.
Europe.
You are because you said it was more than
Yeah,
Europe.
okay.
How much more?
And you're
How much
the
more?
guy arguing that the moon's not further than Europe.
How much more? How much more farther is the moon than Europe?
A lot further than Europe.
How much? How much? By how much?
A lot. I don't know what the exact numbers.
A lot. You
Yeah,
don't
it's a
fucking
lot.
know, dude. You don't
This
fucking
guy
know.
thinks the moon's not further than Europe. Everybody.
You don't
This is
fucking
your
know the
leader.
distance to the moon, bro.
This is your fearless leader. Yeah, I do. It's 238,000 miles. But you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
You don't know that.
Yeah,
You
we
were
do
told
know it.
that.
We know it for a fact.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, 100% fact.
Really? So did you look in the chat?
We
Did
don't
you
come
look
and
in the
believe.
chat?
I'm in the chat right now watching it. What's up?
Oh yeah. So watch that video with the light disappearing.
Where? Who's
According
this?
to you,
Who is
that's
it?
impossible. So that must be CGI, right?
I don't see anything from you, Indio.
The light disappears. Why?
What's his name? Keto? What? Indio? The X? I'm not watching no X shit, dude.
Yeah, you better not. So scroll up.
Yeah, he knows that the moon's farther than Europe, but he doesn't know how far it is. So how does he know it's farther than Europe?
Yeah. Watch the light
Apparently,
disappear in the daytime.
you ask him a
Watch the
question.
light disappear in the daytime. This is a reflection of the water. Dude, you guys
You're
are
just
like
gish
seriously
galloping.
slow
You're
in the
gish
brain,
galloping to
dude.
different points. Dude, you're gish galloping to different points, and you haven't put any numbers. To
Gish
anything
galloping.
you
He
said.
brought it up.
No,
I'm just commenting on his video. I'm commenting on his video.
Okay, you said on a flat surface, there's no way the light would disappear. So you can see, obviously, as he gets lower, the light vanishes. Why is that?
Oh my god, because it's a reflection from a mirror on a lake, dude. What is wrong with
It's
you?
a reflection from a mirror onto a lake.
Yeah. Yes. Guaranteed.
Oh,
Yeah,
where's
it's
the
a
mirror?
bullshit
Can you
video,
like, point it out where the mirror is?
No, I can't point out where the mirror is. You can see the guy moving the light, dude. That's moving. You're just being stupid. These videos don't help you, dude. They make you look dumb. I can watch it. I watch it for five. I watch it. Watch it for 5
Your cope is noted. Your cope is noted, dude.
I'll watch it for the third time right now, just to make sure.
Yeah, there's a light on the surface of that light. This has also been done in hallways, you know. It's also been done with 2 different cameras at the same time, where one camera can see the light and the other one can't. In a long ass hallway. I wonder how that happened.
But that light is you want to, because even if you want to go this route, which is going to be bad, the light is being projected flat on the surface. The lighthouse is in air, 100 feet in the sky, and things like light posts.
Does that matter?
You guys, it matters like this because you guys do the vanishing point where you say light posts. They just go off and they get smaller till you can't see them, and they look like they convert.
It doesn't.
Okay?
You're not addressing the real problem, Rob. The real problem is you said that this was impossible on a flat surface.
You didn't even listen to anything. You just came up with some
because you made a ridiculous.
What about
scale
vanishing point? What about vanishing point?
You made a ridiculous scale argument, which is irrelevant because you said this is impossible on a flat surface, and that's how you draw your conclusion.
Yeah, and it is. That video proved nothing. I'm watching a video. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
It demonstrates that it's not.
No, it doesn't demonstrate anything. You don't even know what you're seeing. You don't know the source of the light. You don't know what's going on. You just see a video and try to use it to say something. It's pathetic.
Okay. Does the light disappear? Yes or no?
Only from the camera's view.
No shit, Sherlock. Does the light disappears from the camera's view? Is the water between that light
reflection anyway
and the camera flat? So it's not a light; it's a reflection of the light. But
no, the water's not flat anyways. The water's not flat either. So you're just wrong, dude.
So is the horizon blocking the light at that distance?
And if you want to get technical, you can see the light disappear even before
the horizon blocking the light at that distance?
I don't know. You can see that you can see the light disappear even before the camera hits the surface of the water. So the thing is just stupid. Some guy holding the camera and moving it. You guys believe this? This is proof to you, but scientists don't have proof. You guys are lame brains.
No, that's just Listen,
A fucking
that
TikTok
individual-
video, dude. It's a fucking TikTok video, bro.
It's X, not a TikTok.
Yeah, even worse, dude. It's an X video, dude. And it's all of a sudden they debunked all the science.
Okay, let it be noted that this video doesn't demonstrate what I said because it was on X.
Yeah,
You're a fucking idiot.
Yep.
That's the autistic way out, dude. If you want to think like that, that's autistic. Bro.
Yeah, you're the one that says that you can't show a video from X because you don't want to look at the evidence. So
I didn't say you couldn't. I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just.
Well, then go
pointing
look
out
at
that
it.
You did.
Yeah, well then why don't you go look at it? And what? And
I watched
so
it
what,
3 times. I watched it 3 times.
And so who cares whatever medium it comes from? It's still obviously evidence of something. You don't want to look at it because well it's TikTok or it's X. I don't want to accept that.
Well, you're right. It is evidence. It's evidence of the stupidity of men.
So you didn't tell us why the light disappears. You said it was impossible, dude.
Yeah.
And how did this happen? Did they accomplish the impossible?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Did
Okay.
they
So
accomplish the impossible?
I'll put it like this. No, because again, you bring up something that doesn't pertain to what we're saying. Okay, that's not a lighthouse.
Because
it's not a lighthouse. It's not a lighthouse, and that light never rises. It never comes towards you.
What?
You don't know it's targeting.
Cool.
You're using it. It doesn't make any sense to you,
dude. I'm gonna accept you. It's not a lighthouse. Why does that matter?
Because it's not even the same thing you're seeing. You're seeing a guy go up and down with a camera compared to moving closer to the object. Let's see him just hold his camera and walk backwards from it and see how far it goes away. What are you even?
We got those videos. We got those videos too, bro.
Show them. I know you got all kinds of videos. I know thousands of them. 10 years.
You know. So you're arguing what you know is
for
wrong.
Fun.
So you're arguing what you know is wrong for fun? You're sick.
There's nothing. I'm never going to, well, that's beyond the point, but I'm never going to change your minds. Only you can change them.
This isn't about you. Dude, how could you possibly change my mind when my mind is based upon observable reality?
Well, yeah, sure it is, buddy. If you live in a nut bin.
Listen, it's descriptively true that light and boats and whatever will disappear on a flat surface, and that it's not impossible, and that the conclusion you draw is unwarranted because there is an alternative hypothesis which has been demonstrated experimentally.
All right, cool. Yeah, go talk like that in real life.
About experiment, dude.
Go talk like that in real life. You'll be laughed at, dude. You'll get committed.
Yeah.
I got laughed at, so I'm gonna reject reality. That's your brain, dude.
Reject reality. I live in reality, dude. I am reality.
You are reality. Yeah, you're so far in reality that you couldn't even describe your own claim in any numeric means. You can't even tell us any values that support the claim that the Earth is a geometric shape. Yeah, we're so far away from reality. Yeah, I think it's you. That's projection.
I learned from you, Daddy. I learned from you, Daddy.
Yeah, so you say that you want to have evidence that the Earth is a globe, and you come with this weak sauce of trying to prove that the Earth is a globe via a boat trip off into the water away from a lighthouse where you don't even know anything about beam divergence. You don't know anything about the height of the lighthouse. You don't know anything of the distance away from the boat to the lighthouse. You don't know anything of the distance of the altitude that the light was shining on the clouds. You have no information whatsoever. And your incorrect interpretation about it is like, well, the Earth is a globe because you just say so.
No, I do have all that information. And the funny thing is, you say that as a bad thing. So all I have is personal what I did. Yeah, you bring up some random video where you don't know the people, who they are, where.
I think you broke him out, but he's all over.
But that's evidence.
Yeah,
that's evidence. Yeah,
give me a break. Busted toy.
Yeah,
you can't recover, Rob. There's nothing you got to offer that's going to give somebody evidence or a method to determine whether the Earth is a globe. All you got is your anecdotal testimony of seeing a lighthouse and a light on the clouds, and thus the Earth is a globe. That's all you got. At the end of the day, bro, that's it.
Now, remember what he's rejecting, too, on top of it. The same type of evidence. The Earth looks flat, which he admitted that it looks flat, but he's rejecting that because he saw lights on clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen things that show me the curve. You know,
Well, you didn't see the curve, dumbass. You saw lights on clouds.
I saw representation. I saw the. Hold on. I saw the fucking. What do you call it? The repercussions of the curve. The fucking
repercussions, dude. You probably got words out your ass, bro. You don't even repercussions. You are. I swear, dude. Yeah, it's like as far as people coming in presenting evidence, dude. This is low hanging fruit, bro. Like you're
Miggy,
just declaring shit.
Miggy, because there's certain things that can only happen in a spherical object when we live in a 24-hour sun. It can only happen where we live on a globe.
Oh my
Here
god!
Here we go with the 20. Dude, I like that you put your track shoes on and you ran away from your own claim and you went to the 24-hour sun where they're okay. Now,
I'm not going there. I'm not running there. I'm just.
You're the one that brought it up, bro. You brought it up.
Well, yeah, I brought it up. I mean, you go there. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you went there because you had nothing with the evidence that you brought forward with your particular claim. Now we're going to investigate.
No, that's not true at all.
Yeah, guaranteed. Because I just exposed you.
Let's stay on lighthouses.
Now we don't have to because you're already your track shoes, man. You just ran away from the claim. So I'm great. Let's go to whatever you want to go to. Go to your 24-hour sun.
I can do I'm cross country, dude. I'll do anything,
dude. So we're now in the 24-hour sun. How does that determine that the Earth is a globe?
It's the only object that a 24-hour sun cycle could ever happen and be observed from the people on the actual surface.
Really?
So you can represent that in
the egg. It couldn't be a cube. It couldn't be something else.
Nope, couldn't.
How did you test? Did you test all the other? Did you test all the other? Hey, did you test?
I tested every shape. I tested, well, not every shape in existence, but I tested all.
There you go.
Shapes.
No, that's a concession. Not every other shape in existence. There you go. That's a concession. You're busted, bro. Look right
only in your mind, dude. Only in your mind because you're crazy.
You gave up the ghost right there. You didn't test everything.
There's no ghost because it ain't flat.
Yeah. So how did you know?
I tested flat. It ain't flat.
You didn't. You didn't test all shapes in existence. So that also proves that you can't conclusively say the Earth is a globe.
I definitely tested flat, and it can't be flat. There's no 24-hour sunlight ever possible on a flat.
How did you test flat? Show us that.
Tested. Also did the eclipses too. Eclipses can
no. On the 24-hour sun. On the 24-hour sun, how did you test flat? Let's see. You made the claim. You made the claim. I tested flat. I tested flat. Yeah. So go and show us how you did it.
Show you or tell you? What do you mean?
No, I don't care. Show us or tell us.
Yeah. So I'll tell you. Yeah. I had a flat map, like an AE map, and I had a light source, and trying to replicate
an AE map. That's a file.
Oh well, sorry. Well, I tried different. I tried like 30 different flat Earth maps. So whichever one you guys espouse to, probably none. Then I guess. So none of them work. You can't make.
2016, they were saying that if the Earth was flat, the sun would never set. They used to say that. So.
Yeah. Cool.
So if we didn't present, so if we didn't listen to this, if we didn't present a map, then how are you testing what we said of how the Earth is flat? If we didn't present a map,
because it's not really what we're testing. We're testing to see.
You're the one that tested the map, right? You said I tested the flat Earth.
I personally did.
Yeah, you said you did. So if we didn't present to you a map, then how did you test the flat Earth?
Because even though you guys don't want me to kind of say you guys have a map, we all know that the fucking Earth is flat.
No. You answer my question, dude.
Because you're just being a scoundrel.
Bro,
just being a scoundrel.
Rob, if we did not present a map to you, and you're claiming that you tested all these other AE maps and shit, and if we didn't present one to you, then how can you test the flat Earth based on what we're saying?
Cool. If you don't have a map that ain't flat, dude, then you can't claim flat Earth.
No. We didn't say that either. But all
I don't care what you said. I don't care what you said, dude. You're not the propagator anyway. You're not a leader.
Yeah. So if we didn't present, go ahead.
Let's get to his test. Let's get to a test. What did you do?
This guy thinks you think you're like a leader or something.
No, we want to know. No, Rob. We want to know what you did, Rob. What did you do? Describe your test to us. Yeah, you didn't test shit. We know you did.
There you go.
And
I'm taking a drink of water.
Right?
I'm taking a drink of water.
Okay. Even if you did test that light source AE map, how did you figure out what it would look like from that location? Wouldn't you have to put your camera at that location?
Yeah.
And then move the light source and then record it from there? How did you do that?
Instead of guessing, you should just let me tell you what I did. You wouldn't have to guess. I mean, this is what I'm saying. This is what you guys do. You guys try to foreshadow what people say so you can make your argument, dude. You guys, that's your problem. You guys never have a conversation. You just wait to talk.
because you can't physically do that. It's physically impossible.
Well, I did do it. I physically did it in my
Okay,
garage.
so tell us, where was the camera?
Yeah.
Where
Well,
was
the camera was wherever I wanted to be. I was holding the camera, moving it around.
No, it needs to be on the surface of the earth, right? Because that's where you see the sun from, the surface of the earth. So it has to be on the surface of the earth. So
yeah,
is that where the camera was? Is that where the camera was?
No, but yeah, I had two cameras. Yep, in the wood.
You're lying, dude. You're fucking lying, sack of shit, bro.
There you go. There goes his test.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy's just retarded. I know, Indio, man, you're arguing so lame.
The secrets of the world were unlocked in his garage, Indio.
I can't believe you guys are playing. I can't believe you guys are playing this much tonight. I'll give you guys props. Usually,
You got a video, don't you, Rob? You got a video of that one in your garage, right?
Yeah, he
I got all kinds of videos. I got all kinds of videos, dude. I'm telling you, I proved a long time ago the Earth is a globe, man. Now I'm down with some crazy shit, man. But
yeah, he's in too deep, man. He's got that sunk cost fallacy. So
you know what it is for me. It's one thing to be thought of as
globe Earth or bust for this guy. Like
it's one thing to be thought of as a conspiracy guy, but it's another thing to be thought of as dumb. I just can't roll with this thing, the flat Earth shit.
Nah, dude, dumb is what you're wearing all day long. Like that's what you're wearing all day long.
If you can't roll with this so-called flat Earth shit, Rob Noxious, why don't you show us measured drop over distance and we'll all fuck off and leave you alone?
I also cannot believe that Rob gives a shit what anybody thinks of him.
No, I really don't. It's like everybody else. You get drawn in, dude.
You've been embarrassing yourself for an hour and a half straight with no shame.
It's like
so I know
it's like
you
anybody
don't
else. It's like honestly, in the back of every Goldberg's mind, everybody's gonna be all.
Yeah, if we were to,
if we just say the right thing to him.
If we were to take stock of all that you brought forth today within the hour and a half that you've been here, is absolutely zero evidence for the globe. Zero. Not one thing you said provided any evidence that the
All right, here we go. That's it.
It was
I got
only
evidence.
based
I got
on
evidence.
That's it. That's it, dude. What else you got?
That's it.
Based
I got
on your
evidence.
anecdotal evidence, you got nothing.
Okay, that's it. I got some written down shit. You want me to go to my? I got some fucking notes written down. I got notes written down. Hold on. I argue with you. I argue with a whole bunch of people. Listen, hey, Meggie, I go on YouTube live streams and argue with all these Aboriginal Americans, they call themselves. I argue with all kinds of people, dude, about all kinds of shit.
I don't give a shit.
Yo, live stream from your garage, man.
I got some. I should do that, dude. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, you're losing your globe religion in here. That's what you're doing.
No, because I really
or at least it's getting damaged or pelted or whatever you want to call it. Because you ain't recovering from the shit that you said. Nothing you have said has any coherence to it being a globe. Not even in an academic sense, dude. You haven't brought anything forward that anybody's ever like. All of it's just built on. Well, I think I've been on a boat, so the Earth's a globe. Like you sound really dumb, dude.
Yeah, maybe it's the mic quality. I don't know.
No, I think it's the brain quality. That's what I think.
No, well, opinions vary. To me, you sound like.
I think there's a consensus here.
To me, it sounds like after I work, I go visit some people in the mental home, and you guys are all like there, like, "Hey, it's Rob. Hey, like, hey, I see a UFO, and he told me that was his friend, and he's gonna bring me to the planet Zultan. Yeah." And it's like, some crazy fucks, dude. Everybody's got some kind of crazy story. Like, I know the truth about flat Earth. No, you don't. I do. I found the ethereal, which is placement of the toroidal field. It's fucking.
All right, I'm back. What'd you say, Rob?
Yeah. Oh, I'll do it again. You guys got the ethereal displacement of a toroidal field. Yeah.
Pure gold, man.
Who's eating Gilbert's grapes? Who's eating Gilbert's grapes?
Yeah, someone ate my grapes. Someone ate my grapes.
That's what happens, man. We belong to the globe religion for too long. You sound just like him.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you guys can be just like me.
Matching the gas tank. Boom, boom. Matching the gas tank. Boom, boom.
Listen, man, I've been down with fucking conspiracy since the 90s, bro. I love Alex Jones. Dude, I used to have a bug out bag of shit. I still have like 10.
Yeah, but this isn't a conspiracy theory.
I know, you're right. It isn't. You're right. It isn't. It's a cult, dude.
Yeah, the one that you're in. Yeah,
Rob,
the one
that's
that you're
not
in.
a
Yeah.
Special ed.
Rob says it's a cult. Listen, you're literally you're not into conspiracy, but you're in here defending someone else's idea that you don't even understand. Who's in the cult? You, bro. You.
Yo, bro. Don't come at me, bro.
Yeah,
Dude, you're
he's
in a
losing
cult.
touch.
And you're defending the cult like a nutball. Making no sense. Saying shit that you don't even believe.
You will believe it. You get older, you'll believe it.
No, you don't even believe it. Bro, you don't believe it. You don't believe the own words coming out of your mouth.
Facts.
Mm-hmm. You'll see. One day you'll
See
just
what,
be like,
dude?
oh. The
Man,
reality
there is never gonna be a day. There will never be a
Goes
day,
out with
dude.
a declaration of faith. You'll see. NASA
Yeah.
will come down and save us.
We've been calling your dumbasses out for 10 fucking years, dude. Day in and day out, fucking shellacking PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists. They're the dregs
What are
of
you gonna-
fucking these guys, dude. There's
What are you
nothing
gonna-
that you fucking hell no, dude.
What are you gonna do when they tell you that there's an asteroid or a comet that's gonna impact Earth, telling you it's coming, the judge exact date, and it hits. Where you gonna say it came from? Because space ain't real.
Oh my God, dude. Listen to that, Andy. You hearing this guy?
Where'd it come from? If space ain't real, where'd it come from?
Get a load of this
You
guy.
got your asteroid insurance? You got your asteroid insurance paid up?
I didn't ask you about asteroid insurance, saying if it did.
But I know what I'm going to do. I'll tell you right now. I'm going to go buy all the toilet paper for everyone else, and I'm going to sell it at a markup.
But would that not prove space is real if an asteroid came or comet?
No.
Oh, that wouldn't prove space is real. I gotcha. What if aliens came down? What if aliens came down and said, "We are from space, bro. We came from space"? Would you be like,
this is your
bro,
friend, Rob.
go.
Rob, this is
not
your buddy
Radowin.
talking to you.
Oh, not Radowin, dude.
Rob, this is your friend. Why are you causing trouble tonight?
Man, this guy's got the old man chair creaking. You hear the old man chair creaking? Dude. He had to put his teeth back in to get out.
I thought we had an agreement.
It's in
We're all
his
good,
name,
bro.
man.
Yeah, dude, you can't. I am what I am, bro.
One fell from the sky. Wouldn't you guys believe it came from space? Oh,
Yeah.
Lord.
Oh, great. One of the most craziest people left.
That make the freaking ground flat? Probably not.
Oh, my fucking... This is just...
Are you fucking riding like a rubber ducky or something, dude?
Rob, I'm with you. Do not get me wrong. I am with you. Do not worry.
What, in the same special ed class?
Yeah, the guy who's with you sounds like he's wearing legs, rolling around on the ground.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm trying to... Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, we hear that shit, bro.
You were right.
Man.
This is starting to sound like a fucking cult. Like
It's all good, dude.
Like-
Good
like-
fun, dude.
fuck. This is giving me a fucking headache.
Yeah, the cult of all we want is you to provide measured drop over distance. Oh my god, it sounds so dangerous to be in.
Dude, what if you guys get
Why are you
bubble
putting us
outfits
into a
like the bubble
cult
wrap
and
out?
stuff, dude? Like, why does it feel like a cult?
Zoltan.
Because at this point, through what I just thoroughly experienced with being muted and silenced and all, it definitely feels like, with all throughout that entire yelling and that argument, I don't really feel like a lot was gained.
We really don't care about the feelings
Exactly.
part, right?
Yeah, that's really cool.
Like,
That's
bring
really
bring the
cool.
cowbell, dude. Fucking and shut us down, man.
All right. I got some information here. I'm going through my notes. I'm building up a little presentation here.
Yeah, no, not you, Rob. You just sit
Oh.
back and
Hell
behave
yeah,
yourself.
no for Rob, man.
Oh, I got it.
You wore Alpha out, man.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So, Videns, you going to step up to the plate? or are you going to just call out from the stadium?
So, you guys believe that the Earth is flat. Why?
It's not a belief.
Why?
It's measured flat. I told you that earlier. Because of how flat it is.
No one has a comeback for that for some reason.
Because they're trying to think of one.
They're trying to think of.
It's just so plainly stupid.
Okay.
So plain.
It's plainly
mediocre.
Flat. Okay, you're hammered.
If I were to, if I'm observing something, like we're only, then you're just saying that you're only looking at it from your.
Let's just say you're observing something. You've gone down to the beach. You've looked across the water. You're observing flat water. Why are you thinking ball if you're observing flat? Vidance, why are you thinking in your brain, does it have an image of a ball when you're looking at a flat surface? Where did your brain
I'm sorry,
break?
in what context is this? Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, but you drunk too much again.
You see a ball?
This is your thinking. This is what we're trying to get out of you. Why is it you perceive a ball when you're looking at a flat surface? Why do you think ball when you go to the beach? You go to the beach, you look out, you see a beautiful, flat, calm day. And all you can have going through your head is, I live on a ball. Why is that? Where do you link a flat surface to a fucking ball?
Have you ever looked through a telescope at all?
And this has got what to do with you.
About, like, the deepest hole? Have you ever
This has got what to do with you constructing a ball out of a flat surface. Me looking through a telescope has got nothing to do with you explaining how you get a ball out of looking at a flat surface.
When you look at the moon, what do you see on a nice, beautiful, misty day? When you look at the moon, what do you see?
You're at the beach. You're looking at the water.
We don't see the Earth. We're talking about the Earth, not the moon.
What do you see? What do you see when you look out and you see other pictures of examples of other floating objects in the void of space?
Who said the Earth is an object floating in the void of space? Who said that?
Who the hell said the Earth was flat?
I did.
Majority of people
it's observed that way.
Okay, then I'm the person that said that shit.
Have you ever?
I'm the person that said that we're like 5 minutes, like not even a minute ago.
Bro,
I said that.
You're hammered, and I'm losing my patience. I don't like drunks. So
if you're losing your I'm not drunk. I'm not hammered. Absolutely not.
Then you're on fucking dust, or you're fucking on Betty.
Almost certainly not.
Almost.
I mean, you can believe what you want, but I feel like I know what I know.
Okay, so
and like seriously, like what that guy was saying.
So
Robert,
you said you know what you know. So how do you know the Earth's a globe? Tell us that.
My question is, how do you know? Like
burden reversal. Just answer the fucking question.
I already answered your question. I already answered that. We already answered that, dude. Your turn.
Okay, now.
How do you know the Earth's a globe?
Other examples: the moon, the sun,
something else,
other planets we have observed.
Something else,
what do you mean something else? What do you mean something else?
Okay,
what else could I possibly say? Look closer at those things. Is the Earth is the moon flat? Is the sun flat? Are the stars flat?
Okay. Calm down, dude. Calm down. Why are you saying the Earth is equivalent to those things? Why do you think they're the same?
Because they are similar objects that are floating within the vastness of space.
Okay, list the similarities.
Circular. They are spherical.
But you don't observe the Earth as spherical.
And seriously,
And that's,
what would we
that's
call
that,
it? Like,
that's
if
what it
we
is
have
when
examples of
you're
other
trying to
sciences,
prove.
like, what would we call it? Like, what would we call it? The flat sphere? If it was,
Yeah, run
like,
away from your own claim. I'm watching you run away from your own claim, dude.
running away from my own claim. I'm bouncing all over the place trying to figure this shit out. Well, you are just standing there in stubbornness, probably having a massive stick
You're
up
gonna
your
get
ass
muted.
right now.
3,
Being
2,
incredible. You've already
1.
muted me several
You're
times.
gonna get muted, dude. Keep it up. You're gonna get muted. No one needs to talk to you. I don't need to talk to you. I'm gonna ask you again. What are the observable
All right
similarities?
then, Karen.
What are the observable similarities? List them.
Sphere.
You don't observe the Earth as a sphere. So list the observable similarities.
Do we have any pictures? Like we I'm pretty sure we have plenty of pictures taken.
Who's we?
The human race, humanity as a collective. I'm sorry. Do we have any Martians in the audience?
There is no we. There is no we. You've never taken a picture of the Earth in space, so there's no we.
I assimilate we as just the human race.
Someone said,
general.
"Hey."
No,
dude,
I haven't
this is a
personally.
big-
I have
okay,
not
you're just
personally
saying it,
been to the moon. Absolutely not. No,
Yeah, you can
it
go
would
to
be
hell. Troll.
Yeah, Indio, he's wasted.
Yeah. Speaking of trolls, this FRTT numpty that's in
Raven, you ever noticed that's the only way they can get the nuts to come in here? They have to get drunk off their ass.
Yep, that's the only way.
Sorry for interrupting, Matrix. Sorry.
No, you're right, man. I was just wondering about this FRTT doormat that keeps flicking in and out of text chat. Has he been in voice chat yet?
I'm not sure. That's a negative.
All right, so all we're doing is arguing with ChatGPT. And it's false logic. And it's already been proven false multiple times by multiple different people.
Oh, we got a ChatGPT stenographer?
Yeah.
Yeah, expert.
It's literally trying to say the AI is so retarded. It's trying to say that the closer you get to the surface, the more pronounced the curve in the horizon is going to be.
If gravity causes gas pressure, shouldn't enough gravity boil water? Is there like boiling water at the edge of a black hole or something? Mm-hmm. How come they don't have gravity in the phase transition diagrams?
Heard a guy say the edge of the black hole was like 1,000,000 degrees. It was something ridiculous. I was like, wow. Unfucking real.
Well, I heard something today for the first time. It was that Einstein's field equations are a 4x4 matrix. And in that matrix are a bunch of values. And some of the values are, distance in XYZ coordinates and time length in XYZ coordinates. But there's also an angle difference between the angles between the XYZ coordinates, which makes sense. But then they were like, these last three are the angle between times. How do you have a fucking angle between times? How the fuck does that make any sense? What's the angle between? And they're not talking about the angle of the hands on the clock. They're talking like, what's the angle between Tuesday and Wednesday? It's so like, they think that they say things like this, that like they sound smart. It's like, no, you sound retarded.
Well, the guy said all you needed was three things launching footballs, and he could figure out. Did he say angles from that the other day, India? Said he could get an angle
Oh yeah, yeah.
from launching
Football's in the dark, right?
footballs.
The football had to be in a dark closet. Remember?
That guy was good.
Dude, someone actually talked to me on X, and he was like, "Dude, I heard that shit." That guy, he was like, "I heard you last night." And he posted me the link to that Varun or whatever his name is, and Valen. He was like, "Oh my god, that fucking." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, that dude was a piece of work, man. Total piece of work." That people like that guy are what I consider people like that are bullshit artists. They're he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he says everything he says with a lot of confidence, and he never breaks character and never
Yeah,
concedes. It's
I love those
like
guys. I
you
love
gotta
it because
practice that day.
yeah, they're so sure that flat earthers are stupid that they just keep like making up some bullshit. But he never did he? Never did break character.
Nope, never broke character. He came in and he says, "I can't." He says, "So many people in here. I thought this was a LARP." It's the first thing he said when he entered the chat.
Yeah, other people come in and say, "Why are so many people muted? They're all bots, right? There's no way a room's this busy."
And then 20 mics open up.
This one side of the butt.
Well, someone is roboting.
Flat Earth is as popular as Iran and Israel war.
It's actually pretty popular then.
And is are there black bears around up where you're at? Like in the when it gets kind of in the
Not
forest and
in
shit.
Boston, but in the western part of Massachusetts, like right at it's called Florida Mountain. So it's like it's right at the it's where it butts up against. It's not quite in New York State, so it's probably like 30 miles from the New York border, right where it butts up against Vermont in northern Massachusetts. Has the highest density of black bear population in America. There's a lot of them. They're not big, but there's a lot. There's like no people. You know what I mean? It's actually kind of like a weird plateau because if you drive out there to get over it, you're like going uphill forever, and then you're going down the other side in the valley. But like it's like a plateau that's like maybe 10 miles across, and north to south. It's probably you can't even get into it from the south or the north. There's only a road that cuts across it. So there's a lot of black bears.
If the Earth is flat, okay, and then if all the icebergs were to melt, doesn't that mean that the Earth would get flooded a lot more because of the roundness of the sphere with the gravity of the moon generates high tide and low tide because the Earth's water on a round sphere is kind of oval shaped because the water's squished to that concept if it was flat.
Where did you get the idea that the moon creates tides?
Oh well, it's a proven thing, I believe. I'm not like an expert, but I thought because I say there's always high tide, low tide is based on the weeks and the way of the moon. I don't know. I don't have any evidence of it. That's just a general question. Like, I mean, I'm probably going to get torn to pieces right now.
Yeah, the reason I bring it up is because most of the Earth has no tides at all.
Well, that's not. I thought the water of the sphere was slightly oval shaped because the way that the Earth spins, the South Pole and the North Pole have less water density than to the middle of the equator.
Yeah, that they actually teach that wrong.
Okay.
Even in the globe model, they teach it wrong. Is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Tides are caused by like hydrostatic pressure. that's like coming down from the poles. So it's like a think of it, if you had the surface of the Earth and a bunch of vectors that point at the moon, because different parts of the Earth are different distances. The pressure is the tug of gravity is uneven. So because it's uneven, it creates like a high static pressure, and water pushes other water up. It's not the moon pulling on the water.
Oh, so the moon, even on a flat Earth, in a flat Earth format, I'll say, the moon doesn't still draw. The gravity of the moon doesn't make higher tide where it spins in your system. It doesn't do that at all. The moon doesn't.
No. There's a correlation between the moon and the sun in tide heights, but it's just like a correlation. So they're higher and lower sometimes depending on the moon's position. But there's also 20 other variables they use to predict tide heights. So, and like I said, there's like most of the water on Earth, most of it has no tides at all. And I'm talking about the ocean. I'm not talking about like the Great Lakes or rivers or something. I'm talking about most of the, if you look up tidal nodes, they're also called andromic points.
Yeah.
And it'll show, if you look that up, it'll show you a map of where the difference in high tide and low tide is less than a millimeter, meaning it's not measurable. That's most of the water on the sea. There's some places that have like 3 tides a day, 2 tides a day, 4 tides a day. I heard that Tahiti has like tides the exact same time every day. Like it's always 7 o'clock, right? So 7 o'clock low tide, 7 o'clock high tide, 7 o'clock low tide, 7 o'clock high tide. So tides, it does correlate to the moon in some respects, but it's like the gravitational theory of tides kind of really don't, pardon the pun, it doesn't hold water.
Okay.
Or in layman's term, if you have a cup full of water with ice cubes in it and the ice cubes melt, is the water going to overflow?
No, well, I don't think it does it? Because I don't think it doesn't. It doesn't. But the reason what they say about global warming is in Antarctica, there's ice shelves that sit on the actual land that are sliding into the water. Therefore, that's where they say sea rise levels will go up because the water and these are hundreds of meters high, these ice shelves, and they're not even in the water, but they're sliding into. And these things are 50 kilometers by 50 kilometers in diameter, and they're broken off. Like A23A at the start of this year, it broke off in 1986, but was stuck on the seabed floor and never actually fully submerged. So now that thing's broken off and the media's not covering this, it's out in the ocean drifting. When that thing melts, the ocean levels around the world are going to rise because that was sitting on the seabed floor.
They've been talking that bullshit since like 1970, man. Don't you think they'd be selling all the freaking shorefront property, all the people in Florida? They'd just be like, all right, selling. It's all going to be underwater.
I don't want to get off subject here because, I mean, it's rich men make money now and sell seafront properties. Worry about it in 50, 60 years' time when it's all fucked. They don't care. Sorry, but I want to stay on track here. There's an actual science about what's A23A. It was sitting on the seabed floor, so it actually wasn't, it's water density that's not calculated to today. And it's look it up if you know what I'm talking about. It broke off in 86, and then this year it finally got broken away from being stuck on the seabed floor. It drifted and finally got loose, and now it's drifting down Iceberg Alley. It's drifting, and it's huge. And the thing is that big, it generates its own weather patterns.
Alley.
I don't think one iceberg is going to raise the water level of the world.
But this one was sitting on the seabed floor. But it was sitting on the seabed floor for the last 30 years. It was snapped off, but it's been sitting on the floor. So its water density has it. Yeah. Okay.
I'm saying is I don't think one iceberg is going to do much anything.
It's the biggest one in the world ever recorded.
Iceberg in the
Oh, it's
freaking
like the
realm
size of New Jersey or
melted.
something.
I don't think it would
Yeah,
do
it is. And it's that big, it generates, and they've sent research vessels out to it, and they're stating that it's that big, as I said before, it generates its own snow, storms, and everything that are over the iceberg. It generates its own weather patterns. And 3 months ago, it got stuck in a whirlpool in the just short, about a few months after it broke off. It got stuck in a huge whirlpool. It stopped moving and started spinning on the spot. It did that for a month and a half, and now it's broken free from the whirlpool effect, which is a phenomenon that's documented. It's an actual well-known phenomenon that happens in the ocean, and the iceberg's back on its journey again, heading towards warmer waters.
It's going to cause the
Why
Coriolis.
don't they like tow it to like? They should like tow it to the Middle East so they have fresh drinking water.
Oh well, I don't know. But I'm just talking about flat earthers here. That is water and ice that will melt, and I don't know. I'm just wondering because about the gravity. Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. For unaccounted water, won't it sort of dispute sort of current AI models of flat earthers because it's a variable that was unallowed for. Do you understand what I'm trying to say without sounding like an idiot? My natural tongue makes me sound dumb.
I'm sure they'll make up some nonsense about how snipers have to, account, bigger Coriolis because of the spinning iceberg.
So I don't really get your point. Like, I don't understand what an iceberg has to do with any of this.
Oh, because the Earth is flat. And just give me a moment. I have to back this camera a little bit. Let me get out. Let me get closer to the PC so it doesn't drop. Can you hear me still? Have it dropped?
Yeah. Actually, the Earth actually is flat measurably, and everybody uses it that way. So you keep saying if Earth was flat, show us one situation or technology that uses Earth, but anything but flat, stationary, and contained.
Well, you know what I was just thinking? If that iceberg's the size of New Jersey, how much curvature is in that iceberg?
Oh, there could be curvature in it because surely there's mountain ranges on it. Yeah, it's a hard question.
Well, I mean,
it's 400 meters high.
Right? Well, listen,
they reckon it's 400 meters. Yeah, go. Yeah, go.
Yeah, if it's frozen water, if it's frozen water and the water is curved, then the iceberg should be curved, right? Because if it was flat, iceberg was flat, right? And it's 100 miles long. That means the ends of the iceberg will be higher up out of the water than the center.
Well, it's 40 kilometers by 40 kilometers. But I mean, snow dumped. Yeah, it's 40 k's by 40 k's. But I don't know. I don't have your answer because it could be mountains. It's like the same as the Earth. We've got mountains. We've got valleys. The iceberg would have the same concept. I'm assuming, but it is 400 meters thick. So it's not a little iceberg. But I just bring it to your attention. That's all. It's just a theory that I thought about it. Because the way that the Earth spins and the water. Because the water sits on an oval shape on a round Earth that they say. I'm not just using any, but that's what they say. How the water sits on the Earth like not a spear, but slightly warped because it's higher. That's all. That's all. I'm not a genius.
You're making me think about something because we've done laser tests that are 40 kilometers, and the laser should be able to measure 127 meters curve. So it would be a good idea to get on this iceberg and maybe do some tests, man. That would be badass.
Well, it's drifting. I mean, I'm following it on Twitter. There's an actual whole Twitter page designated to it, and
that's awesome.
Yep.
That's awesome, man.
You can actually find it on Twitter. Oh, it's because it's a world event. They're calling it a world event. You know what I mean? Like scientists are rushing towards it with research vessels, and they're just observing it. Well, this radio. So it's
Did they ask the iceberg if it condemns Hamas?
Sorry,
I'm
what did
kidding,
you
man.
say?
I said, did they ask the iceberg if it condemns Hamas?
Oh. It's a subject I don't want to get into because I don't do
It's just
politics.
funny, dude. Well, I'm just making a joke.
That's okay.
Because you like it's a world event while like places are exploding, man. Like, sorry, the iceberg is a low priority for me.
I know it's not, but it will. Yeah, I know it's not.
It says that A76 iceberg is the largest iceberg on Earth. That it's threatening the penguin population. How about that? Uh-oh.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So all the penguins are out on this cruise liner instead of staying at home.
Like, I respect you, flat earthers, because I like how you question things. You know, you bring something. You know, you bring things to. You make some sense to a degree, not all sense, but some sense.
Well, the globe is nonsense, though.
You'll be fine, dude. Don't worry.
I'm not worried. I mean, we've got a meteorite coming towards us in 2032 that they said there's got a 4% chance. I mean,
Meteorite insurance, it's $39.59 a month. But if it hits your house, especially since you know when it's going to hit, it pays $10 million cash.
Yeah, I bet you they go belly up the insurance companies. It's just a Ponzi scheme to take your money now.
I hope I get a good seat.
Why? I'm offering it to you. You pay me $40 a month, and I'll pay you $10 million if that hits your house.
If it hits anywhere 100 kilometers away from you or 50 kilometers away from you, you're in trouble. You know what I mean? Like,
Sounds great.
I thought the guy was
can't wait to see it. I hope I get to see it. That'd be awesome.
when he said, "Do you have asteroid insurance?" But I guess this is a thing.
It can't be. He's trolling. Surely you're trolling.
Would you like to buy?
No, it was a joke. I was just wondering. You said there's a big asteroid coming.
You can insure anything, dude. Just like you can gamble on anything.
Yeah, my asteroid insurance is better, and it's only $24.95.
You got Geico, right, bro?
Here's another thing. If we're on a flat Earth, okay, and the asteroid hits us, wouldn't it snap us in half like a disc? How thick is the Earth then?
Yeah,
if it's a flat Earth?
You've got a misconception, brother.
This is not the asteroid you're looking for.
If you've got a record player and you shoot a bullet at a record player, like a disc, an old record disc, wouldn't it just punch straight through and shatter it? But if it hit a round, solid ball, it would be more density.
When you think of the flat Earth, is it a disc in space, bro?
Well, it's flat, isn't it? It have to be like a disc.
But do you think we're floating? We're floating in space somewhere.
It could be a triangular disc with like an upside down pyramid, and we're on the bottom of the base.
Nobby, what he's trying to get out of you.
It's a triangular disc.
What he's trying to get out of you, TV, is your perception of how you see flat Earth. Do you see the biscuit flying through space? Is that how you perceive flat Earth?
Well, that's the way I believe it's described as.
No,
isn't it?
No.
Pizza.
So we need to dispel that myth that you have an idea in your head of what flat Earth is, and that's not what we know it to be. Earth is it's on a foundation.
Yeah.
It's not a disk. It's not moving out in some outer space area. It's a contained system. It's stationary and it's on foundations.
So that would have to be.
I'm gonna ask Radwin a question.
Yeah.
In your test, Radwin, which one of them is it A, B, or C that's the triangle disc?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Who's this for?
Carry on.
Foundations, like more than one foundation, like more than one foundation, right? You said foundations, so
Okay, who's doing this, Tony or Nobby?
Okay, the way flat Earth is depicted, like on the internet and in the media, that's not what we think, dude. Nothing like it. We don't think the Earth is a disc in space floating around, and we don't think it orbits the sun. We don't think any of that shit. Okay.
Yep. There's no edges. You're not going to fall off when you get to the end. It's contained. So at some point, if you were able to go as far as you possibly could go, which personally, I don't believe it's humanly possible to get to the extremes of Earth. I don't think anybody has ever been there. So we don't know how far that is, but eventually, this is my belief, my speculation, you would run into the container because the container has to contain the gases. It can't have gaps. It has to be a solid barrier containing all the gases, or else they would escape. So it's contained, and if you went to the extremes of Earth, you would run into the container eventually. We don't know what that looks like. No one's been back to tell us they've gotten there.
I think the gas pressure thing probably just went right over his head, right?
You, Sonny?
that was nice.
Yeah, why'd you tell him to shut up?
Who's the burper?
Thanks, gang.
I don't know who that was. Not me.
Who's the fucking 10-year-old?
Fart Slayer.
Impressive belch.
But you understand that we have gas pressure here on Earth, right? That we breathe, our atmos, right?
Okay, yeah.
14 psi or whatever, and right beside us is the vacuum of space, right? So to prevent the air from escaping out into that vacuum or being sucked out into that vacuum, there has to be some sort of barrier.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not saying I know what it is or where it is, but it has to be there. Like you look at gas law and pressure requires a container, man. It's the definition of gas pressure.
Well, there has to be something. That's what I'm agreeing with you with. The science behind it, I don't know, but something has to stop from the air from leaving the Earth. There needs to be some kind of barrier between space and Earth, surely.
Yep. So welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
No. I'm on the fence. Don't get me wrong. I'm not one of you or one of them. I'm just... Okay. Every time I don't repeat my same argument. If I come back in here, I come with a different angle. I think, that's all.
Well, you got a good start with
there is no science. Well, let me just tell you, there is no science for the globe behind gas pressure. They'll just say magic word like gravity causes the gas pressure. But upon further inspection, if you ask them how, if you ask them for any physics model, if you ask them for anything, demonstration, experimentally, they just say it's just the gravity. It's just the gravity. We know gravity exists, though. Gravity creates the gas pressure. Like, there's no evidence for that. They can't even predict what the gas pressure would be. Right? If you have a model of gravity, you should be able to predict what the gas pressure would be, right? They can't do that. They should be able to show an experiment. They can't do that. Like, it's just something that's said because they don't know why there's gas pressure. And they can't explain how somehow there's gas pressure next to a vacuum and it doesn't fuck off into the vacuum. Because no one can actually do that in any experiment. There's no experiment you can do anywhere on Earth where you have a vacuum chamber where you put gas inside of it and it all sinks to the fucking bottom away from the vacuum. That experiment can't be done. But that's what they say the Earth is. The Earth is holding the gas away from the vacuum of space. And my point was, there is no science behind it. It's just a bunch of freaking gobbledygook claims without evidence.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's all good.
Well, I mean, even if you look in the literature, I'm just telling you, if you look in the literature, okay, I want to know how gravity creates gas pressure. You'll just say, gravity causes the gas pressure. They'll just say it. Like, there's no actual evidence behind it. They could literally put anything in there. Magic freaking unicorns cause gas pressure, and they just move on to something else.
Yeah. I kind of do owe the flat earthers like this Discord a lot of respect because I just got out of jail for 10 days and I'm on bail. And the jail psychiatrist said this and that. And I said, what I like to do is I like to go to a flat earth Discord and ask them some questions, legit questions, and then hear them disprove the earth is flat. And the psychiatrist said that's very interesting that you do that. So you guys kind of got me out of jail out on bail. So I'm just sort of not telling you anything on the case, but
seems legit, yeah.
They said that I'm not crazy, but the fact that I do that, I seek knowledge. You know what I mean? So I kind of
No, you sound crazy. Don't worry. If they're sending you a psychiatrist, there's a reason for it.
I've already got a mental health team behind me. I just have to get out of jail to go see him. That's all.
Yeah, try and get them in here, man. Give them the link.
Yeah, we wish you the best of luck, man. You know, like I think you're on the right. You're asking some questions. You know, the questions you're asking are a little bit different than what we mostly hear in here. Are people that are staunch religious globalists, and they're not willing to like venture out beyond the knowledge base or whatever they think knowledge is from their schooling since they were a third grader. And so you being able to step out and say, you know, this thing about gas pressure that you admitted yourself, it has to have a container. That's just the way gases behave. They're actually called axioms. They're natural laws that have never been violated by anyone under any circumstances. You have to have a container for gas pressure. Otherwise, you don't have pressure. You can't even measure gas pressure without the assistance of a container. So these things are just things that we know that are absolutes. You know, so that's a good start. So you're welcome. We're glad we're able to destroy outer space for you because that is actually a fairy tale made for adults. It's Santa Claus 2.0. That's what the globe Earth is.
But one thing that flat earthers believe is they don't know why the government of the world are keeping that from the general public. It just is.
Yeah,
there's no reason behind it.
So the thing about that is we really don't, we honestly, us in here from 24/7 and our home server, we don't really care. Now, have we gone into speculation about why they would lie? Of course we have. We've done that for years. But in here, we stick to the facts. So if they're lying, we should be able to go out and test the Earth's surface in nature and determine if they're lying. We don't have to care about the motivation for lying, why they lied, how they got away with it for 500 years, all these different things. It's really beyond the scope of this whole topic. So we try to stay out of those things because there's no end to the speculation when you start going into that. So in a court of law, motivation is not a factor. The evidence at hand is what decides a case. If there's a witness to something, there has to be evidence that supports the witness. You can't just go on, like the rest of it, the globe Earth is all hearsay. We ask people for the information. They tell us the next person has the information. They're the smart ones. They're the big brains. They have the white coats. They know, and we keep asking on down the line for many, many years. Indio can attest to this. Some of us have been doing this for 10 years, asking experts in all different fields if they have the information about the Earth being a ball, and no one has the information. That's why we're here still. We've asked for the measurement of Earth curvature. No one has been able to provide that at all from any time in history by any method. And I'll shut up. Thanks for letting me share.
I think one thing about that's definitely going to happen to the flat earth community definitely in the next 20 years. Technology is getting so far advanced with possible flying cars, sailing ships. It's going to be to the point where why can't you become an explorer and buy a boat? Like the technology in naval and flying vehicles and flying aeroplanes, someone's going to be able to fly it to the edge of the earth and see what's there and document it and get back and not get shut down by some government sand battering or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's 20 years away.
Yeah, you sound crazy. Yep.
Or swarms of drones or something like
You
that.
got flying cars now? You guys are going to start talking about flying cars?
But why don't we have those pictures now? Why isn't there a picture of somebody that's flown out to the very edge and took a picture of just straight space, right? With just the edge of the earth showing.
They've probably been blown up. They probably got there and then got blown up when they got there. Like, that could be a theory. Well, how far away are they from civilization to travel to the outer rim of the flat Earth? It's got to be some distance.
Not the flat Earth, dude. I'm talking about a globe, right? Like, why don't we have a picture of somebody flying out to the edge of the globe and showing us that fucking sweet spot there, you know, where you can see straight space with just a very edge of the Earth or something in it, right?
Yeah, yeah. Or a zoom in, a zoom in video, live video of the part of the Earth that's supposed to be upside down or sideways. Well, I mean, if Earth was that, they would have done that by now. Even by accident, they would have been able to show this.
D-Mark's always saying that, right? I haven't seen him in a while.
Yep, that would have happened by accident. I mean, they would have shown a live feed of people surfing upside down in Australia, buses upside down, airplanes landing upside down, the rain going up instead of down.
I hear what you're saying. You're saying there should be a satellite of people upside down, like a view from outer space.
Exactly. Not even from outer space, dude. Just to the edge there, right?
But don't they have to get far enough? Oh. No, but don't. I don't. Yes. No, I'm confused.
So check it out. So whenever they show these pictures or these images or videos of them going to space, why is it that Earth is always down? It's always down.
But why do they curve the rocket?
Listen, they never go out to the outer space somewhere and then point up to the Earth. There's a good reason for that. I hear what you're saying. That's when they go up into the air. Whenever anybody goes up into the air, they're always going the same direction. Up is always up at every location on Earth. There's no such thing as down or around the side or underneath. Like, no one's been underneath the Earth and then pointed their camera and show Earth upward. You think about that.
Yeah, it's
you never saw that. Because when they go to low Earth orbit, they're just in low Earth orbit. Earth is downward. It's never up or sideways.
They're not orbiting anything.
Exactly. And none of their technology is orbiting, going around a ball Earth. Like, they're all going up. They all use the same telemetry methods of elevation angles to find the locations of the stars, the planets, the sun, the moon, and all of their technology. Their satelloons, they're all up above us. That's the only place they can be. So if you look into the timeline of like when Project Dominic in the 60s, when they released the test treaty ban of nuclear weapons in the middle of the Cold War. This is 1960, 1962, 63, around there. And they allowed Russia, the USSR, and America to blast high-yield nukes, or so-called nukes, up into the sky And when you see these images, they clearly look like they've hit something. So my personal idea or belief is that they found the edges of, or the extremity of the sky. They hit something and they freaked the fuck out. And they said, holy shit, we are in a contained system and we can't let the peons know about this. So right after that, like 1958, after Admiral Byrd went to the South, 1958, they started NASA. The Antarctic Treaty, then NASA, and then they started blowing these nukes up in the sky. So in 10 years, then they made this big joke about going to the moon. You know? The timeline of all of that is fascinating because there's really something in there between the lines of all of these figures and the things that they were doing. Starting with Admiral Byrd, you know, that's a good place to start. And then how did all this stuff happen? And people that were involved mysteriously dying, you know, like Forrestal, all these high admirals and things like that.
Yeah. I'm listening to you.
Yeah. And it's kind of a side topic because it is getting into the timeline and there's a lot of things we don't know about what happened. But I think there's a lot of information, like I've said, they can gather from looking at the timeline of how these things happen and when they happen. It's very important.
It's a side topic, but still connected to the tree of flat earthers, because the side topic is that, you know, these are people who are discovering flat Earth. So it's a part of the tree of flat Earth, you can say, an offspring.
Yeah, it's part of it.
I mean, there's always a paper trail. There's always and there's always multiple angles on how things came about. But yeah. I don't know, man. The world's definitely corrupt enough, I believe, to keep something big from us, you know, because there's injustices in this world and there's always someone trying to gain from something, some angle.
Yeah, and on Sunday here we have Speculation Sunday. And we usually use that day to speculate all we want, you know. And so that's a good time to come in and speculate because there is a lot of speculation involved. But the one thing that we don't need to speculate on is the figure of Earth, the surface of Earth. We just can go out and measure it ourselves. Long distance observations, you know, everyone here that's been to a coastline and has seen out, looked out at islands off the coast or across a bay of 10, 15, 20, 30 miles. Like, this is common. The Earth cannot be a ball with that happening. Even at 5 miles with the binoculars, you should have 16 feet of vertical drop below your line of sight with a bulge of water in between you and point B. So if you're standing at a shoreline looking 5 miles, you should be able to, like I've done this myself, looked with the binoculars across the bay, 5 miles, 6 miles across, and I see little 1-foot waves breaking on the shore, and you can actually see people in the water. It's supposed to be 16 feet. So how can I see 1 and 2 foot waves in the harbor 5 miles away? That's impossible. And that's nothing. When you go to like views, like I've taken a picture of Catalina at 30 miles, you can see the oil rigs going all the way out to 10 miles, and then you can see fishing boats and lights along the shore of Catalina 30 miles away. And it's not even that great of a picture. That 30-mile distance, like the Globers try to tell us that refraction is responsible for seeing further than what you're supposed to be able to see with a globe of radius 3959, at 1 foot above the water, you should only be able to see a horizon at 1.225 miles. So 1.2 miles. No further. The reason no further is because everything beyond that is dropping down below your line of sight. You would not see water stretching out in front of you, rising up in your visual range. The further out it goes, the higher up it goes. You can test this yourself with observations over water. The water's extending out and going upward in your visual range. The water that's furthest away is higher up in your visual range. And this is observably so. And someone can post the black swan, or I can post my Catalina observation. This is obviously so. On a globe with those dimensions, it would have to be dropping off below. It would disappear at a certain point, and everything beyond that point, you would not see where the water is anymore. You would just see sky.
What about the aircraft carriers in America that have been photographed from a long way away, and the ship is half below its deck line with telescopic lenses, and it's what about that phenomenon?
Right, because things disappear bottom up over flat surfaces. That's what happens on flat surfaces.
Really? I thought it was round. It's disappearing.
Yes. Huh? Yeah, you can test this on yourself. Go look up videos online of coins disappearing on a table, or bricks disappearing on a floor at distance, or tiles disappearing on a long hallway, where the bottom of objects disappear bottom up on flat surfaces.
I'm hearing you, because when you're down along a highway, you see a mirage. If the road's long enough, you do see a beaded white line across the horizon. It's like a mirage. You know the word mirage. You've seen it before, but that's due to heat, isn't it? Coming off the Earth and flickering a mirror effect. I think.
Yeah, you have all these different effects that are happening at the horizon. Now, miraging. There's a mirror.
Like what mirage? You think it's water? It's not water.
There's a mirror line at the horizon sometimes, where a boat, you'll see half of the boat reflected upside down on the water. There's a mirror. There's a line that's like a mirror line at the horizon. All these different effects happen, like miraging and looming, stooping, superior and inferior mirages. These are all common effects that can be shown to happen on flat surfaces. Yeah. Like we have RC boats. India knows a lot about this. RC boats by this YouTube channel called Sky Free. So they show on 1,000-foot lake, RC boats disappearing bottom up in 1,000-foot lake. I believe the camera's like 8 inches above the water, and you show those RC boats disappearing bottom up at 1,000 feet, which is not nearly enough if curvature was involved to make those things happen with the RC boats. So I'll post a few things in the chat, so you can look at those on your own time or whatever.
You can DM him straight to me if you want to DM him straight to me, because I'm outside detailing my BMW. So if you could just I will actually look him up, because that's what I do.
Yeah, I'll DM you a couple things.
But I'm still on the fence, just to let you know. I don't know what is what. I'm just, I never say you never stop learning. That's one thing that's about me. And that's why they reckon my mental health team, they reckon that I'm a little bit crazy. But I said, prove to me that I'm crazy. I just I just like a sponge in a bucket of water. I just keep absorbing everything. I'm not closed off. It's not like putting a brick in a bucket of water and it doesn't absorb anything. It's not my fault.
For you, man. Maybe you're not the one that's crazy. Maybe all of them are a little
Well,
bit
that's
crazy.
my debate to the mental health team at the moment. But I need them to say that I'm crazy to get me off the hook at the moment. So I need crazy.
I get it. No worries, man.
And you know, crazy someone if they put me next to this to jail. Jail's bullshit. Jail's all about haircuts, and it's a university for criminals. That's what jail is, right? It's not what it used to be, I believe, and it's just bullshit. And I could do jail, but to me, it's a waste of my time to be in jail. I'd rather not go to jail because I've got nothing to gain from it. Like, I didn't do anything bad enough to warrant, yeah, okay, you're a piece of shit, go to jail. So, fuck, you know, like, yeah. Just don't put me in a restraint jacket. You can get fucked. Like, they reckon in jail these days, they give you, you can take a PC in there. You may not get an internet connection, but you can surf the net and do research and shit, you know, to a certain extent, like browser stuff, but you can't send email. They've probably got a VPN or something to block certain sites, but you still got access. I don't know what the jails are like in America, but some jails, the minimum security jails, they reckon it's just like being on the outside world, but it's just fucked. The whole government's fucked. Well, I'm about to go in, I think, in about 5 minutes. I'll read them links you've given me to chill.
I sent. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to tell you before you go. I sent you an invite to our home server. That's the 24/7 Flat Earth server.
I think I've got that one. No one's ever in there. No one's in there, but it's sort of empty a lot. A lot of you guys are here.
Yeah.
In this Discord.
Every now and then we go in there. We'll have meetups in there where we go to the home server, but we have tons of information, terabytes of information on there, to Z, all alphabetized down at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I should be utilizing it.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff there, man. I think you'll enjoy that. Yeah, I'll post a couple images in the chat for everybody else watching. The image I was talking about of Catalina at 30 miles, I'll post that. Let me see here. There's that one. And hold on, let me post some more details about that. 1 second. Don't post for a second if you would. Should put them together, but that's all right.
I wonder why car detailers get paid good money. It's not a quick minute job to like wipe a whole car down.
Well, stay out of trouble, man.
Well, the choices are I fuck up once and I go back in for 15 weeks and that's just shit, or because I'm out on bail, or just keep my head down, jump on Discord and play video games and become a cave melon. But there's no difference between being a cave melon at home or a cave melon in jail. The difference is I'm not stuck in a jail for toilets. You know what I mean? With some random dude that's rotating, and you get a new guy every 2 weeks. It's like, nah.
Yeah, you get a nice room with a view now, dude.
What's that, dude? What did you say?
I said you get a nice room with a view now.
What now? Yeah, well, I had a view of the city skyline because I was in the middle of Adelaide CBD. But it's like having to do roll call in the morning and at night time, and then getting locked in your cell at 5:30 in the afternoon, straight after dinner for the rest of the night. Like, it's just like inside of a broom closet. It's not appealing, you know. So not for me. So just don't do anything retarded. That's what my goal is. Don't be retarded. If I be retarded, I pay the price because it's me that is going to send me off.
Nothing's worth giving up your freedom for like that, man. So
yeah, so
not worth it, bro.
So you just get the voluntary lockup, right? It's a good alternative.
I understand what freedom is, man, and yeah, and look, butter is the main currency at the moment in Australian jails because they don't allow smoking. It's all banned.
Butter.
Butter is currency, and milk. Butter and milk.
Noodles, and noodles, and
the
salt.
butter thing is something you wouldn't really want to admit to being a major currency in jail.
What's the major currency you were saying? What would be it? We want to admit to.
Admitting that butter is the major currency whilst you're locked in a cell with another bloke.
No, it's the soap. They seem to give you unlimited bars of soap.
I was confused if you're talking about butter like you cook with or butter that you smoke.
No, not a smoke. Tea bags. I drink cup of teas. That's a highly sought after item, the tea bags, because the prisoners smoke the cup of tea bags. They smoke the leaves because they're addicted to smoking. They have to smoke anything.
Oh my god!
And to light the cigarettes that they try and make, they stick wires into the power points and try and spark them together to get spark to light their cigarettes. This is bizarre.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And I thought, just get me out of here.
So they're probably
I'm a gamer.
Are they soaking the tea bags in butter and then trying to smoke them? I'm just kidding.
Oh, mate. I don't know, but it's like just get me out of here. But just get me out, and I'll be a good boy. Put an ankle bracelet on me. Do anything, but I'm a gamer. I'm not a criminal. I'm not what I am. What they're saying that I am. It's like, fuck off.
Now the elephant in the room. How'd you get in?
Nah. Everyone asks that in jail, and it's like, get fucked. They're not saying nothing. Nothing bad. It's just bullshit, and I don't want to go into it.
It's funny because I know if you make like a weed butter, the fat content in the butter reacts with the THC and it causes it to become psychoactive, and it makes it more potent, right? So I'm not saying that that's happening with the tea, but it's just a funny coincidence.
It makes it edible.
Yeah, nah. Yeah. But because I'm a big bloke, right? Like, not fat, but a strong bloke. And I'm 45, but I look like I'm 50. And I had a lot of the young blokes coming up to me in their 30s and 35s that think that they're tough and they got street credit. Because I knew that I wanted to keep to myself. And they're like, you look good for an old bloke. You know what I mean? Because I've got a lot of grey hairs, but I'm quite staunched for my age. Because I've got a lot of grey hairs. They thought I was 55, 50 years old, but quite strong. And I got left alone. I didn't get involved in politics or anything like that, like prison politics. I just went under the radar, and yeah, it's like, fuck that. Some people want to stay in jail because they prefer it, but fuck that. I prefer my freedom. It's weird.
You almost got like a PTSD, eh, dude?
Oh, mate. Oh, mate. Anyone stuck in confined space, you know what makes it worse is, which the normal people, is video games and computers. They've actually related it to like a heroin addiction. To anyone that, if you were to get turned away from your computer, all right, or your talking device, and have to go cold turkey, they've actually done scientific evidence on this, and they say the withdrawals is very similar to a heroin addict's withdrawals, like gamers that use communications and games. That's how bad the addiction of what we have that we don't understand. You try going cold turkey for 15, 20 days and not talk to anyone or use a computer. You'll tweak out. You'll tweak out. And they've done the studies. We're addicted. We're all addicted to communication. It's just the difference is we're high functioning addicted because we talk to everyone from the walks of life. That's what I said to my mental health team. I use Discord, and we always talk to everyone from all sorts of walks of life. So we don't have problems of meeting new people, but it being snatched away from that, our comfort zone, because we come here for comfort as well, not only on our beliefs. It's ingrained in us to socialize on Discord. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, or do you sort of see my angle?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, people are addicted to their electronics just like they are heroin. Yeah, it's almost just as bad.
I'm addicted to Discord and crypto. They're the two things I have huge issues with. Yesterday, I spent money because of what happened in overseas with Israel and Iran. The whole market crashed. And since it crashed, I saw opportunity and I dropped $1,000. And because the whole market went down in crypto by 20%, I woke up this morning, bang, I'm up 20% on that $1,000. Bad news is good news. Save your money for the bad news. And when it hits, buy. It's time to go shopping time. It's crypto shopping.
Yeah, I bought a big chunk of Bitcoin Cash when I saw it down that much. Should have bought some Ethereum. Ethereum is down freaking big. Lots of things were, but
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it was like Christmas time for me. I went shopping hardcore. I haven't got much. I've only got 11 grand spread out across the whole board. But that 11 grand, I'm hoping this time next year is going to be 30, 40 grand. Because it's only just going up. Like, you know, Bitcoin's going to be worth 300 grand this time next year, like without a doubt. And for it to be worth that much, everything's going to go up with it. So, it's like, there's going to be a point where everyone's getting crypto. Everyone's getting paid in crypto from their boss. And by the time that happens, you know, I'm already sitting on tens of thousands of coins across the board. You know, hundreds of thousands of coins. And it's like, well, one coin is worth $1. You know, my portfolio adds up to like 15 billion coins spread out across, you know, multiple different currencies. It's like 2009 all over again. That's what I see it is right now. Because it's altcoins. Back in 2009, it was mainly one. That's what brings me back to flat earthers. Sooner or later, you're going to get a flat earther that's going to have huge amounts of money that's going to go, fuck it, I'm buying this plane. a G5 with an extra long range fuel tank. Off we go. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like someone's going to do something. Someone's going to do something in the distant future. Almost done. Done. Yes, Mum. I'm on the phone. Please don't break balls. All right. Was it a slow day today? Didn't no one else wants to come in here and like say the Earth is round? Come on, man. What's going on today? Where are they?
That's what we're always wondering. Yeah, no, you're right. Bring them in here. Bring them in here, TV.
It's actually been a very busy day. We've had a lot of globe proponents come in here and fail. However, there are occasionally moments where traffic dies down for a moment, but we fill that generally with interesting things. Like I make music, for instance. I can play you a song.
Beautiful. Okay.
Hit it.
Na 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 na.
They say the world is round. Look at the horizon. Ships disappear into the ocean's basin. But affirming the consequence, it's a fallacious way to claim the globe in the light of day. Oh, don't be fooled by the tricks they play. Affirming the consequent won't show the way. Let logic be your guide. In the quest for knowledge, stand with pride. They point to shadows, Eratosthenes' test. Say it proves the globe we should accept. But this line of reasoning, it's flawed at best. Affirming the consequence, it fails the test. Oh, don't be fooled by the tricks they play. Affirming the consequence won't show the way. Seek the truth, let logic be your guide. In the quest for knowledge, stand with pride. Just because the shadows fall doesn't mean it's round. Other explanations can also be found in the world of reason. Let's not be misled. Affirming the consequent, it fills us with dread. Oh, don't be fooled by the tricks they play. Affirming the consequent won't show the way. Seek the truth, let logic be your guide. In the quest for knowledge, stand with pride. So when they try to prove with fallacious schemes, remember the logic and question their means. Stand for the truth, let reason ascend. In the
That's an example of what I'm doing.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Awesome stuff.
I got some more songs I'm working on if you guys want to hear them, but I haven't decided between two versions of Bloodbath, and I've remade Mortician in a different style. I'm trying to make the whole record kind of mesh together.
It's dead air. Go for it, man.
Alright, here's a new version of Mortician, a song I originally pulled and rapped myself, even though I'm not the most experienced artist. But it was a good experience, and I reused the lyrics.
Yeah. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge, understand, and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle and be free as you were meant to be. Operate empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go, the seafloor plateau. You don't know what you don't know, the story of just so. Title notes, status quo, no photo. The curve is a GoPro, fight the flow, the fallacious combo, the mental judo. Be a flat earth commando with knowledge is ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro, it's a belief, yo. Yeah. Yo, celestial navigation, relative to the location, it's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. It's called a vestibule operation. It proves there's no orbital rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion. So seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a dilation. Einstein's malposition is a dated apparition. Flat earth has no competition. The globe opposition is only repetition. It's supposition and superstition, all around false cognition. Welcome to the globe demolition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mock the magician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistic demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition, but be quick to mission to dumb down the population. It's so close to fruition, we pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's a true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a deposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. It's no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion, but there's one condition, be honest. Yeah, this is not a competition. It's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop global demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician. Yeah.
So that's kind of my idea for where I want it to go. I don't rap that smooth. Mine's too hard. The other two new songs I have, unless we have new people, always check for new people. Check new people. We got Rolling My Boulder. I don't like you, dude.
He's not a noob.
Yeah, and then I got these two new Bloodbath songs, which both of them are pretty good. I'm having a hard time deciding between them. So I'll play one and then the other, unless we find people.
It's a bloodbath. It's a bloodbath in here. It's a bloodbath in here. 24/7 flat earth discord. Globers failing discord. It's a bloodbath in here. It's a bloodbath in here. Globers dropping left and right, good for only the soundbite. Live stream turning up Fahrenheit. They cannot prove it, Globers plight. Confused by perspective, line of sight. I'm trying really hard to be polite. When looking at things, consider eyesight, angular resolution, limit, and ground, right? The flat earth could be round. No, Globers dropping left and right, good for only the soundbite. Live stream turning up Fahrenheit. They cannot prove it, Globers plight. Confused by perspective, line of sight. I'm trying really hard to be polite. When looking at things, consider eyesight, angular resolution, limit, and ground, right? The flat earth could be round. It's a bloodbath. It's a bloodbath in here. It's a bloodbath in here. 24/7 flat earth discord. Globers failing discord. It's a bloodbath in here. It's a bloodbath in here. FE is required for flight. All the globe excuses contrite. It's a pervasive intellectual blight. That is all I'm trying to highlight. Truth does not fear the exposing sunlight, but I believe deep down you can be bright. Being free, letting your logic reunite. But perhaps you consume too much fluoride. Regardless of what you believe, good night. Too much fluoride. It's a bloodbath. It's a bloodbath in here. It's a bloodbath in here. 24/7 flat earth discord. Globers failing discord. It's a bloodbath in here. It's a bloodbath in here. Our mods provide real insight. Every conversation bound to excite. Backed by profound intellectual might. Regardless of what you believe, good night. Until next time, sleep tight.
That's understandable. I mean, not everybody has to like it. If Orion wants to fill the air, I'm fine with that.
AI music is kind of like taking antidepressants to be happy. I want to be happy, but I don't want to take antidepressants.
What?
I want to listen to music, but I don't want to listen to AI music.
So the determining factor if you like the music is the origin of the music.
Oh, to be more specific, all AI music sounds bad to me. I've never heard an AI song that sounded good, not once.
I do hear in all the AI generations certain things that make it obvious that it's an AI song if you listen long enough and you start getting used to those things. So I could get how like some of that things are not interesting, and I do think real artists are better in every way because you can have far more thought into it, whereas the AI kind of fucks up, and you kind of have to get lucky to get the kind of right emotional portrayal that you wanted into that line or that lyric. So I get that, and like it's never gonna be a masterpiece, but as a concept idea that could later then be produced into a masterpiece, I like it.
I just feel like I have the same problem with AI images. That's the reason why I don't ever make them, but like a few times in the past myself. Like the texturing that you find in AI images that make them obviously AI images and obviously not real pictures. It's the texturing that somehow, I don't know how to describe it, but it's just uneasy on my eye. It's not easy on my eyes. And that's why I don't like looking at AI images for any more than a couple seconds at a time, because I feel like it just hurts my eyes. And I feel like the same thing with the music. Like there's something behind it that's the texture of it is just off.
Yeah, well, different image generators all have a certain look to them, and with that comes the textures and lighting and that kind of stuff. So I get where you're coming from. You can really see it in those images, and even with the music generators, you can hear differences between a Suno generation and a Udio generation. Although it's not always apparent, but there's certain it has biases, and it falls into certain habits almost. And so just like you mid-journey image, you can generally recognize it as a mid-journey image because of the textures and how it's composed, similar to how you can detect the lyrics of ChatGPT because of the similarities it uses and its commonality and its habits, if you will. Whereas like human languaging can be more complex and interesting, just like humans can put more of a spin on the music that is not often present in the AI. But sometimes the AI does bring some of those elements in, but it's always going to be tainted like the Midjourney images with its own bias and its own settings. And so you're probably going to always have a little bit of a feel for that if you have an ear for it.
To be fair, the one you just played wasn't as bad as the last one that I listened to. Like the last one that someone showed me.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Like, I all of my favorite songs right now are all AI songs, but I've made like thousands. And if I had the setup to make all the songs without AI, I would rather do that, but I still think it has some value, even if it's just as a concept idea for a band to be like, oh, yeah, let's do it something more like that, like the Generation 3 in this part, and then maybe you remember my favorite part in Generation 1? Yeah, let's try to take the break there and put it in our song, and you kind of use it as a creative inspiration instead of as the final thing. It's not the final product. That's why I like to think of it as concept ideas. Just like when I was horribly producing my rap songs, I didn't think of them as finished songs because they just weren't good enough. And so, like, they're concept ideas. And there's a big difference between, like, the early AI songs and the modern ones, or, like, I think it's version 3.0 and version 4.5 in Suno, for instance. The audio quality on the voice is just worlds apart what it used to be, and so there's quality increase that's slowly stepping up, but that's also because I'm pretty sure they're training all their shit on just normal Spotify. They're just using all the songs. That's my guess. Big problem with that is these big companies like Spotify and I don't think it was Bandcamp, SoundCloud maybe. Some of these big distributors were like, we'll change our the agreement that you just click yes, I accept. And in that now it's like in our terms of on the service is basically you agree unless you opt out that like your things can be trained with AI, and then these AI music makers are basically trying to argue in court that their use of the songs is free use because it's transformative, because they're not just recreating the songs, but rather turning it into a program, and that doesn't contain their whole song within it, but rather fragments of it. And so, but it does actually contain it. It's just in fragments, in tokens. And so they're trying to claim they've transformed the content, but it's gonna be difficult. We'll see. Because then the other users who use their services are then using their programs to generate songs, which is competing. And so, like, if you were to do that directly, like, take their songs, use a program, and compete with them by making songs, I don't think you would be able to get away with fair use.
Have you ever heard of Timbaland?
Timbaland, yeah.
So he's recently been running this thing on TikTok where he's been calling in all these different artists and doing this competition where people enter in their songs. He's gonna sign the next big artist and do a collaborative project with them. He pulls in all this attention, gets all these people just for him to announce that he signed his first AI artist. So it's like what you've been talking about, but I guess he's just been working consistently with this one personality prototype or whatever you want to call it, and been creating songs enough to where he can release an album out of certain ones that he likes out of it. But it's just really weird how, now they're going to definitely reroute around trying to find regular human artists if they can make good songs out of AI, because that's like, all the profit goes where? You don't have to pay these robots. So now you're looking at a lot of money shifting that.
Yeah, there's a couple of things here. In my country, for instance, there's a monopoly on who collects the fees from the TV stations, the radio stations, and all of that stuff. And they're like, well, if AI had anything to do with it, any percentage that the AI had to do with it is not monetizable, or like we will charge people 100% and then keep the difference of what the AI made. And so that might be a usable solution to a degree, in that if I can argue that the content that the AI spits out, once I've edited it and I've spent hours respawning 1,000 different clips for the song just to get it right, and then edited it, you could technically argue that that song was 100% made by me, and the AI was just used as a sampler. However, it would be more fair to say it like at least 50 to 60% is the AI. And then if that money then, that 50-60%, went to increasing the payout of actual artists, human artists who make music, because currently the music industry here sucks. Like, good artists are just getting nothing paid from this monopoly, and so that this might help that, but I'm pretty sure they're just going to waste that money somehow. I don't mind supporting actual artists. Like, I would like credit for my lyrics. I would like at least because at least some acknowledgement of the work put into choosing the right song, fixing it up, and paying for the subscription, because you hold the liability as the user of the AI for any output, and so legally speaking, you are on the hook for any harm it might cause. So the AI is not classified legally as an agent of its own who can create anything. It's all prompted by the human who bears full responsibility and therefore should bear full legal ownership.
Yeah, talk about a complicated, slippery slope. Jeez.
Yeah, they're trying to make it appear like the AI is autonomous, so that they can use it as an excuse if you have an atrocity happen and it's AI that did it. Well, whoever made it is not responsible. If they argue that the AI is an agent of its own, and that's a good way to get out of that kind of problems, and that's why I think they've been pushing that kind of narrative. Whereas it's always based on the data set, it's always based on the prompts that you put into it. Without that, you don't have an AI.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I've been playing. I think I wrote my first song on the guitar when I was. It might have been maybe like 12 or 13, and since then I wrote tons of songs. I mean, I played live in my early 20s to like my late 20s, and then I stopped. I stopped when I got my wife pregnant with our first child, and I was just like, yeah, no more playing late night gigs at bars and shit. But yeah, recording the stuff, it was tough because I wanted to create like the album that I had written. I wanted to make it free, and it was tough to get other musicians to kind of sign on. So I was like, wow, this is going to be really tough to be able to afford studio time to go and individually play every instrument on my own and on my own dime, and then not make any money for it. So it's kind of been on the back burner, but finally getting the funds together to finish the last few pieces of the studio. So I will be getting this album done within the next year. But yeah, this album's been written for like 20 years now, so it's been a lifelong journey really getting me to this point. But yeah, I play all the instruments, so it's going to be fun. I can't wait to finally get it finished for everybody. But yeah, AI is like the competition that nobody saw coming. I mean,
the AI is never going to compete with you holding concerts and going on tours and that kind of stuff. Not really. It's never going to compare.
I'm just talking about muddying the water. When I say muddying the water, it's like just the vastness of content selection out there. That was all. That's all I really mean by that.
Yeah, it already is pretty muddy. There's like hundreds of thousands of new songs added to Spotify every day. And with the explosion of the AI thing, it was just a few thousand more, or like a few dozen thousand more, like 20 or 30,000. And then it slowly is increasing. And they're actively trying to block anybody trying to just upload endless songs, which is what some people try to do to steal money and muddy the waters. But those people get banned. I upload the rule based on. I read all the rules everywhere. Basically, if you upload once a day, that's the maximum number of songs that you can upload throughout the year. If you upload one more song than that, then you are clearly a spammer. But if you upload once every day, then you are within the rules. However, they might still consider you a spammer, and they like ascribe themselves the right to like take down things that they consider to be just spamming. And so I only give out a song every week, roughly, and I try to curate the songs really highly. So I don't just spam random lyrics into AI generator and then just take whatever songs comes out. I put the lyrics in there. I generate something, and I'm like, that genre doesn't sound well enough to what I want with this song, so I keep modifying the genre, and then eventually I'm like, ooh, this one sounds kind of good, but now that I hear it in this genre, the lyrics don't match kind of quite what I want, so I add a bunch of lines, edit it quite a bit, and then keep generating and generating until I get something. I'm like, oh, this sounds again more like what I wanted, but now everything's coming out good. But he mispronounced like these 3 words in this whole song, so I have to go into it. I have to edit those parts. I have to oftentimes fade it in, fade it out, or cut out some nonsense that it garbles in the beginning or the end, or replace sections that he's like decided that the vocals suck all of a sudden. Like you can really hear the almost static like sound in the vocals, whereas the good vocals don't sound like that.
Yeah, I mean, I could surmise like what it would be, what it would be like with that. I mean, I've dealt with the audio engineering aspect of working with computer programs to fade things in, fade things out, cut things in, and clip different stuff. But yeah, regardless of what you're making and what tools you're using, it's not going to be easy. There's a lot of thought and trial and error that goes into recording and just producing, regardless if you're the talent or not. I mean, that's why guys make entire careers just being audio engineers rather than artists, and they're just as important as the artist. You could have a great artist. Yeah, you can have a great artist and he can't record for crap, and if he doesn't have anybody to do the recording, help him with the recording process, he'll never get a professionally sounding recording out there complete, right? And I mean, we've had the same issue. Yeah, we've had the same issues over the years with, like you said, muddying the waters, with just like so many artists releasing so many songs. And there's a lot of great artists out there. But I feel like well, think about the monopoly on music, just over the last 120, 130 years, it's been pretty cut and dry, right? If you have control over the airwaves, control over the radio, control over the TV, right?
Yeah, but my point,
basically sway who can be listened to,
Yeah, but my point is, you can make AI slop, just spam out AI songs and muddy the waters, make it worse. You can try to make songs that are good, or the songs that you really like and enjoy listening to, and preferably last longer than a week. I listen to a lot of the AI songs, and a lot of them, even though I like them, might just last a week, 2 weeks. A good song lasts a long time, and that's kind of how I judge the songs. So I oftentimes listen to them a lot on my own to figure out which one I like. But the point is, like, you can also make the same thing even without AI. I could take a pot and a thing and bang it crazily and create hundreds of crazy pot banging songs and upload it to Spotify, and it would still muddy the waters just the same.
Oh yeah, 1,000%, man. I'm with you on that. I mean, but I mean, what I was getting at earlier was if you have a monopoly over what gets selected to be played over the major airways, right? You can basically dictate what people are going to hear, what message people are going to hear. What's the programming that's going to be promoted, right? And I feel like that's why it's so important for people to have a loud voice, to make sure they're saying something profound, or at least something worthy of being heard. So I've always been someone who's critical of the messaging behind the music. And I get, it's a mode of expression, and if you want to get some things out or whatever, you should have the freedom to do so. But I feel like people who have a real shitty message shouldn't be platformed. You know what I mean? That's just my own personal opinion. And I'm not to take away their freedom of speech, just to take away their freedom of influence on the youngsters, really. Because there's just been so many shitty messages over the years that have been just blasted over the airways. I just look at society and what people look up to, and I look at that and I'm like, well, why did that get promoted over someone who's, speaking positivity over people. And
I
it
totally
just,
agree with you, but the problem is, it's not that you want them deplatformed. What you want is other platforms that promote good content. The monopoly is promoting this shit content, and everybody's just flocking to Spotify, flocking to the monopoly because it's popular. It's what everybody uses, and that's where the money is, they think. But if you actually build up a fan base on Bandcamp and other platforms, they can also be successful. And it's really just about not falling into the soup and just like there's tons of different platforms with different kinds of music and different genres, if you will, or like little cliques where you'll find a bunch of great music on like SoundCloud. But that music's not mainstream. It's never gonna come on the radio because they won't allow that. And that's why I'm making all this flat earth music with this AI stuff, and I'm releasing it, but it's not getting a shit ton of plays. It's not for money. It's just so that I can have flat earth music, and I'm about to go out and meet my uncle, who I just learned is a flat earther not that long ago, and I'm gonna have a bunch of flat earth music playing in the car as we go out and to a party or something. That's the plan, I think. It's our birthday.
He likes it too.
What?
But I mean, like, you might be in the car with your uncle, and you might be playing the music for him, and he might not say anything, but he might be someone that likes it as much as I do, which would be not at all.
He might, but it's about the arguments contained within the songs as well. Because all of my flat earth songs have arguments in them.
Keep in mind, it's extremely difficult to write a song that sounds catchy and sounds good and has a message behind it. It's extremely difficult to do that. Most songs that have messages behind them don't sound good. It's just one of the facts of life.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree.
Like, I can give you a historic example of one that does sound good. Like, there's this song called I'm Fixing to Die Rag. And I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who wrote it. I forgot the name is slipping my mind for some reason. But there's a guy in the 70s, he had a guitar, he was a singer, he was at a concert. And it's basically a song that makes fun of the Vietnam War and makes fun of the draft. And has, like, lyrics like, be the first one on your block to have your boy come home in a box, Like, it has that as like a lyric in the song. It's meant to be funny, make fun of the Vietnam War and talk about the Vietnam War as being stupid. Like, that's a rare example of a song that has a message behind it and actually sounds good and actually sounds funny and cool. But that's a very rare thing.
Well, that's very subjective. Like, that's your opinion. Like, I only like music generally that has some kind of truth, some kind of message in it. It's expressing something that's true. That's why I like it. I like a lot of songs, like not just this song you're talking about. I never heard that song.
You should listen to it. You might get some inspiration from it. It's called I'm Fixing to Die Rag. You can look it up. It's a good one.
Yeah, I'll
I think when you mentioned that, Orion, I thought of Cats in the Cradle. That's a great track, great story, great message in the song. Life goes by quick, or Time in a Bottle, right? Like there's a lot of good songs with great lyrics, and great messaging. I feel like, there's a ton of them. I mean, you could go on for days, but but my point is like, there was a time in history where songs had, songs with good messaging had a lot more platforming, right? Like people were giving it a larger audience to listen to the stuff, and I just feel like the stuff that's come out in just the past like 40 years has just been degrading society or the youth of society in a terrible way. And I don't believe it was by accident. I believe it was constructed to be that way. I mean, maybe that's just the conspiracy theory, conspiracy theorist in my heart, just like knowing that the powers that be have been, against the people and the youth for a long time. So, but I definitely can't wait to see what happens in the next few years.
Although I want to say, Drees, I think you should actually try using your AI prompt to try to make the best song you can that's pots and pans being hit together, and try to make it rhythmic, because I feel like that might actually sound cool. Like when you're talking about that stuff about concerts or whatever, how you you don't bring like an AI, you don't bring a robot with you to the concert. You're making me think like closest I've ever heard of that ever happening would be a concert that involves Fatboy Slim.
Yeah, holograms and stuff like that.
No, I just mean because like he's a mixing artist. Like he's not like a regular Fatboy Slim is not like a regular musical artist. He takes like, at least as far as I know, he takes samples and sound effects from just other things and he splices them together to make new songs and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Well, like Daft Punk, there's plenty of really talented DJs out there that, they blow your mind with what they can do. And it's another instrument, and yeah, it might not be respected by the more traditional musicians out there, but you can see the musicianship behind the skill involved in taking set of turntables and making something magical happen. Because the sounds that they produce cannot be replicated using any big band. That's what makes it so unique, and I feel it's an important part of just sound in general. Like a group, like a couple of guys from Germany, creating that band Daft Punk. They revolutionized the sound, and yeah, there's plenty of people that are more technically talented in that regard. But yeah, Fatboy Slim is another one. So where it's at.
Oh yeah, another great example I want to say was that I can actually think of one musical artist, a rapper, like the only rapper that I really, really like, called Immortal Technique. And he's an actual expert of making songs that have messages behind them. He's actually really, really good at it. But he's the only person I can think of in the world that's actually legitimately really, really good at that, specifically. Like, if you want a good example of that, just look up The Cause of Death by Immortal Technique. Listen to that song, and you'll see what I mean. It's about the Iraq War and 9/11 and the Bush administration and stuff like that.
Did you say natural expert?
I think it's an actual expert or something. Or, I don't know what I said.
He makes music like on those topics?
Yeah, he makes music. He makes songs that have messages behind them, but he makes them sound really, really good, which is an unusual thing.
Isn't he the one that made that song, What Can You Get for 2.3 Trillion? Is that the one?
I don't... unless he made that recently, in recent years. I've never heard of that song.
No, it's old. It's about 9/11.
What year did he make that? You know what album it was part of?
I'll have to find it real quick.
Really too bad he's not a flat earther. I doubt that he is. As far as I know, he's like kind of like a communist or semi-communist or something. So I doubt that he's a flat earth.
But it's real late for me now, so I'm gonna head off to bed.
You mean late? You mean early in the morning?
Yeah, it's so late that it's early. Of course, the sun never went down, so it really didn't matter.
Wait, you have 24-hour sun? How does that work on a globe?
What globe?
Sleep tight. Don't let the volcanoes bite.
I mean, you have 24-hour sunlight, but not sun, right? Sunlight?
Yeah, I have 24 hours sunlight right now because I'm in the southern part of the country, and the sun gets blocked by the horizon.
By the curvature?
No.
Nea. Sounds good. Have a good night, Drace. Have a good morning.
Always good to hear from you, Jamesy. I made that rap song for you.
Oh, thank you. Likewise. Appreciate it.
I found it. It was Payday Monsanto. I was way off. Well, I put the song in the chat. That's a good one. That's an oldie.
Wait, Drace, where's your YouTube channel? It's not in your bio. You don't have the songs in the YouTube? Sorry, Drace, he said he was going to sleep and I'm talking to him.
Oh, no, sorry, I was getting ready. What did you say?
Don't you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I don't advertise it much though.
But you have the music there?
The old music, yes. The new music will be there soon.
Let me check in DMs if you send me a link for your YouTube channel. Can you send me a link, DM? Kindly? I'll DM you so you can find me easier.
Yeah, no problem.
I feel like
Getting it.
I feel like the only chance that AI has to impress me as an individual, as far as entertainment goes, would be if it like just starts basically, there's some prompt that just starts spitting out endless jokes and they're good jokes. Like if you can make an actual effective stand-up comedian AI bot that just doesn't ever turn off, and it's funny, I think I'll be impressed. But I haven't seen that yet.
Appreciate it, bro.
I need to update my bio, both in Discord and on YouTube. It's old.
Oh, bro, you have so many videos. I wanted to hear the song.
Yeah, if you
So
go
you
to
made that.
playlists, you can. I have playlists for the AI music. I have playlists for the old music that me and Karma made. That's where the song where I dedicated it to you.
Yeah, let me find it. I'm gonna go through some of the stuff.
Well, come on, all you big strong men. Uncle Sam needs your help again. He's got himself in a terrible jam way down yonder in Vietnam. So put down your books and pick up a gun, 'cause we're gonna have a whole lot of fun. That's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? I don't know, but I don't give a damn. Next stop is Vietnam. See, now what I think would be impressive would be if someone could come up with a really good, somehow, some way, flat Earth related screenplay, like a fictional movie, you know, not based on a true story, unless you got a true story to come forth with. But you know, just some movie where somehow the Earth being flat and stationary and contained is worked into the plot line in a clever way. If someone could come up with that, then I'd be impressed.
So is there like a part of the movie that the say people in the movie go outside to realize they were contained or something?
Maybe. I was thinking of that, but also it just kind of occurred to me, what if you made it part of the plot line that, like, take for instance, like you and I know, Gemsy, that no one has ever circumnavigated north to south. So what if the plot line is like there's just some rich people and they're like, hey, we got some large airplanes and we're rich. Let's just do something new for fun, you know, and they start making plans to try and circumnavigate the Earth north to south. And then, you know, they can't. And maybe they come to, you know, like, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I guess there's multiple directions you go with that. Like either they fly out into an area and get lost or stopped by a physical barrier, or they don't even get to that point in the first place, which is more likely and realistic in real life, is that they don't even get to that point in the first place, they just get stopped by the government suspiciously.
Can someone say, hey, look, I'm in the north right now, right? I'm on the north, and then I'm gonna travel south, and I'm gonna do a circle. Is that a circumnavigation from north to south? Obviously, it's not around a sphere, because that would be impossible. But the in the realist level, can someone use a map that indicates north, south, east, west, and go from one position from north, and then do a navigation from north to south, and say, look, I did it, north to south. In reality, right? Because circumnavigation, north to south, is that actually impossible?
Well, yeah, no, that's a good point. That's why I was just thinking a second ago. Maybe instead of that being the plot line, they just decide to get an aircraft of some kind and then have a dead reckoning heading and then follow that dead reckoning heading, thinking they're going to go somewhere else and end up one place. Or no, they do the dead reckoning heading and think they're going to end up where they started and instead end up somewhere else. And they can't do dead reckoning and end up where they started, you know, because the Earth is flat.
Isn't that reckoning like just going in a straight line without deviating from that line? Like,
yes.
So, is that even like possible? I mean, you can, let's say you start on a shore. Let's say, I don't know, North Canada in a position. You want to go, you're in North or Iceland, whatever. And then, or let's say you're in North Pole, whatever, on the sea, and then you're gonna go that reckoning towards the south. Is there's gonna be a position that you're gonna reach land? You're just gonna keep going straight through the mountains and valleys in a straight line, or is it better doable like in a sapling? I think that would be the best, right? Like sapling, go straight in a straight line.
Wait, can you say that again? You're saying Zeppelin, right?
Zeppelin, yeah. I'd say dirigible, dirigible, or something like that, but people say Zeppelin, yeah. That probably would be the best option.
Well, yeah, so what I was thinking is this new kind of aircraft that's come out with recently. It's an Airbus something. But at least, I'm not even sure as far as weight goes, it's the largest aircraft in the world. But as far as volume goes, it is certainly currently the largest aircraft in the world. And it's an aircraft that is more like a Zeppelin than anything else. And originally I thought it was like a Zeppelin combined with an airplane, but I've since learned that it's technically more like a Zeppelin combined with an airplane combined with a helicopter, as far as the abilities it has and the way that it functions. It's actually like all three of those aircraft combined together. So it's like a Zeppelin in the sense of it is full of, lighter than air gas. It's full of helium. It's like an airplane in the sense of it does have wings that are shaped similarly to airplane wings, but they're much smaller, and they do generate lift as it moves forward. But then it's also like a helicopter in the sense of it has more than one propeller, and the propellers can be directed downwards and generate thrust by just, blowing air downwards like a helicopter. So it's actually kind of like all three of these aircraft combined together and functions in a way where, if for some reason it lost power just miraculously and everything went dead, if you were on it, you wouldn't die like you would with a regular airplane, like the airplane crash that just happened yesterday or whatever. Because the aircraft wouldn't hit the water or the land fast enough for you to die. So as long as you're not as long as you're just holding, as long as you have your seatbelt on, you'll be fine. Is what I'm saying. Like you only hit the ground at 25 miles per hour maximum or whatever. Not like a skydiver. But anyway, so it's a much safer vehicle. But I was thinking this kind of a vehicle with this kind of design that Airbus has come up with, and they're testing it, and hopefully they'll make them commercially available soon. This is a kind of design where I think you could more easily than with other vehicles follow a dead reckoning path. So we were talking about making this screenplay of people following a dead reckoning path, and they figure out that the Earth isn't a ball after all. I was thinking that this kind of an aircraft would be a great thing to use in the plot line of that movie.
Yeah, because in that type of aircraft, if you're gonna draw the straight line from one position to another position, you can obviously. I imagine you're gonna have to land in some spots, but you can, even if it's in a high region or a low valley, you can still, like you said, the helicopter go up and down, and just keep the straight line while navigating. Going across it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so this particular design, since it has less reliance on helium than a regular Zeppelin design to generate lift, it also makes it so it's less voluminous than a regular Zeppelin compared to how much cargo it can compare and people it can carry. And so this would mean that the wind would affect it less and move it around less and blow it around less than a traditional Zeppelin design of the Hindenburg or something like that. And those ones function relatively well anyway, despite the wind for the most part. But I'm just saying that as a detail. So it's affected more by the wind than an airplane, but less than a Zeppelin still, even though it's full of helium like a Zeppelin.
I can see that kind of stuff. Maybe it sounds like it can be combined with this, I don't know, like drone technology, and it can, in a sense, operate pretty safely. If it's floating with the light gases plus having the aircraft, the airplane features and helicopter. It sounds like an aircraft that can. It makes sense. I don't have a sketch of it, but I imagine there's similar ideas already done they're practical, and I can picture it. Because the Zeppelin is just it's like a building in the air. But a compact version with propellers like that.
Hey, Jamsey, have you ever watched Smiling Friends? You know that show? Cartoon?
No.
You should watch it. You should look it up. And you should watch it. And you should watch it all the way through to, I think, if I remember correctly, the end of season 2. The very end. The last episode and the end of the episode of season 2. I think that's where it was, if I remember correctly. where they have like this joke of the Earth being flat worked into the storyline. Where like I don't even remember exactly what it was. I'd have to rewatch it, but the two main characters are like in some kind of a spaceship or time machine or something like that, and they're just like teleporting and from random place to random place, or like universes or whatever, like the multiverse or something like that. And they're like trying to get back to Earth, and they finally get back to Earth, but they're like outside of the Earth and they're looking down on it, and it's flat, you know. And then they're like, and one of them's talking to the other, and they're like, "Oh man, this is surprising." But then the other's like, we can't tell anyone about this. Like people will go crazy, you know. And as one of them says the other, and then they both just start like getting all anxious about it. Is basically the joke, is that they're all just very anxious about finding out that the Earth is flat.
Alien Friends. What was the name of the show?
That's called Smiling Friends, is what it's called.
Smiling Friends. I'll put it on my list.
What's up, guys?
What were you just talking about, Smiling Friends?
I got a smile.
Wasn't it the last episode where they make a flat Earth reference of the second season?
Do you know the guy that draws my shit? He's been
My Little
drawing
Pony?
my no, he's been drawing my labels since Pablo Escobar, and he works on Smiling Friends. He's the drawer. He's one of the drawers. He actually's come in here before. He's actually come in here before. But yeah, he's a good buddy of mine.
So what does he draw?
Did you suggest it to them, or did they, like two on the crew are flat earthers?
I'll have to ask him about that because he is a flat earther. Now he's not the only drawer on the show. I don't know everything about it. All I know is he was really happy to get the second season, but because like about a year and a half ago, he was like kind of slow, and he was thinking about being an electrician. And then now I call him up to fix, certain things, and he's doing this new label for me right now. I just sent him a box of coffee, actually. Shit, do I even have it packed? No, I don't even have it packed up yet. Anyway, so yeah, he's really busy now because of that, and I think he did something for Weird Al Yankovic. Weird Al Yankovic is one of his buddies. One of Weird Al Yankovic's producers or one of his helpers. Somebody from Weird Al Yankovic got a hold of him and wanted him to help out on something. So his name's getting around pretty good. So yeah, he's a good dude, man. I'll ask him about that. What were you saying? Second season? What episode?
It was either the last episode or the second to last episode, but I think it was the last episode, like the very end or something.
Okay, I'll ask him about it.
Hello?
What's up?
Not curvature. Because the Earth's flat. I think. That's what people tell me. I just believe whatever I'm told.
But Earth is Earth. It's just that it's not curving.
Right.
And water is water, and we know that water doesn't attach on the outside of spheres, especially when they're spinning. So, yeah, Earth cannot be a globe spinning in a vacuum. That would be impossible, contrary to physics and reality.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. We should tell the world about this. We should go out there to the science people and be like, guys, you're wrong the whole time. And they would be like, nuh-uh. And you guys would be like, look, the horizon, it's flat. And then the scientists, their monocles would just pop out of their skull and be like, oh my goodness, we never looked
When you
at the horizon
when you
before.
say science people are wrong, what do you mean? Like in a specific thing? What are you talking about?
That's a good question, actually. Like, there's so many different kinds of science people. I mean, a
But
sociologist is technically a
you
science
jump
person.
from the claim that the Earth is a shape, right, like a sphere, and now saying science
When I said
wrong
science
on
people, I meant
everything.
like, that was like, when I said science people, I meant like a linguistic shortcut for people who are like trained in the kind of stuff, like geology or whatever. I have no idea. Like literally any
Okay,
science
like
thing that would
okay,
know, right?
but listen, bro. If they're wrong, if some scientist that doesn't do science to determine the shape of the Earth, because that will be a what is question, not a how is question, which deals with science, how the effect is being caused, how the effect is being caused, right? The scientist believes the Earth is a globe, right? But that doesn't
Yeah.
mean he's wrong about everything, right? He doesn't mean he's
No,
wrong
that's true. Yeah.
about water evaporates in a vacuum. He's not wrong about that.
No, I get that. I get that. I guess the joke, the crux of my joke is saying that like these really smart science people who know some things about science are wrong about this other thing, and we need to go out and tell them that they're wrong about the shape of the Earth. We need to grab Neil deGrasse Tyson by the shoulders and we say, look, the horizon's flat, and then he's going to be like, no, it can't be. And it's like, look at it, Neil, and then he's going to be like, my eyes are burning, right? And then that's the joke. I guess the joke didn't work. I'm sorry. You know what? I'll workshop it. I think I can make something funny out of it, but that definitely flopped.
It's all good. Look at the horizon, the horizontal line.
Of all the people, I mean,
Listen.
think about,
That's the joke. That's the joke, right?
Yeah. It's not that funny.
Look
All right,
at the horizontal line.
We don't need to dissect my failure, okay? We get it.
Hey.
So I want to ask you something else.
It's not. You know, it's curving because it's not curving.
Exactly. That's fucking deep. So I guess I want to ask you another question, if you're okay with that. So I think we both know that there are people who are like, who think that the Earth is a globe, and these people might be smart in other ways, but they're definitely wrong about this big obvious thing. So I guess my question is like, what do you need to do to convince those people? Do you think it's like just pointing out the obvious to them, or do you think like there's something more you need to do? Because there are people who are trained in like Harvard right now who like who are pretty smart. I mean, they may have got like 130 IQ, I don't know, but they believe the Earth is a globe. What would you do to such a person if I was that smart?
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be on anybody to convince them. They will have. It will have to be up to them to acknowledge the realist level. And in reality,
Wouldn't you need
if they're
to teach them the basics to plant the seed?
Yeah,
you can show them the basics and at least bring them to their attention, but it will be to them to acknowledge what it is and to acknowledge what it cannot be.
Right.
And if they realize reality, they will know that it will be impossible for it to be a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space.
How many do you think there's like this some level of like self-deception or lying? Like how many people like genuinely don't know, and how many people like kind of know but they haven't really thought about it? But then some people are just like they know they're lying. Like could you guess? Even it's okay if you don't know. I'm not asking you to know.
Well,
how advanced are you? Pray for Iran.
If you think about it, your teacher,
If you tell
right?
me first, I'll tell you me.
Wait, what? Go ahead.
What?
I don't know.
How advanced are you at knowing these things?
Me? I'm not that advanced at all. I'm a social science major.
So your teacher, right? You're asking how many people, right? How many teachers are in the world, right? So your teacher says, "Look, little Timmy, you see that globe on the corner? That is the Earth. You live on the globe." And she's saying it not because she knows it. She's saying because she believes it, right? But
Is the teachers at like Harvard and stuff, are they like in on it, or are they just really stupid?
It's top down. Not.
I mean,
not bottom up.
it's not coming from knowing though, because they remember that if they look at the TV and they say Earth is that thing on the TV, I mean, they never seen it like that, and they cannot demonstrate any of the cartoonish versions of Earth that they have in their minds or drawings or books. You know, when the teacher in the university tells you, look at this book that I know everything about what is in this book, and you see this section, Earth, globe, this is what the Earth is, this globe right here. But can you go down to reality, to the real world, and demonstrate that the Earth is that thing on the book?
I get my question is these people these science teacher people at Harvard and other places, do they know they're wrong or do they not know they're wrong?
They don't know they're wrong, and you can't change the system.
Damn.
Gimsy.
I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people. I teach at a university, and I don't think I'm wrong. I think I'm correct.
That's good. Wait, what do you teach at university, if you don't mind me asking? Don't dox yourself.
I teach part-time math and computer science, and I work full-time in the Office of Digital Learning.
That's cool. Thank you for your service.
And I'm fully doxxed. People can look me up in the profile if they want.
I'm not going to. And as far as I know, your identity is safe with me. Okay. I mean that's cool. Thank you for. I don't salute the troops. I salute the teachers. So thank you. Yeah. So there are some teachers who like are globe earthers, and like, is there some way we could get them to look at the horizon and then they would realize the Earth is flat?
Well, you can tell them and talk about it, but you can't change the entire system. Do you agree? Pray for Iran.
Yeah, there's definitely some people you can't convince. Like there's some people who are just too bought in. There's just nothing you can do.
What do you think about that, Matthew Learns?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people are set in their ways about the beliefs either way. But I would encourage people just to look at the evidence and figure out which explanation has the best, matches the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that includes real water, the realist level, and everybody knows that water doesn't attach in the outside of spinning spheres.
I gotta go. Will you tell me goodbye?
Goodbye.
Goodbye, kiss.
Goodbye, disgusting. Okay, bye.
He was nice.
Nice, like Necious? Ignorant? Not knowing?
He was pleasant. I don't know.
Oh. I'm just saying because nice, the meaning of the word. I mean, the etymology.
So what's going to have to be done then?
I'm going to put it in the side chat, but essentially it just means that your argument is wrong. And I'm putting your argument in
Okay,
the side
then.
chat.
What's going to have to be done then?
You're going to have to go out and take some measurements. That's what you have to do.
No, you're going to have to go ahead and prove you're on a ball.
Wow. We have taken measurements. That's why it's written on the little picture. For numpties like yourself, 9.41 miles. You can see the horizon behind it. So if you're claiming the horizon is optical, you've fucked yourself over because that means you don't have a physical fucking ball. Dubbo?
You don't have a geometric horizon. Now you don't have boats going over it and being hidden.
Now you have a fucking 269, or Mick said it's 300 and something thousand mile radius. That's not your fucking paradigm. You're not accepting the facts that you have been destroyed by your own fucking math with your fucking introduction of refraction. Somehow.
Oh, you can't even math.
You can't even math. It's a wrap, dude. You're bricked, bro. You're wrecked and bricked. It's a wrap. Just because you don't accept the facts doesn't fucking make your falsehood any more truer.
Actually, I was making fun of you, but go ahead.
Wow. Making fun of me because the math debunks the fucking claim? Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't. I put it in the side chat.
you're
I'm tired of like, talking in circles.
Cherry picking math. How do you cherry pick math?
Okay, Apoc, stop. I'm going to fucking rail Mage. So he's got these four premises here. One, if the Earth is a globe, then you'll not see. That is not the Black Swan argument, so you fucking failed with your straw man, and I didn't even get halfway through it. The first premise.
Wait, what?
That is.
No, this literally is the argument.
If the Earth is a globe, then you would not be able to see the Black Swan 9.4 miles away from a 1 foot observer height. That is not the argument.
Wait,
what about all the other Black Swan photos that don't show?
Confused. Is this not?
What about you? Just shut up for a minute.
What's wrong with premise one? Correct it to make it accurate to what your argument is.
You know what? I'm just going to mute you so we can talk to the other guy. Fuck off. I've had enough of your stupid round of loop-to-loop shit. What do we got? Roden. Which side of the fence do you sit
You're the guy who's actually making a point. But go ahead.
No, that guy that's making a point has been in here for the last hour and a bit, going round and round in circles with his bullshit refraction that he can't even prove.
Let's talk to Ronan. Let's fucking see his math. How does your math equate?
Do you think that refraction indexes don't exist?
As long as you've got two isotropic media for them the light to pass through, that you can measure the indexes of each of those media, I've got no fucking problem with it, brother.
So then why did you mute him?
Because
that's not what he's talking about.
Because he couldn't get it. Because we told him the fact and he couldn't get it. Let's try with you. Do you get it? Let's invoke your fucking refraction on a radius, okay? Do you understand that mathematically you shouldn't be able to see, it would be impossible to see the horizon at 9.41 miles. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
That's a weird question. I never proposed any of those things, so go ahead.
Rodent, inside chat, you see the picture of the two oil rigs?
I'm very familiar
36 past
with
the hour.
the Black Swan photo.
Okay, so if you're familiar with it, what is the steel man it? What is the Black Swan argument?
That there are no white swans or no black swans until you show a black swan.
In this particular case.
How many other black swan, quote unquote, black swan photos have you examined?
Why are you asking me questions? You're steel manning this Black Swan argument. Please do so.
I'm asking clarifying questions. There are multiple photos of that.
Yeah, okay. There's like fucking thousands of them. Heaps of cunts have gone and taken photos of it. The image is inside chat for your convenience. This is the one we're talking about.
Let's focus on one, bro.
So the other ones should be discarded.
We're not worried about the other ones. We're worried about this one because people like you get confused when we talk about more than one thing at a time.
So you need to ignore other data. Go ahead.
What other data? We've got the elevation. We've got the distance to the oil rigs. What other data do I need? Other than to ask you a very simple question. Where is the horizon in that image?
Did you miss the whole argument with him?
When someone asks a question, where is the horizon in a given image, your answer is refraction.
Are you denying refraction exists?
No, I'm denying your ability to comprehend what was fucking spoken in the first place.
Are y'all screaming?
So refraction doesn't exist, which proves your photo.
No one said that.
Okay, we're gonna try again because you're a mental case.
He left.
In the image that's posted up at 36 past the hour, where is the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
Have you taken refraction into consideration?
He checked out. His brain's fucking gone.
Yep, that one's broken.
He's brain rot, bro. He checked out, bro. He's worthless.
Where did you post that image at?
36 past the hour.
Post it in the side chat. Let me look at it.
It's in the side chat, friend. Scroll up to 36 past the hour.
Oh, so 36. Well, I don't know what time it is for you, but it's about 3 o'clock over here.
That's why he said 36 past the hour. That means whatever fucking hour you're living in, it's going to be 36 minutes past it. Holy fuck. Is this what Globers have? Are these the fucking hitters for them, bro?
Because this is a fucking ship, and it says bye. What the fuck is this crap?
Excellent, so you found it. It's an image of 2 oil rigs. You can see it, yes or no?
No, I'm looking at this crap.
Excellent. You can call it crap, you can call it what you want. It's just 2 oil rigs. It is one clip out of video footage, okay? So you know. The left oil rig is 9.41 miles away from the observer. The right oil rig is 6.21 miles away from the observer. Now, the question is, where is the horizon in this image? Is it up the front, in the middle, or up the back?
So it's in between.
So the horizon for you is in between the 2 oil rigs.
Wow.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wow.
Are you sure? Would you like to phone a friend?
No, it's in between the both of them.
So, when you look at the left-hand oil rig, the horizon doesn't look like it's behind it at all.
No, it's in between the both of them.
Hey,
it's behind both. It's behind the horizons, but behind both of them.
The horizon's behind both of them. It wasn't a trick
Earth
question.
is round. Fuck you.
Oh, you can fuck off too.
Oh my god, these guys.
What happened? Is this clown day or something?
I have a way to refract light or refract light without using any medium.
I'm going to have a banathon soon. Holy shit.
Did you hear what he said? He said he could refract light without a medium. Well, that's the fucking definition of refraction. The way it transfers through a medium. Holy
Anyways,
fuck. God damn.
Don't worry about him. Xeons. You're looking at those oil rigs. You've decided that the horizon is behind them. You are 100% correct. You get a cookie. Good boy. Now, the problem is, if you live on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, with the given formula of the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22 miles, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, which is clearly in front of our demarcation oil rigs there. So all we're using them for is because we know their distance. We couldn't give a shit what type of oil rigs there are, or how many guys work on them, or anything else like that. We're not really worried. They are just demarcation only. We know that they are at a given distance, and we can clearly see the horizons behind them. It should be in front. Now,
from the observer's eye, your max distance to the horizon is 1.22 miles.
No. The square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22 miles.
That picture says the max distance is 1.22 miles.
That's correct, because that image was taken at 1 foot elevation. So the square root of 1 is 1.
All right, then.
Times 1.22, 1.22. So that's how that one's worked out. So that's pretty easy. The problem, as you can see, don't do it, please don't. As you can see, the horizon is up the back, as we all agree.
The question here is, how can a rocket fly on a...
That's great.
Not sure what he
said. Xeon's got other questions to ask anyways. But
I'm not sure what he has.
The issue you've got, mate, the horizon should be up the front. We can see it up the back. If that's true where the horizon is, that means that the claimed globe radius of 3959 miles is bullshit. It'd be more like 257,000 miles.
But you're looking at this from the perspective of what, a foot up?
1 foot off the ground. Yep. That's actually a part of video footage. So that's just one frame out of video footage, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah. But look, what if you increased the observer height? So you go 100 foot up. What does that image look like?
You can calculate that if you wish. But why would I need to go 100 foot up when I'm 1 foot up and I can see the horizon looks like it's about 10 mile out, probably further? Why would I need to go higher in order to prove something that we can prove at 1 foot?
Well, because it looks different. You're talking about perspective.
That's correct. Yep, angular view. That's all it increases.
Perspective at 1 foot up.
If you like. Yeah, if you like, you can go to any online distance to horizon calculator or any Earth curve calculator online, which should also give you a horizon distance. Plug in the numbers. Plug in 1 foot observer height into your online distance to horizon calculator, and you see what distance of a horizon it will give you.
Yeah, but you just said to plug in 1 foot. What if I want to plug in 100 foot?
Then you can plug in 100 foot, and that will estimate the distance to the horizon if you are on a globe with a sphere radius of 3,959 miles. The fact is that cameraman got that camera down to almost 1 foot, or if not lower than 1 foot, right above the water, bro.
Okay, so he's a good cameraman.
And generous, giving you 1 foot observer height. And he zoomed in across that water, past those oil rigs, he could see a horizon.
He took a good picture. That's a good cameraman. What if he went up 100 foot? And
he made an observation that should not be possible on your ball.
How should that not be possible?
Because where the horizon is.
Oh my God.
The radius value and observer height dictates that your line of sight, tangent plane to the apex of the sphere you're looking at, out over, right, will be at a distance of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which 1 foot times 1.225, the square root of 1 is what?
1.
1 times 1.225 is?
1225.
1225, yeah. 1.225. That's where your horizon should be, at 1.225 miles. You can see that the horizon, you said, is beyond both of those oil rigs. The furthest oil rig from that observer is 9.6 miles.
And so go up 100 feet.
Okay,
What's that gonna do,
just so you know, I've already done it for you on an Earth curve calculator. Eye height, 100 feet, looking at 10 miles. Your horizon distance would be beyond that. It would be at 12.2 miles. That's where the horizon would be if you were 100 foot in the air.
And they do 30,000 feet.
30,000 feet, coming right up. 30,000. Calculate.
The height that airplanes travel at.
How's it going to help you with this observation, though? What's it going to do for you?
212 miles.
212 miles to the horizon.
Correct.
I
don't know what that's going to prove, but anyways.
Well, I don't need it because this doesn't bring you to a curved ball. This just brings you that's the distance to the horizon. It doesn't say it's flat. It doesn't say it's curved.
Well, what it actually does...
It's just the distance to the horizon. That's it.
What it does is debunks the given radius of 3959 miles. That's all it does. So, with the fact that it debunks it, what it does now is it gives you the option of asking the question. It could still be a ball of a larger given radius. But in doing that, also brings along a big pile of problems, which I'm happy to go through later on. But at the moment, we know it's not a ball of 3959 radius. It has to be a lot larger. Now, based on the distance that we can see, that radius has to be a minimum of 257,000 miles. So that's a pretty big bloody ball.
Oh. It's been a pretty big ball.
That's what you would need to keep that.
Sounds all right to me.
Well, now we add some problems to it. On the cosmic ladder of sizes and all the other bullshit, do you know what the cornerstone is or keystone is for all of their astronomical sizes?
AU?
Yeah, the radius
Speed
of the
of
Earth.
Well, no, I don't know about that. No, that was AU.
The radius of the Earth is what holds it all together. That is the key measurement, the base measurement of everything. So if you magically go out one day and go, you know what, stuff it, let's change it, that means everything else gets changed. And I don't think all of our space-tired friends would like that. What, he didn't like that? Oh, well, that's a shame.
No, not at all. Wrecked. He got wrecked.
Look at Mage. You want to cope a bit harder for us? So you got a question, Mage, old son? Who's collecting tears to prove level?
He's brick, bro.
Yeah, he's barbecued for sure. What's this? I bet I could still give a step-by-step derivation and you still wouldn't be convinced. Why would I be convinced of you not proving curvature? All you have to do, Mage, don't worry about your refraction. All you have to do is go out into reality and measure drop over distance. You go out and measure it, you come back and show us, and we all go, well, fuck me, look at that. He's done it. And then we go out and replicate it and come back and tell everyone else that it's been done. Game over. No more Flat Earth server. No more smart-ass flat earthers telling you how fucked in the head that you are. It's done. Sold. Game over. No more credits.
You know, I will give credit to Shane. He mathematically proved that the way we see over a flat plane, there is a mathematical drop optically, and he has proved that this is a hijack, if you will, of reality, of which they then calculate a globe to it. And for that, I give Shane big kudos, because he has definitely hit the fucking nail on the head. This is a hijacking of our reality, the way we see things optically. Perspective. You can even throw in all the other fucking crazy shit optically that happens, the phenomenons. but it's still a hijacking of reality over a flat planar surface. So when they start invoking the sphere, it's just a mathematical construct. And I love that he fucking pointed that out, and he has a whole fucking video about it. How optically things are going to drop over a distance, mathematically, not in reality, but mathematically, the datums, if you will, they will get lower, lower, lower into the vanishing point. But they have hijacked that mathematical formula. That's why I said earlier, Toulon fucking hit it on the head when he produced several models of a shape and proved mathematically they all fucking work. But Globers just will not fucking accept that. It has to be a globe in their fucking bias paradigm. It's crazy. You just called a dude hot. Jenna, you're fucking funny. Oh, fuck. That's funny. It's kind of like when I talk to surveyors, on the job site, or when I used to, because I'm retired now, and they're like, "Nah, we never account for curvature of the Earth." But optically, yeah, things do drop, in the distance, optically, not physically, optically, and it's just pretty cool how you can actually um, um, measure something optically to have a drop, and then comport it with your fucking sphere if you want to. But that's just a mathematical equation. Like they are literally fucking hijacking reality and making it into a curve when it's not. It's just the way things present themselves in reality, uh, optically, should I say? I mean, dude, now what? They think they're teaching us something new. Like, no, we know that it has this mathematically. You can do that. We get it. We're not denying that. But physically, there's no fucking drop over distance at all.
I like when they're not here to teach us something new. I like when they're here because, flat earthers are dumb. They just didn't get it. So I've got to re-preach it all again, and hopefully it sinks in this time.
Right. I mean, for those who are meant to hear, the truth, they're going to get it. Those who are meant to receive it, let those with ears hear and those with eyes see. I mean, they're going to get it. If you're meant to be called out of the lie, you're going to get it. Fucking no-brainer at this point. For those who have had the wool pulled out from over their eyes in the falsehoods of this demonic indoctrination. Like, that's what it comes down to. Those idiots that still fucking have to believe it's a globe. Well, you know what? You're stuck in the lie. And I mean, it is what it is. We could yell at them to our fucking blue in the face. It's not gonna fucking help if they're not meant to learn the truth. Remember, some are meant to and some aren't. And we have a name for that. We call them globetards. or anti-flat earthers. That's their name. That's their label they're given. They're too stupid or too stuck to recognize reality as it is, observably, practically used, measured. They just cannot fucking accept it. They're not meant to. They're meant to be stuck. Like Mage, he's meant to be stuck. And the like.
What was with the rush of clowns about half an hour ago? Jeez.
That was crazy.
I didn't even hear the music, the clown music pull up.
The clown car pulled up for sure, bro. They were all fucking bricked.
Thought I was going to have to go bad.
In all honesty, I just fucking grabbed another beer and I just fucking, I was enjoying the fucking the nonsense. Did you guys see there's a video, what the fuck is it called? It's called Aerogel. Have you guys seen that? You guys know what Aerogel is? Yeah, have you heard of that? Something called Aerogel.
Yeah.
And that completely fucking defies their fucking paradigm. Because you're dealing with this substance that it just defies fucking all logic at this point. It literally is on a verge of like defying fucking a law because it's something that's it can't be, but it is. Therefore, it could be. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's our reality. And mind you, there are things still to be discovered. Like, I know there's this new magnet they're working on. I saw this one video, this one company. It's this one magnet that they are developing for perpetual energy, because for a long time it literally defies the second law of thermodynamics. This new magnet that they created, and it's a really good fucking video. You can check it out on YouTube. I forgot the name of the company that's making them, but they're saying it's going to do away with like all the different forms of energy, of creating energy that we know in today's world, but it's going to literally like revolutionize, if you will, into the next, like, we're probably not going to be alive to see it, but there's going to be a whole new fucking realm of science at this point, because it literally defies the second law of thermodynamics. I forgot the name of the fucking, I think it's let me look for it real quick. I forgot the name of it, but it's a new magnet that they're literally creating to have a perpetual energy going further. And for a long time, they couldn't produce that until now. Here we are in 2025. They've made it, and it's shit like that makes me think.
Aerogel's been out for a while. It's not.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about the new magnet. It's like a nitro magnet. I forgot what it's called. Nitrogen magnet, or I forgot what it's called, to be honest. But it's this new magnet, and shit like that though makes me take a step back and realize, dude, there's shit that's still not discovered that's actually going to explain the things that we question today, but they adhere to the fact that we can explain things to make their paradigm work. But the fact that we are as a species are creating things that are now going outside the boundaries of what we know, quote unquote, that it's like, bro, like how? So like when they question, well, how does the sun stay up? How does the moon stay up? Like, no, like those, we're getting closer to the fucking place where we can say, yeah, it's not a fucking heliocentric model. It's just a world that we didn't fucking understand in today's world. Like, picture how long heliocentrism has been around, and then fast forward like 200 years from now. Like, heliocentric model is going to be wrecked. It's going to be destroyed because those things that we're questioning today, like, well, it has to be a sphere. Gravity has to be a ball, sphere, Earth. Like, no, we're coming up with shit that's they're gonna fucking prove in that time in the future that no, it has nothing to do with the fucking paradigm that we're gonna be looked at as idiots. The same way we could look at like fucking thousand years ago, like we're like, dude, those guys were like, they were dumb compared to today. Our technology, our knowledge, dude, it makes them look stupid. Well, guess what? We're gonna look stupid. We're gonna look dumb because we think we have all the answers. But no, bro, like God created so much, bro, like to fucking, we look like idiots, dude. We are fools compared to the knowledge and the wisdom of the creator, bro. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about at this point because there's so much more that we cannot see, taste, hear, touch, or smell. There's so much more to our senses, bro, that we don't even know today that even exists. Same way that 500 years ago, they didn't have that fucking knowledge compared to today. And we're gonna get there. I mean, as a peoples, as a species. I forgot the name of the fucking magnet, but it's fucking pretty interesting though. And their whole spiel is that like it's literally negating gravity at this point because they're creating something that has nothing to do with that. It negates it. Like this whole gravity thing is bullshit in today's understanding. You hear them, but you hear the Globers. Well, then how do you explain gravity? Oh, guess what? They're fucking getting there where they're going to be able to. But it's not what you think it is. It's not mass attracting mass or fucking bending of space time. That's all bullshit. Relativity, all that theory's going to be blown out the gates. Watch. I mean, we're not going to see it probably. We're going to be dead. But I'm telling you, like, these fucking idiots, they don't get it. At least we're on the right track. We're like, nope, that's not what it is. We can't prove what fucking makes everything go down, and we can't, that causation, right? We can't prove that, but we're getting closer. But it's definitely going to fucking take away from their paradigm, no doubt. Yeah, you're right, Tristan. Aerogel's been around for a long time. I believe, matter of fact, I think NASA's the one that's fucking. They're the ones that created it, or found it, or whatever, discovered it, and then made it. But it goes against it goes against your fucking paradigm. It's almost like they're getting closer to the secrets of how do clouds stay above us with 1 million pounds of weight, yet not, it goes into that whole fucking, like, those questions that we have. Like, okay, come on, guys. Like, we were lied to, obviously. We're fucking be lied to. Just gotta wake up out of it. Let me look for that video. I'll post it. I know it's on my YouTube search, or not search, but history of videos watched. Let me find it. Here it is. Out of the University of Minnesota. I'll stop talking about it. Let me just fucking post it. Here it is. Y'all check that out, and let's go from there. Bye-bye, gravity. They're learning that everything is magnetic, or the field of it. This mysterious fucking field of of magnetism on all levels, on all spectrums. Like it's just, it's getting out there, bro. We're getting closer. That's all I'm saying. We're getting closer.
Hello?
Hello? What's going on?
Are you, are there atheist flat earthers? Because you were talking about God a lot.
There are.
How do you feel about them?
Hey, dude, it is what it is, man. I mean, I'm not gonna hold them against anything other than, hey, eventually you're you're gonna meet your maker. But okay, it is what it is. I think that this is my personal opinion that there's no way that you can't say that there isn't a creator. Now, if you want to get into religion and you have all these other different stories and backgrounds and beliefs, that doesn't matter. There still has to be a creator at the essence of it. There has to be a creator, just by definition. All that Big Bang and all that fucking, happenstance and coincidence. No, that's all blown out the water, dude. Are you an atheist?
Yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist, yeah.
Okay. So, do you walk into a dealership and say that all these cars were just randomly put together? Or is it safe to say that there was a conscience behind with a designed in mind and they were put together accordingly? How would you say that?
I'd probably say the second one.
Okay. All right. And I would agree. Thus, there should be a creator for these cars that we just, walked upon and, walked into and we saw it. And now let's go outside. You see trees and plants and everything around you. Isn't it safe to say that something must have created that? Because there's a
I
design.
I would imagine like the water and the sunlight and stuff made them grow into trees and stuff. No.
Okay, yeah, okay. Now, who made those things to begin with? You have to have a point.
Probably their parent trees, because I think they're like mother and father trees.
Okay.
So like male female trees, I think.
Okay.
People don't think of trees as male and female. I'm pretty sure they are. And those male female trees make like children trees, and then those create the trees we have now. Yeah, that's the answer to that question.
Okay, so then with that logic, there must have been a creation to invoke that, correct?
No.
No. Okay, so then how do you implement the design? Okay, let's go back to the cars. There's a design of these trees that are going to bear its own seed to then recreate another tree that's identical to it and have the same structure and the bio makeup, if you will. There must be a conscience behind it to have created them to begin with. Oh, or where would you stand?
I don't agree with that at all. I think it's a bit of a serious correlation.
Okay, so then trees were made how?
Well, I mean, obviously, what you're saying is like cause and effect. I agree that cause and effect is a thing. I'm just saying that I don't think that you can trace it back to a singular cause. I believe in infinite regression.
Okay, so then in this infinite regression, doesn't it still stand that there has to be a creation of it? just by the simple fact that it has been created, that we see it, that we touch it, that we feel it.
No, because if you believe in cause and effect, doesn't that mean that like every single effect had a prior cause? Like everything.
So that's the point. Well, that's the point. Exactly.
Right.
I agree.
So you would just go back infinitely, and that's why they call it infinite regression.
Okay. So then, but even still, the fact that they have been created,
it's not created.
Even infinitely in the subcreation of it, there still has to be a beginning point.
No, there's not, because then it wouldn't be infinite.
Okay, so where does this mass come, or this I want to speak in the terms of a human, like a DNA, this blueprint. There you go. What's the blueprint? Okay, let's think about this. Okay, there's this mass called a tree or bush. There's a blueprint for it because it has a design, because it has a structure. The way it grows and it forms, there's a blueprint to it. And the reason why we know there's a blueprint for it, because when it drops its own seed, it recreates a replica of itself. So obviously, down the road, even if in that infinite regression that you speak about, down the road, there still has to be technically a creator to have. Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I feel like you're not understanding what infinite regression is. So, like, there is no creation point because it was never created. It is always.
So it was just always here.
Yeah, it was just always here. Yeah.
Okay, I get what you're saying, because that's kind of along the lines of what we would call God. It's just always been infinitely here.
I don't know what you mean by God. Then I don't think that we're using the term God the same.
Okay, well, God meaning a creator.
No,
a creator
I don't
of
believe
all.
there was creation, no.
So for instance, a creator of all would have been infinite and always here, because there's no beginning point of the creator itself.
No, I mean, if you want to believe that, you can, but that's not what I mean when I say God.
Okay.
So when I think the word God, I think there's like a God is like a supernatural being with a mind, and I don't think a mind is necessary. I don't know why.
Then how do you have creation?
We don't have creation.
So are you saying trees and brush and water and air and ground is not created?
Well, I think it has a prior cause, and that prior cause was
there. We go.
Prior cause, and that prior cause is a prior cause, and I would just keep saying the same sentence an infinite amount of times, but there would be no point where I stop.
Infinite regression is a cop out for people who want an ended discussion.
Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, I guess.
Well, I feel like you're missing, the trees to the forest here, pun intended, because we have a forest. And obviously, it came from somewhere. And obviously,
somewhere.
And obviously, okay. So, who designed the trees? Infinite regression.
What do you mean design?
Well, they have a particular look, shape, feel, and smell. Like what gave? Okay, let me give you an instance. What gave the rose the smell that it has?
Biology of the rose. I mean, can we just skip to the point where I say I believe in evolution?
Okay, well, you believe in evolution. Do you know how many holes are in evolution?
No. No.
Okay, well, that's a good start. Okay, so in evolution itself, you have so many holes. It's Swiss cheese at this point, or yeah, like there's too many holes in the story of evolution where it's not even fathomable. You cannot say that my fingers exist because they just exist. Well, hold on. What about my hand? What about my forearm? What about my elbow? What about my bicep? What about my shoulder? What about my chest? So in evolution, my fingertips only exist because they just popped into fucking creation. No,
I don't think that's what evolution says. No.
So nothing evolved. So how did a fish become a mammal? Go ahead.
Natural selection and gradual mutations over a long period of time.
Okay, so let me. So you think that a fish with no fingers, okay, no fingers existed with the fish. How do fingers produce over time without having the DNA to create a finger?
Well, DNA mutates over long periods of time.
Okay.
Also, not every fish became like had to have fingers. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, because they're still fish, right? Because they're still fish.
Right,
I agree with you.
Definitely like different trees, right, of evolution. I recommend this book. I actually read this book. I think it's really interesting. It's called like Why Evolution is True. It's by a biologist called named Jerry A. Coyne, Coyne. The book is exactly what you think is. It's about why evolution is true. It goes down over all the evidence about evolution and how scientists have like confirmed what Darwin said, and then it is right
That's
after
false.
all.
No, that's false because Darwin. Hold on. Darwin. Hold on, just real quick. Darwin, by his own words, got debunked because he said, like, show me a system, okay, that can evolve without these microcosm, micro evolution things. Then he himself said, then I stand wrong, and yet here we are.
I don't know.
Because there's no micro evolution history throughout all of history and findings in archaeology, in every field of study. There's no history of a human being transforming from a fish. So Darwin, by his own words, he debunked himself because there is no
It's not
the biggest issue that the biggest issue I see. Yeah, I just want to say there's 2 points that I just wanted to make, and they're the two biggest issues that I see with evolution. Well, there's probably 3 really, but the first one is that we never actually see something change species. We see a certain species that may adapt to its environment, but it doesn't actually change to be something else. And secondly, when did all this stop? Because if this was evolution, we would see these fish that are coming from the water and being able to come out on land. We would see these half monkeys, half humans. This would still be occurring today. However, we don't see it. No one ever has seen it or witnessed it. So when did the evolving stop? Why do we not see any of these things occurring today? Why did it not continue?
So to respond to what Apocryphon said, it's not that fish became humans. There were a bunch of intermediary species. We have fossils for them. A lot of them are extinct and stuff.
Prove it.
Sure.
Prove it.
I mean, like I said, sure, I'll try when I stop getting interrupted. Okay, I'll try. Okay, so like I was saying, there's this really cool book that I recommend reading. It's called Why Evolution is True.
Prove it. Not a book. Prove it.
Where's the example in reality of these one species turning into a complete other species over time? And why is it?
I don't know
why is it still not occurring?
I want to talk to Apocryphon, please.
We're all trying to clarify the same thing.
I'm trying to talk to Apocryphon because he was the guy who was asking me questions and stuff, and I'm like talking to 3 different people. I have no idea who I'm responding to.
Yeah, no, you made a claim that it's scientific, so you're gonna have to back that up, bro. Sorry.
Right. So there's this book called
I'm not interested in a book. No, I don't want a book.
Okay, don't read the book. It's fine. Don't read the book.
I want the scientific evidence for evolution.
Those like words in the book, and that book makes arguments. And
no.
Okay, so just
elephant hurling fallacy.
Do not read that book.
Okay, so just real quick, let me read to you the actual quote he said. If it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down, but I can find out no such case. Fast forward, a few examples would be pointed out. For instance, the flagellum. Okay, these rotary motors use some bacteria to swim. Okay, and then it includes a rotor. Okay, which would be a stator, bushings, drive shaft, propeller. All these things would have to be in place. And let me give you like an example. Okay, that's like saying an engine could not just pop up. There's so many parts that have to be put in place by design for it to all work in a harmonious rhythm for it to be then thus called an engine. So far, another point is an eyeball. Like, you cannot have an eyeball with these micro evolution things because, one, in the theory that Darwin presented, this is why he got debunked in his own fucking claim. Because the eyeball itself, you cannot have this object or this creation where all the integral parts of an eyeball have to be one, as one, not over time. I try this, I try that, I try this, I try that, and then all of a sudden I have an eyeball. So the flagellum, which is the rotor, and the eyeball, which is very, very intricate. Those two things. That's just two examples. But go ahead.
Yeah, so there's actually a chapter exactly about this in the book I recommended. I think the chapter is called something about like the use of half a wing. It's like, what is the point of having like a midway point between these mutations? Like, I understand the point of having like eyes, but what's the point of having like eyes that only sort of work, right? And the book goes into detail about that in the chapter. I can't regurgitate like every like single argument in the book because it's been like a hot minute since I've read it. It's still on my bookshelf back at home, but like if you want to read it, I think it'd be enlightening.
I get what you're saying, but you're really having to hand wave the fact that the flagellum themselves are a fucking like a mechanism. They are a system. They are something that works together. Like, for instance, the rotors and the gears and the shafts that make a flagellum actually produce it to swim. Like, evolution would not have fucking been able to even come up with that because in its own theory, this is why Darwin has been debunked.
You said twice or thrice now that Darwin said something that debunked himself, but I haven't seen any quotes in the side chat or any citations for where he said it. So I don't know if I believe you right now. I'm sorry.
That's fair. Let me grab it for you. Hold on. Let me grab it for you.
All right. But all right, if you want, like, you've made a bunch of science claims. I'm not going to call you a liar because, like, I don't know exactly where you're pulling from. So maybe you're onto something. But I feel like you do owe it to me to prove the thing you're saying eventually.
That's fair. It's
No,
Charles
you
Darwin.
said it first, bro. You said it was scientific first, bro.
Yeah, I know. I said the book.
The book is On the Origins of Species by Means of Natural Selection, his first edition in 1859. That it's chapter 6. It's called Difficulties on Theory. That's his exact quote in his own book. So if you want to look up his book, sure, no problem. Give me a second.
Sure. I mean, it might be the case that Darwin was like wrong on something. I know that Darwin didn't know that about DNA. Like, we only discovered DNA later. Scientists have definitely like built upon like what Darwin, like his original theory. Again, I cannot recommend this book, and it's really well written. I like it a lot. It's just called Why Evolution is True. It's by Jerry A. Coyne, Coyne. I think you might learn something, and I think it's a good book.
Well, okay. Well, here you go. You asked for it, and I posted it. Go ahead and check it out. That's his actual book, his writings. That's where he said it, and that's where he shot himself in the foot. Because then other people were like, "Pump your brakes," because we do have things like that. For instance, the eyeball. For instance, the flagellum.
Sure.
So
I already mentioned the eyeball thing. It's in the chapter about the use of half a wing. I think he brings up the eyeball quote, how there actually is use for like half an eyeball, or an eyeball that only half works is what I mean. There is utility in that. It's in the chapter in the book which you have to read because it's gonna make the argument a lot better than me. It's been like a few years since I've read the book.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, dude. There's a lot of things that people write, and it tickles the ears of a lot of people, and it sways the minds, and it takes you down a path of, oh, there doesn't have to be a creator. I get that, but the fact that his own writings, like, he shot himself in the foot because he.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't even care if Darwin did contradict himself, because I know that other scientists have like built on his theory. Like I said earlier, like Darwin did not know that DNA was a thing. He didn't know that. So his theory was definitely incomplete, and I think we all know that. So to say that Darwin got some things wrong, it's like I'll easily grant this. And also, I still believe in evolution. It doesn't really change anything for me, you know?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the science involved?
Yeah,
but yeah, like I said, just read that book. I think it's really good. It's called My Evolution is True. It's by Jerry A.
What's
Klein.
the science
I
involved,
think you would
bro?
learn
What's the
some
science
really
involved?
cool things, and if you don't agree with
What's
it
the
by the
science
end,
involved?
totally fine. I think it's
So
always
you're
good
not
to try to
interested.
get the perspective
You're
of
not
other
interested.
people.
Yeah,
All right,
okay,
I gotta
so you don't
go.
want
It
to
was fun
defend it.
talking to you.
Yeah, okay,
Not as
yeah. Cool.
All right, have a good one. I mean, I fucking pointed out that his own fucking, I guess Darwin's his god at this point. But I point out that fucking guy got fucking trumped. Like he fucking like get out of here with your bullshit. Simply by the fucking flagellum. Like that's it, bro. Like he said, show me something. Okay, you show something. Then what? Oh, because someone else wrote a book and said, no. We can make this work. Like, get the fuck out of here. Darwin himself said, show me something that fucking would debunk me, and we did. Like, come on, bro. Like, how much deeper do you have to go? Get wrecked. Oh, these evolutionists, man, I'll tell you. These atheist evolutionists, they're so fucking disconnected from fucking reality. It's amazing. They won't even accept their own fucking... He didn't even know that Darwin said that. How about that? Didn't QE make a whole fucking video on evolution and fucking smacked it out the fucking park? I think he did. I forgot what the video was. He put all that shit to fucking rest.
He'd start by asking them to define evolution with citation.
Right. Dude, there's so many holes. Matter of fact, I know I spoke about him before, but Dr. Lee Strobel, that was his shit, bro. He was an evolutionist. He was a fucking atheist. Like, that was his shit. Then he fucking looked into it and realized, this is fucking Swiss cheese, man. There's too many holes in that fucking paradigm. And that's when he made the video, and he wrote a book, Case for a Creator. Because he realized that there can't be what we are existing in without a creator. Like, he literally broke it down in that book. Great book and video, by the way, if you guys want to watch it. I know I've talked about it before. We have, oh, they left.
Anyone watch the video that Hoopy Frood put up?
Who? Which one? Where?
What's it about?
Some DST Studios clown. I got bored, so I disproved Flat Earth. Gets a flashlight on a stick, an LED light, and a telescope over, I think it was 9-point-something kilometers. And basically the premise is, if the Earth is flat, then at that distance, we should see the light all the time. As I raise and lower the stick with the light on it, if the light disappears, it goes behind curvature. If it does not disappear, the Earth is flat. And he raises and lowers it. Problem is, it doesn't show footage of the other end on what old mate's doing with the stick at all. And I watched about 10 minutes of it, and I'm like, yeah, that's great. Could you imagine us doing that? Oh, what was the guy at the other end with the light doing? What way was he facing? Was he even pointed in the right direction? there'd be like 1,000,001 questions about what the retard at the other end was doing. But yet, when these guys go out and disprove flat Earth, yep, that's it. We couldn't see the light. Game over. I'm done. Thank you very much. We win. So, yeah, I'm hoping they do try a bit harder. He claimed his friend had to lift the stick up over his head with the light on it, but yet there was no video footage of that or any such thing. So
Source, trust me, bro.
yeah.
And did he also call it an experiment?
I didn't hear the phrase.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Not that I was listening for it. I was reading other stuff at the same time.
Just real quick, Jenna said something about she does. Was it Jenna that said it? Let me look at the chat again. Oh no, Tristan said it. Never mind. He said that video was AI. Idiot. Just go fucking research the fucking company, Tristan. Come on. Go look. They are the ones making this fucking magnet. Anyways, my bad. It's amazing how far these people will just push against reality to support their falsehood. It's almost like a child. It's equivalent to like a child just will not accept that Santa isn't real. Reminds me of that song, I Saw Mom Kissing Santa Claus. Like, they're still believing in Santa Claus, not Dad. These fucking Globers, I tell you.
Until they watch you through the window in the middle of the night, putting the swing set together.
Exactly. And I've been there. Believe that. I have 5 kids. I used to build all kinds of shit for them. I was sad.
You want to build one of those circle trampolines with the protective fucking side fences on.
Oh, they're fucked too.
They're a bastard of a thing. Christmas Eve, fucking 1 o'clock in the morning, with torchlight, trying to build the bastards after consuming half a fucking carton. Oh my goodness. What a bastard of a job.
the fucking octagon trampoline. Oh, those are fun. Have fun with that. Oh, I've built so much shit, dude, for my kids over the fucking years. Damn. I built a whole fucking swing set in the backyard.
And this is what the worst bit was. It wasn't so much the fact that it was Christmas Eve, half of us were drunk. My sister was all but ready to drop. She had her kid on Christmas fucking Eve. How the little bastard didn't pop out on Christmas Day, I don't know. But anyways.
I have a funny story.
Nephew pops out Christmas Eve. So number one, my sister's not there. Well, she wasn't anyways. She was just sitting back barking orders on how it should be built. My brother-in-law has to fuck off and take her to the hospital. So we're 2 down already. 1 director, 1 fucking Sparky, and we all know how useful they are.
I'm an ironworker, so I fucking laugh at that.
So there's me, Dad, and Mum putting this fucking trampoline together in the dark. Oh, so shit.
I have a funny story. One year, I remember, way back when I was a teenager, one of my cousins, he always used to play Santa Claus. And one year, he got high out of his fucking mind. And for whatever reason, he got in a fight with one of my uncles. And I swear to God, it was so funny. I was on the side of the house at my grandma's house. And my one uncle, he was like, don't talk to me like that. Because in our family, you don't ever fucking disrespect your elders, ever. And then my cousin tells him, fuck you. So my uncle punches him, boom, right in the face. He's like, don't ever talk to me like that. And then my other uncle is like, hey, Kenny, no, don't do that. Hey, stop, don't hit him. And then my cousin tells that uncle that was stopping my other uncle, fuck you too. And then my uncle goes, what? My other uncle, boom, he socks him too. And then my third uncle fucking comes into the fucking picture. He's like, hey, stop fucking, hey, knock it off. And then my cousin tells him, fuck you too. What? Boom, he fucking hits him two in the face. And I swear to God, that night, Santa Claus got fucking jumped. That shit was funny, dude. They're like, hey, you got to get out of here, man. You're fucking too high, dude. Get out of here. And that I will never fucking forget that. I was a teenager laughing, dude. Like, holy shit, all my uncles are jumping Santa Claus.
Drop over distance over water.
See, what you've done there is now that you've watched the video, you've changed the topic.
No, you've already been debunked. It's like 3 containers you're showing, so you're full of shit.
Video doesn't show what you need to show us. You still have 50 minutes left, but there's like 3 containers at least in this video, dude. For you to take your point and say, look, you don't need a container, but just ignore the 4 that we used in the video.
The fact that there's containers in the video is separate from the fact that he pours it out of the container onto the ground and it remains on the ground.
Out of the what?
He pours it out of the container so that it is no longer inside of the container.
Why are you using any containers?
Why does he need a container for it in the first place?
Exactly.
To keep it in one place.
No shit.
No shit.
I thought gravity was supposed to do that.
You just debunked yourself. So it does go all over the place.
It goes all over the ground. It doesn't spread in every direction, though, does it? It's spreading in every. No, it's not dispersing. It's spreading in one axis. It is not going in every direction.
It is dispersing.
That's because of the density of the gas and the pressure of the other gases surrounding it. This is an artificial situation, dude. What the fuck? You've got already existing gas pressure, and you're taking out of a container bromine gas that, because of the density of the gas, sinks. It then spreads out, and then over time dissipates. Entropy will take place. You're not demonstrating.
No, that's not true.
It is entropy will always. Sorry, entropy will always take place.
No, because if that was true, then that would also mean that lakes would just slowly, the water would just float into the air.
What are you talking about? What's the population?
It's called evaporation, dumbass.
Okay.
Sorry,
I want to say one more thing, and then I'm going to leave. You asked for a gas outside of a container, not dispersing in all directions, and I've showed you the video. And then you've said, your argument was,
the video.
I'm gonna mute your dumbass. We asked you for gravity-containing gases. That's what you were told to provide. You did not provide that. You gave us an example where there's like 4 containers involved. Nice try, though.
Yeah, I'm going to make another clip of him saying that a lake would go up in the air.
Yeah, clip that one out. What the fuck's he talking about?
I'm going to clip that shit. What? You should listen to his other clips, man. These guys were just full of it. I posted them in the chat so everybody can listen and use them as a reference. Also posted it in the home server in the live stream voice text so everybody can use it as a reference.
I got a hell of screenshots in the chat right now.
I wonder if that butane spread out in the container he carried it in.
Oh my god. Well, you got 48 minutes left.
And this still doesn't prove a globe. This still doesn't prove a globe. So I don't know what we're.
CB, do you remember
CB, do you remember back in January 2024, we had some good, especially Sunday evening chats going, and one of your nice chats that you put together was if somebody was going to prove to us by the end of 2024 that we wanted 2024 to be the last year. So for better or for worse, 48 minutes. He ain't up to the task. This fella might think he is, CB, but
no, why do you have to seal the boron glass? Why couldn't he just pour it in the glass and leave it open?
Yeah, he didn't have any proof of gravity in the first place. All he has is an idea, his imagination. Didn't put anything forth that would cause anyone to believe or know that gravity has even been proven to have a cause and effect on anything.
Isn't it just the name they give to things going down?
She says,
what? What was that?
I don't know. What is gravity?
It's not a thing. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, you tell us.
Well, is it the name that you give to the phenomenon of things going down?
Is it the effect or is it the cause?
He said phenomena.
So it's a phenomenon.
LB.
So things going down, it doesn't mean it's gravity.
Yeah, I know. That's what gravity. That's what they mean when they use the word gravity.
Yeah, but the problem is
they mean all sorts of things when they say gravity.
Yeah, they can't show a cause and effect that gravity has an effect on anything physical.
They even say gravity pulls things up.
LB, just so it's clear, we were told to have an example of gravity-containing gases. This is live recorded. If you don't believe me, I'll get the clip for you. You're changing the request. And you still have 44 minutes.
No, that is evidence of gravity holding down a gas.
No, it isn't. Sorry, it's not scientific evidence. Sorry, it's not scientific evidence, dude.
Why?
You're just observing a phenomena and they're saying, ta-da, that's gravity. If it was scientific, if it was empirical, you'd have an experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause, which you don't. You just observe the phenomena and say, ta-da, gravity then. We require scientific evidence for this. No, we require scientific evidence for this, don't we? It's a natural cause and effect relationship in the natural and physical world, right up the alleyway for scientific hypothesis construction and experimentation. Do you have that?
That's not what he asked for.
And then you post another video where you have another container.
Cause and effect relationship. Sorry, CB. It's a cause and effect relationship. The phenomena's gas pressure. We want you to cause it with gravity.
Cause gas pressure with gravity.
Yes.
That was the challenge.
I didn't argue that.
No, not argue. Demonstrate.
I can't. I never said that. That you can.
You're saying that gravity is the container for gas. You understand that when gas is physically contained, by consequent of that physical containment, the gas is under pressure, the force of the gas exerting upon the walls of its container. The phenomena's gas pressure. You need to stop entropy taking place with gravity and causing gas pressure with it.
Wait, repeat that.
You need to stop entropy taking place and cause gas pressure with gravity.
The Earth is a closed system, so entropy doesn't apply to it there.
Sorry, the entropy applies in open, closed, and isolated systems, even though isolated systems are just fucking made up. Do you know what an open and closed system is?
Yes, but a closed system won't result to chaos.
Sorry, do you know what an open and closed system is?
Yes, I do, and I'm saying...
So you said the Earth is a closed system?
In this particular context of gas...
Excuse me, did you say the Earth was a closed system?
Yes, in this context, yeah, I did.
Where's the physical boundary then?
There isn't a hard line physical boundary, but the
must be if you're talking about open and closed systems. Do you know what happens in a closed system? It's a question there.
So how do you guys define the difference between an open and closed system?
The way that it is defined within thermodynamics. A closed system, a physical boundary around a volume where matter can't escape, but energy like heat can enter and exit the system. An open system. The physical boundary is open, the container is open, the thermodynamic heat energy is allowed to leave and enter, along with the physical particles that would be gas. You can turn this to say like leaving a can of soda in your car when it's hot, and when you come back from shopping you notice that the can's increased in size because the pressure's increased because of the temperature going into the closed system. When you open it, boom, entropy. Open and closed systems. If the Earth was an open system, the gas would fuck off.
Isn't entropy the average of the microstates within a system?
Yep.
Do you believe the Earth is a closed system?
Yep.
So then why would entropy apply in this context?
What, because we have any... What, in a closed system?
Where does all the sunlight come from?
The fuck?
Dude. Not from within the system.
Okay.
Earth is a dynamic system. Yes, it's closed. Otherwise, you'd have no gas pressure, period.
What keeps it a closed system?
We don't care.
He's going to keep asking and continually asking those kind of questions.
Doesn't matter. It's like
he thinks there's some kind of gotcha, but there's some kind of gotcha somewhere.
Yeah, if you have a sirloin steak on your plate, do you need to know what color the cow was?
No, but when you say that the Earth is a closed system, and then I ask what keeps it closed, and you say we don't care, that means you don't know.
Because the boundary is the cow, the gas pressure is the steak.
That is not an accurate.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the antecedent for gas pressure is containment. In no other circumstance in all of reality has anyone ever shown gas pressure without a container doesn't exist in this reality. Only in your imagination does that exist. And it still doesn't make Earth a ball. You haven't provided drop over distance measurement. We need that.
By your definition of container, I would agree that the Earth is within a container, but that container is caused by gravity.
Okay, then you'll be able to show
the
gravity.
The definition of container is a physical boundary. Gravity is not a physical boundary.
I'm aware of that, but the way that he is using the word container is not like
the atmosphere is a physical boundary.
No, the atmosphere. Hold on. The atmosphere is gas. Sphere. Gases don't have inherent shapes now, do they? So it's an oxy-fucking-moron. The atmosphere, though, that's the gas, the oxygen and the nitrogen. The oxygen and nitrogen that's expanding isn't going to stop itself from expanding.
That's a physical boundary, though.
What, the gas? Gas contains itself, does it? Gas stops itself from expanding into volumes, does it?
No, the gravity stops it.
Sorry, you lot keep saying gravity. What is it? Define it. Give me the hypothesis and the experiment that demonstrate it.
So does gravity not exist?
Excuse me, I'm asking you to define it, then prove it. We'll get to the whether it exists or not when you've proven it or not.
Well, I mean, it's gravity's always a theory, isn't it?
What is it? Define it. Then give me the hypothesis it can be tested for experimentation so you can prove it.
We've gone in circles with this conversation. I'm just asking you if you think gravity...
No, it's not a circle. It's you failing to give me what's required. I'll beat you around with a stick in the circle so everybody can see you're failing to give me what's required.
Classical gravity is the attraction of masses towards each other.
Masses towards each other. So mass attracts mass. That's what you think gravity is.
In the Newtonian sense, which is what you guys were
in the Newtonian sense, but the Newtonian sense was replaced in 1915, wasn't it?
Hey, Jedi, you weren't here. You weren't here. Jedi, you weren't here when I put the glass of water in the vacuum chamber, and then he realized it's not mass attract mass. He hit the reset button. He left after that, and then came back, and then you came. So that's where you're at with him.
I got kicked out. I didn't leave.
You actually
got banned from the server, so
you're not mass attracting mass. You're switching it now.
I'm not switching it. They're both true.
No, hold on. Not. How can these two completely different geometries both be true at the same time? How can instantaneous action at a distance take time? What are the two types of gravity? And tell me how they're exactly the same fucking thing.
You just said, how can two completely different things be the same? You're just you're setting me up to not be able to answer that question. But
you said that Newtonian physics and Einstein physics are the same thing.
They are not the same thing, but they are explaining the same observation.
Okay, so we have the same phenomena, but we have got two completely different ideas to what causes the phenomena.
Not completely different.
Sorry, mass attracting mass isn't mass distorting a space-time fabric. Let me ask you this question. How does mass attract mass?
Do you want me to answer?
How does mass attract mass?
With our current understanding, due to the distortion of space-time fabric.
Oh, so mass doesn't attract mass then?
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. You just said it distorts space-time. So the body of mass that's going in a straight direction will have its geodesic curves as it falls into the gravitational well.
It's a nuanced
not the mass attracting the mass now, is it?
No, it still is.
No, that's right. Thank you. It's not mass attracting mass. Good.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. We've just described it. It's not the same thing.
Can I explain what I think?
Because you just keep being wrong.
Keep assuming my position and then arguing against yourself.
Sorry. Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Effectively, yes.
How?
The means by which gravity operates is through the fabric of space.
So we'll go around in this circle again. So that mass isn't acting at a distance on that mass
will you let him
and attracting it
for once?
Because he's wrong. I'm just going to keep going around in a circle till he realises he's wrong and caught in a paradox.
You're not in a position to be telling people with a mute button to shut the fuck up. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Maybe he requires citation. Give me a moment.
I'm pulling up gas requires a container, and I can put that. I can post that right now, if you want me to.
You can post whatever you want. I'm just wanting to understand that these are two completely different gravities and they're not the same thing.
Yeah.
So you post what you need to post.
Yeah, I'm trying to help out the conversation a little bit. Let's see here.
Air pressure increases and decreases on Earth without a container.
Oh my God. What's the cause of pressure?
I'm sorry.
What's the cause of pressure?
Gravity.
No. Sorry, within PV equals nRT, where's the G? Sit down and shut up, mate. Fucking hell.
Do you think you're clever?
Yes.
Yeah, excuse me. Within PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula that describes how gas pressure is caused. Show me the G.
Boyle's law. Yes.
Okay. You understand that there's a container in that, don't you? The volume. The volume.
Yes.
How do you solve for pressure?
Yeah, you're good.
How do you solve for pressure, dumb fuck?
Boyle's law's in the chat, buddy. Requiring a container. Nice try, though.
Ooh.
What causes the pressure on Earth to increase and decrease?
My
temperature.
Well, whatever it is, we're going to have to scientifically verify it by very manipulating the presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomenon or not. I can increase and decrease pressure by increasing and decreasing temperature.
Temperature.
Yes. That's one thing that I can vary and manipulate. I can cause a pressure gradient inside a container by locally varying and manipulating temperature at one end of the container where there's more temperature. The gas molecules have got more kinetic energy and will collide more frequently with the container, causing more pressure. Now I can do that scientifically. Do you want to start causing gas pressure gradients with gravity now, please?
And what holds the gas?
Sorry, stop asking me questions.
What holds the gas down?
Excuse me. Down? In. You're talking about down.
Yeah, air vectors. There is no such thing as down.
Yeah, well, gases have infinite degrees of freedom now, don't they? The gravity vector just being one direction, but gases have multiple degrees of freedom. They don't just go down.
Sorry, gravity?
Sorry, what's that?
Gravity only has one vector.
Yeah, down. Now what's that?
Are you sure?
What, inwards towards a ball, so downwards relative to your position. You drop an object, it will go down.
Oh, you mean it only has 1 degree, one vector to the centre of the Earth?
Yeah. Now you keep saying gravity, you're going to be able to define it?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that then?
Gravity is acceleration.
Gravity. So the phenomenon is gravity then, is it?
The what? The phenomenon is gravity?
The phenomena, the thing happening, that's gravity. You said the acceleration, that's something happening, a phenomena, that's gravity then, is it?
No, gravity is the curvature of space-time.
Okay. Oh, so that's not gravity then. Okay, so gravity is the curvature of space-time, is it?
Yes.
So, not a speed, a curvature of a 4-dimensional coordinate system. Yes, no.
He's a little
I'm answering obvious questions.
I'm just asking for clarification.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. Can you provide me with a scientific experiment that proves this mathematical reification, please?
Can I provide you with the what?
The scientific evidence to prove the mathematical reification, please.
Of what? Curvature of space-time?
Yeah, your claim of gravity.
He's a little slow, Jedi. You gotta take it slow with this one.
Yeah, just tell me exactly what you want.
I would require scientific evidence that's a hypothesis with an independent and dependent variable that's tested through experimentation that's going to prove the cause of your phenomena, whatever that is.
Prove the phenomenon of the curvature of space-time.
Do you think that's a phenomena? No, that would be your cause.
Do you want evidence of the curvature of space-time?
Do we need to put it in Chinese for you, or do you speak English?
Oh, God.
Yeah, sure.
You want me to do the thing you just said you want me to do? Guy's slow as shit, dude.
How about I give you relative positions of stars close to the sun during an eclipse? Would that be sufficient?
Holy crap.
No, that wouldn't be sufficient unless you're just going to say, well, there's my dependent variable. We can start my hypothesis here, where I'm going to start predicting what causes that, giving us an independent variable. So our hypothesis is complete, so we can then go on to an experiment where, why are you talking? I'm clearly educating you. What the fuck?
I'll tell you what, go.
Yeah.
Nice try, buddy. Nice fucking try. You're the lowest IQ in the panel at this very moment. So, if you want to put it in the chat, we'll take a look, and then we can unmute you after that.
Yeah, that was a run up. That was good timing.
Nice with a
Sound like somebody had their finger on the button.
Well, I know.
Well, he's too slow. We're like 10 steps ahead of this retard. So,
do you want me to make? Do you want me to show proof for the thing that I said?
Wow.
Any other Globers ready with their proof yet? Oh, that research, you guys had plenty of time for research.
Yeah, the way has been in here chat skanking globe fairy tale. So the way, you're up next. Go ahead, the way. Globe proof, the way, your turn. You're really bold here in the chat, so go ahead and provide your provide your case for the globe Earth.
I'm just laughing at that last guy. He's like trying to be all intelligent and stuff, and then takes the hard bail eject button out of here. You want me to do what?
Holy crap.
Holy shit, dude. Who's next, guys? We're fucking on a roll right now. We still have Team Mayor. Maher or whatever.
Yeah, he was dragged around by the short hairs a little while ago with magnetic lines being straight.
I didn't say that. Fuck, I missed it. You did.
Round 2. Fight.
No, I didn't say that.
I got the fucking clip. What are you?
I know, we've listened to it.
What? We got the clip.
I said on a flat Earth. I guess maybe I'm still coming from stereotypical understanding.
We played it on the live stream after you said it.
Yeah. And I said,
yeah.
When we were looking at the airplane data,
we know what you said.
On a flat Earth, you'd expect the magnetic heading to be straight.
He said it again.
Why? Why would magnetic heading be straight? What do compasses follow?
What guy are you talking to? Did I?
The guy who wants to tell us all about magnetic field lines.
No, yeah, but
and saying that on the flat Earth, all magnetic field lines would be straight. Apparently.
What's his handle on here? I didn't see him like light up.
It's T Maher down near the bottom.
I think he came in with the other guy that just left.
Yeah, they're buddies. Yeah,
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Mayor was here before. The other guy. I mean, I could be mistaken, but I think
he was here
there's
before
three
you.
independent guys here. Sorry.
Well,
Bob.
they were white knight before. They were white knight before. Sorry.
Toby left and came back.
when you got here. I'll be left, and then
No, but there was a third guy, LSF or whatever, that guy that was like, "Go fuck yourselves," and got muted mid sentence. How about that?
Yeah, the only thing that matters here, gentlemen, is that you're able to provide evidence of your premise. So, I mean, you can try the best you can, but you have to provide evidence of it. You can't just state things. We're going to ask you leading questions. So, T-Mar, whatever your name is.
I don't think they even know who they are anymore.
It sounds like they're a bit confused at the moment because they're trying to figure out how is it possible that flat earthers are more intelligent than they are. They don't know how to respond.
It's like we're from another planet.
Yeah.
Shit, is that CB cutting a rug?
You know what they always think, dude? They're coming in here and they're like, "Oh, it must be easy. Flat earthers, huh? It's gonna be an easy win." Right, Brown Recluse? What else we got in here?
Hey, Alpha.
What up, dude? We got Baba 3DS. I had some other people in here. Yeah, that was a good performance, Jedi. They didn't know how to handle. They can't handle. You can just see.
What showing for a Sunday? It was fun though. I always seem to jump into the conversation where Sonny's talking about gas.
Yeah, it's a trend, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that guy, The Way, is Bart Grunt, by the way. You guys don't remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Was it?
Oh, he's Bar Grunt? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew it.
I see you've clipped that magnetic heading thing, but why would it not be straight on a flat?
Look at the magnetic field lines. Type that into your Google search, Timar.
Let me do that quickly for you.
Yep.
Yeah, while you're doing that, you can listen to this. So, compass.
Okay, I'm looking at them.
So, the magnetic center point. That's what the compasses are following. And by the way, that only works on a horizontal plane. The compasses are filled with liquid, and the needle is floating in the liquid.
Which needs to be held horizontal if you wanted to operate.
Exactly.
So, horizontal directions using magnetic field lines.
So since the compass, so if you're going east or west, you're traveling around, you're basically traveling around a magnetic center point. So those are not straight lines.
Well, that also changes too, Sonny. It's not always the case. People in Australia don't travel that way. They can't follow the compass that we use here in North America and Europe and such.
Yeah, they have deviation. Yeah.
So that's the reason why the gentleman needs to actually look this up. It's not the case that everybody uses a compass on Earth, the same one, to travel the surface of the Earth. It's not true.
Yeah, there is a deviation. I understand that. Yeah.
Because I think it seems very straightforward with the idea that you live on a ball and you just go in a straight line using a compass. That's not necessarily true.
It's a foregone conclusion that when your compass needle faces north, that north is in that true direction.
Yep. That's interesting, isn't it? A lot of people think that, and I think that's where they are mistaken. Quiet Noobs, you're lighting up. I don't know if you're meant to be unmuted or what, but you're lighting up.
Mute me. It's a mistake. Mute me.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to go use the toilet. Compasses. You were talking about compasses, but there's more than there's a bunch of different compasses. You have electronic compasses.
Yeah.
And then you have your regular. But I don't think an electronic compass. I think most planes would have. I could be totally wrong, but planes would have an electronic compass, which wouldn't necessarily matter whether it was on a horizontal plane or not.
Well, they're based on holding rigidity in space. So in order for that to happen, the compass needs to be in a position where its orientation is such that it's following a horizontal plane. That's how...
Even an electronic compass.
Well, it just depends on your heading, right? And what compass you're talking about. But everything has to use equipment that keeps the plane at a level horizontal plane.
Cardinal directions are horizontal bearings.
You can't get around the fact that that's the way compasses operate. If you try to use mental gymnastics to try to prove that the Earth is a globe via a compass, it's not going to give you the Earth being a globe. It's always going to give you a horizontal coordinate system. I think that's what you're attempting to do. You're not going to find globe in navigating with a compass, Timar. It's just not there. You can try all you want. It's not going to turn it into a globe.
I just feel like if we were in a flat Earth, we probably wouldn't have a magnetic field at all.
Yeah, but you can't prove that, can you?
Sorry. Why?
Well, because they're a side effect of.
Pardon?
They're a side effect of rotating metal.
No,
there are side effects of a rotating molten metal, are there?
Wow.
What are they?
I told you, he's trying to find globe within this, man. He just can't believe he can't reconcile the fact that this has nothing to do with globe. So he's trying to use the best mind that he can to turn this into a globe proof. But it's not, Timar.
Didn't we cover this with you earlier? That it's not a different Earth. You're making up your own version again. We went over this with you.
Well, I looked at, I was looking at the magnetic field lines. Like there is a north and a south. So, see, I don't even know what your.
How many souths are there? How many magnetic souths are there? Yeah.
Fuck. I don't know. Please tell me.
Two. How many magnetic norths are there?
Yep.
Tell me.
One.
Could you explain that to me, please?
Southern, quote unquote, divergence and convergence areas, and one northern. Are they stationary or do they move?
Tell him based on what you know, Barry. Just be honest. That way you can get.
No. I'm legit asking. I don't know. I want you to explain it to me.
Yeah, they move. So the northern magnetic area of convergence is currently barreling its way through the Arctic from North Canada towards Siberia and northern Russia. It's constantly moving. We have to account for this movement. We have to correct for it. There's two in the south. One just south of Australia, west of Tasmania, and another one inside the Antarctic Circle. There's two southern ones. Because they're very, very complicated, we have to do things like a declination correction. Because where our compass points isn't always going to be the true north or south direction. We have to correct for true north or south which is a celestial area, not an area on the floor.
I think I'm going to wrap this up because I have to go cook. But thank you for the conversation. I think I wasn't prepared for how like your guys' ideas and your theories and your points were just not something I thought people could believe. There's like a fundamental there's so many things that we just can't agree on, whether that's gravity or magnetic fields, that I think that just makes any meaningful debate somewhat frivolous.
Does gravity hold water in a cup?
I'm not going to go back to this because I'm real hungry.
I'll get some
To
food.
be honest, I appreciate these things, but I just think there's so many differences in
Yeah, come back when you do more research, Timar. Perhaps you'd be able to hold a conversation a little bit longer than this.
And all these things. And I mean, I don't know,
I believe him.
I'm not.
Kind of hate long goodbyes, brother. Just go ahead and see you out the door. We'll see you next time you return. It's cool.
Yeah, I can't wait. Actually.
Yeah. Well then, yeah. Study up. Bring a friend. Do whatever you want. Bring a PhD. That might help.
When's it coming?
No, I'm saying go get one. Go get a professor. Go get somebody that has in academia.
No, but when am I going to get this chance again?
Dude, we're here 24/7, man. Just whenever you come back.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah.
Whenever, look, do what you do, and then come back. When you're studied or whatever, and see what you got.
Okay.
W.
Godspeed.
Later.
See you next time.
All right, Tomato. I said he's got to go cook, but the cooking already happened.
I thought that.
By cook, he means make a sandwich. So.
Ooh.
Nice.
You can tell he was dumbfounded by not being able to substantiate any kind of evidence, dude. I think that's usually the W for us, man. When they're just so I don't even know what to say. I like to hear that. Mm-hmm. That's good.
W. It's too bad you weren't here for LB, Miggy. I feel like that would have been a good discussion, but I feel like bro got properly cooked without you.
Based on I think I was listening in a little bit to him. I don't know. I'll chime in every now and again based on whatever their level is, because you can just tell by the conversation whether they have a particular investment in the cosmology part of it. Because they're really defensive. Others, like the guy that that was here, he was I've heard him. He was a bit defensive when he was listening to some of the other guys get cooked. Let him speak. You're not letting him speak because he's trying to see if is there going to be any evidence that they're producing that the Earth is a globe based on how he argues. So even though he advocated for somebody to continue, and then I think he got muted during the course of that conversation. Then he came back to him and he was like, no answer either.
So much for an echo chamber.
I mean, they can come back and keep trying, but it's never going to be the case that they have evidence of a fantasy being real. So. They're fantasists, man, a lot of them. They hope by way of somebody coming in here and saying something that we've never heard of that's going to take us off kilter, and then they're going to have their W. It's never going to happen. I guarantee it. Never. Not once. There isn't a single argument that's under the sun that they're going to provide. They're just going to be like, oh, wow, really? Now I got to rethink the Earth being flat. It's never going to happen. Reality itself is demonstrating that it's flat, it's horizontal. So, sorry. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Isn't that a massive red flag, bro?
What? Massive red flag? No, the massive red flag is that you think that the Earth is a globe. You live in a fantasy. It's a dream world that you're stuck in. You can't get out of it. Reality itself is what demonstrates, not us. We're only telling you the obvious. So how is that a red flag if I tell you that water lays flat and horizontal? Is that me telling you, or can you see it for yourself? You just don't realize that because you've been told that the Earth is a globe. Which is
That's not a red flag, bro. That's not what I meant.
I think it is.
You said regardless of anything that anybody is ever going to be able to show me, they will never change my mind, is what you said.
Yeah, it's not about changing your mind. It's about understanding reality. And that's where you're hoping for, there's somebody out there that's going to have an answer to this globe nonsense. Not going to happen. Do you know why? Because we're only telling people the obvious truth, that the Earth is demonstrating itself to be a horizontal plane. Now, we're in that is me telling you what the Earth is. When you can go outside and see how water behaves for yourself. I'm only pointing you to the obvious.
I think you missed my point, bro.
So how is that a red flag? I don't get the red flag here. I think it's more easier to say that. It's easier to say that. Hey, look, maybe you guys are just telling people the obvious truth. That's why it's not a debate.
The red flag, whenever anybody ever says, regardless of any evidence presented from the opposite side, I am not going to believe it.
It's not about a belief, Pat.
Or whatever.
Pat, it's not about a belief. See, this is where you're going wrong again. You think this is about a belief, and it's not. This is a demonstration of reality and coming to grips with what it is. So we have already, we were of the mind that the Earth was a globe, and now we're not because we see reality for what it is. A lot of people have been hoodwinked into believing that it's something that it's not. So belief in the realm of the Earth being a globe is something that you think can be argued, and it's not. We're only telling people that it's not a debate, that this is only demonstrations of the Earth being a horizontal plane.
Don't get hung up on the word belief. You know?
Yeah, well, we do because it's not what we're saying, and that's what you're projecting on us. And it's not the case. Yeah, belief is acceptance without evidence, dude. Look it up in the dictionary. That's exactly what it means.
It's a day one argument. That's clearly not what I'm saying, bro.
Well, yeah, because you get kind of confused every now and again. You think that you're a bit above reproach when it comes to like letting other people speak and making it a debate, and it's not. We're only showing people the obvious truth, which you want them to actually have.
I agree with you on the evidence presented.
I don't think you do. You've always been a globe advocate. Every time you've been in here, Pads, I know you.
Well,
you're a globe advocate, dude.
Jesus, is it going to be worth me trying to speak, bro?
Well, if it's going to be like gobbledygook where you're trying to make it sound like there's an honest debate happening, then no, it's not.
Okay.
Truth is not. Truth doesn't respect whether you think the Earth is a globe, concave, whether you think it's a dinosaur. It doesn't matter. The Earth will demonstrate what it is truly. So therefore, it doesn't leave room for a debate because it's always going to show you what it is.
I agree. I agree with you, bro. I don't think you want to.
All right, then. So then I don't need to make up my mind and change it to something else if it's not the thing that I'm seeing it is. So if my observations are of horizontal water, right, laying flat, then I don't need to change my mind to it being a ball. You understand that, Pads?
Yes, but you should be willing to look.
All right, then. So we don't need to let somebody in here come tell us that it's something that it's not. Yeah?
Yes. I think you've totally grossly misunderstood what I'm trying to say to you, bro.
Yeah, so then how is it a massive red flag, as you so said when you started?
I'm trying to explain it. It's been 5 minutes since I said the word. Jesus Christ. Fuck it, Alpha. It don't matter. Crack on, lad. Crack on.
Goddamn right, crack on.
Bro, we've already had like 30,000, probably more contestants. You're like, well, one person, there's going to be one guy that can come in and drop something new. We've heard everything.
No, that's not me.
The people that we talk to just go to Google anyway and say, "Oh, boats go over the curve." Like, "Oh, we're gonna change our whole worldview because some dude Googled it for us."
No,
we can literally hear nothing new. If anyone was going to be a globe earther, it would be us because we actually give a fuck. To be honest, that's what he means. No one can come in here and change us. We've done the work.
I don't.
When we go to PhDs, because a lot of you guys go, well,
I don't have the answers, but the experts do. Well, that's what the experts say. Oh, I don't know. So I don't have the answers. Someone else out there does. No one can bring us the smoke. Nobody.
I know. I don't know why we were asking for somebody to bring a PhD only 5 minutes ago. I agree with you. That other point made no sense to me. A lot of the points, I think people have just misunderstood me. It's okay. Just crack on, like I said. Just crack on, mate.
It's not a red flag. We've literally spoken to like 30,000 people. They're like, well, one more. Give it one more shot. Someone out there's got the answer for you guys. It's not going to happen.
That's not what he said. That would.
And
it's fine. You're listening to bullshit over here. Listening to it 1,000 times already. Sure, like shut it down and get rid of it. I'm not disputing that.
What could they possibly say though? Go to ChatGPT. How do I debunk the flat earthers? Both go over the curve.
1,000 people might come out with bullshit, bro. One of them might not. If you don't openly put yourself in a position where you're willing to listen to the one that might not be.
We literally are doing that, though. Every day.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was a bit taken aback by it. That's why I pulled him up on it, bro. Like, it's not a comment for the room. It was a red flag for Alpha himself, not for you, bro.
I agree with Mickey.
Right, well, I mean, it might be broader than I suspected.
Who, and actually not who, but what could they possibly say?
I have no idea. But if you're not willing to listen to it, we'll never find out, will we?
Well, I mean, the fact that this panel exists and we invite people here every day, all day. I mean,
yeah, no,
is that not showing that we're open?
Yeah, that's what seemed weird about the comment, bro. That's what I'm getting.
But then again, like, what could they say that we haven't heard already? There's nothing new. There's pictures from space. Boats go over the curve. Eclipses. Like, they just say the same thing over and over and over again. We know what they're going to say before they say it.
The sheer fact that technology evolves and tomorrow there'll be something available that wasn't today means eventually you're going to have to open yourself up to the possibility of new arguments. It's a simple critique of if you just don't at least listen to the arguments, it's a red flag, bro. I'm sorry, it really is.
Technology to change the way the Earth behaves.
It's irrelevant, but it's the methodology and approach that I'm on about. The content and the technology, it's irrelevant, but I'm on about the methodology, the approach that you would take to understanding, bro. If you're not willing to listen to the other side,
we are
listening to the other side for the last 10 years, and we'll be here next year doing the same thing.
Yeah, in VC, obviously, I don't mean in that regard, but I just mean say somebody comes in with something new, you have to be open to it changing your mind. If you've got the evidence and it's bullshit,
no, that's incorrect.
Shoot them down.
No, open to change your mind is not. No, that's not true. You can be open to listening to what they have to say, not to change your mind. That's where you're wrong. That's where your convoluted idea of like you have to be open to change your mind and like what we're saying right now.
Yeah, you're not waiting for a point to prove somebody wrong. You're waiting for a point where they might have something valuable to say to prove yourself wrong. That's why we listen to other people. Like you don't wait for an opportunity to get a W.
It's not to prove. Listen, dude, this is where you're not mistaken. It's regardless of what I think the Earth is or what you think the Earth is. What's going to be true is what the Earth actually is. So a demonstration like of how physics work on this Earth and or an observation of what the Earth actually is going to trump what you think. It's going to trump what I think. So it doesn't matter about you and I disagreeing about it. You could bring a new argument with a new laser beam or whatever new technology you might think you have. It's never going to turn the Earth into something that it's not. So therefore, I don't need to change my mind in any way because the Earth will automatically demonstrate itself to you and to me, and will just regardless of what we think the Earth is. Do you get it, Pats? Or do you still? I don't have to change my mind. I have to just acknowledge reality for what it is. That's what we're doing, and that's what you're not doing.
I'm open to being proved wrong, bro, at any stage.
That's how come you're in the state of confusion that you are right now. You're in the state of confusion because you want to be proven wrong. Somebody please prove me wrong.
Well, it's not that I beg it. It's just ideal when it happens.
Are you open to changing your mind about outer space?
Yeah, pretty much. So
no, you're not. You've already told us you're not.
I've already said multiple times it's my latest struggle. I'm finding it very, very hard compared to surface level shit, which is clearly demonstrable. Like we can test the surface, we can't test space. So I'm a lot more reluctant.
You don't even know if space exists like they tell you it does with the super low pressure that they're saying that it is. There's no demonstration of anything any pressure measurement in situ in the vacuum or allegedly the vacuum of space. So you don't have that. There's missing data.
But in it a good job, my answer isn't yes, but if I'm presented with anything, it's never going to change my mind. That'd be a massive red flag, wouldn't it, bro?
Yeah, because you can't show how you understand that information to be true or not. Somebody can show you something and you can change your mind, but it doesn't matter. Do you know why? Because you can't prove that what they're true or not, whether or not the information they're giving to you can be validated. That's the problem with your idea of space. You can't validate the shit they're telling you, not even a little. So they could tell you gobbledygook and you'll be like, oh, I never heard of that device. And then you can change your mind based on what? A story? Oh, it's story time, is it? Well, then let me tell you a story. Somebody told people that the Earth is a globe and there's a vacuum of space out there, but they can't prove it. How's that on for size? Huh? You can't prove it either, Pat. You love to think of this fantasy idea that somebody's going to come and give this new technology or something brand new. Who gives a shit? We're talking about evidence that can be proven. Because that's what evidence is. Evidence that cannot be proven, guess what? Is not evidence at all. I could toss that shit out as not being evidence.
Yeah, the fact that you recognize that you...
5 minutes ago, bro.
Go ahead, Danny.
Oh, I was just going to say to Pads, the fact that you recognize that you accept that the measurements on Earth show that the Earth is conclusively flat and stationary, but you said something to the tune of you can't observe outer space. That's right. Yeah, that's the key right there. You can't observe it, so you are only going by belief. And I also just wanted to say one more thing about your original contention. I mean, the people here have day in and day out, many of them for years, whenever a new person comes in, ask them to show their evidence of the globe. So for you to act like we're shutting down the conversation is the opposite of what we're doing. We're just, I mean, occasionally someone will come in with a new weird little twist, usually that has to do with an abstract graph or yet another fantasy claim, but usually it's just the same old tired thing, and people patiently go through each point that they make. But once you have demonstrated it to yourself, that the Earth is clearly flat and stationary, we're here as a teaching mission to help educate other people. People here have shown themselves to be subject area experts for this particular topic. So in that case, they're donating their time to explain this to other people. So when you go to teach someone, wherever you are, in whatever classroom or place that you are, you don't go there thinking, oh yeah, I'm open to them disproving this thing that I've just objectively, logically, conclusively demonstrated to myself. You're there to help them to understand, and the first way many people do that is by asking them to produce their evidence and then pointing out to them that this so-called evidence is not scientific or mathematically sound.
No, I know. What was your name? Sorry, Dandelion. Hi, nice to meet you. I have been around here quite a bit. I do know. Oh, we spoke before, have we? Oh, sorry. I know how it works around here. Like I say, it wasn't more of a critique of the server. It was just more what Alpha said himself directly.
Yeah, well, maybe he's gonna move in another direction. Maybe he's tired of donating his time to try to patiently explain to people who refuse to see the obvious. So if he wants to do that, more power to him. He's not required to do it the way you think he should do it.
I think you missed. No, okay. Yeah. It's actually a brilliant point. Nobody's required to do it the way that other people do it. I wish you'd have been here and seen my journey over the last couple of months. I could have done with you in my corner. Much appreciated.
Yes, I'm in your corner of the flat Earth with no edges or corners.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Got him.
No perceived edges or corners. No measurable or demonstrable, edges or corners.
Look at you, bringing out the adjectives. Nice, making the argument more precise. I like it.
That's my point. And that's my point with space. Surface level, you've got me. Demonstrable, it's measurable. Anything else off the ground, whether you believe in space or you don't believe in space, it's all speculation. I don't care what anybody says. And I'm doing the same thing Alpha was doing. You know, it's not a great habit, you know. So I do get it. But yeah, it's speculation, unless proven otherwise with the latest evidence.
So you want us to prove your speculation wrong? That just doesn't make any sense.
No, you don't have to do shit, bro. Your speculation Sunday.
Yeah, you have to have a better speculation, Neil.
No, you don't have
perhaps
to.
Perhaps a device that goes along with it, because once you provide that, you'll make it unfalsifiable for everybody else, because we can't test the thing in the place where everybody says they're going, and that device is working in a particular type of way, and then you're gonna hand it to somebody else. Well, I tested it. How about you? You're like, well, I can't go test it. I don't have the means to do so. Okay, well, you have to believe me. Believe me then. Trust me, bro.
Well, I was going to say that's why it's a belief system. Yeah, that's why I say I believe in space. It's as simple as that. I'm sure there's some flat earthers in here, a lot like myself, that believe in some stuff they've been told, just through sheer lack of access.
It's nothing to do. It's nothing to do. If they do have a belief or a faith in a creator or some holy book or something, has nothing to do. Has nothing to do with the Earth being, itself, like in the physical world. Like, it's not that. It's something in the spiritual realm. So it has nothing to do with the physical realm.
I don't mean belief is in a deity or a creationist. I just mean you believe the fucking traffic lights are going to work when you're already crossing the road. You believe like the story's going to 10. It closes at 10 o'clock when it says it's going to close it. You don't know it. You can't prove it. But off the best information given at hand, you believe it. You might be wrong. You might be right. But it's a belief, isn't it? But you could be right.
And then why do you need to have one? Why is that important? See, this is where the mind seeks to find some sort of belief system. So, it comforts you in some way. A cosmological aspect of what the universe is residing in. For you, that seems to be of some comfort. So you look for that. It's kind of like a binky for a baby.
It's often a conclusion, bro. If I see a traffic light working correctly 10 times, I'm going to assume and conclude the 11th one is. Sometimes I might be wrong.
Yeah, but you don't need to. You don't need to, because it's something that's operational. So it's operational method of however that light is working. It doesn't. You don't have to think about it. You just have to look at it and see what it is. If it's green, it's What's up, Feline?
What's up, liars?
Hey, did you say liars? Oh, so you don't want to say what you said now?
Yes, he did.
Do you think the Earth is a globe, Feline?
Yeah.
And why do you think that?
Look at the satellite.
A satellite? What about it?
And they have the pictures on the moon, bro.
They have pictures of the moon?
Yeah.
So because of all of that, you think you live on a globe?
Yeah.
So how does any of what you said determine whether the Earth is a sphere?
Because when you go outside, you see there's a limit.
Limits?
There's a limit to what?
The free expansion of gas? There's a limit to the free expansion of gas, am I right?
Well, because the Earth is a three-dimensional object. You can
Yeah, how do you know? Yeah, how do you know that? I've been asking for that. You said satellite images of the moon. You didn't really tell me how you know the Earth's a globe.
Satellites. Everyone loves satellites.
Because when you leave the Earth, then you see it's a three-dimensional object, bro.
Oh, awesome! Have you done that?
I don't really need to do that. Like, for example.
Oh, so you don't need to do the thing that you think that you need to verify that it's a globe. You don't need to do that.
No, only flat earthers do, Miggy.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, right? You said, well, this is what you need to do, is to leave Earth. Well, you haven't done it. So how do you know?
Yeah, I'm going to demonstrate you an example how you don't need to do it to know that you're living in the globe. Imagine
So you don't need to do the thing that needs to verify the globe. According to you, you don't need to do it. Can you just believe that it's a globe, like the way you do?
Whatever I can measure on Earth is going to be flat, all right? It's restricted by our sensory. It's nothing to do with the truth of the object.
What do you? So the Earth is flat by way of measurement, but it doesn't mean that it's not flat. Is that what you're saying?
Don't worry, ladies. The Messiah is here. I'm here to free you all. The flat Earth is not real.
You're coming back in here, yeah, but you're not going to micromanage my forum, so take a D. So go ahead, Feline. No, you had all this ample time to speak, and now you're speaking? No. Rejected. I want to listen to Feline.
You do, really.
You don't need to talk at once, man. Let one guy speak. You get enough courage when one person starts speaking. That's how you guys operate.
I'd like an example of a 3D object that measures flat.
Yeah, he's saying it measures flat, but it's actually a globe.
3D object, right? So give me a 3D object that measures flat, dude.
This due to the limitation of your visual sensory. You have a focal point, and that it simply makes everything seems flat to us.
Okay, so we experience the Earth as flat, yes, according to you, what you're saying.
According to our visual sensory, yes, it's flat.
Awesome.
Common ground.
Our visual sensory is not the most reliable instrument to measure the shape of something.
Well, then how do you measure if you can't rely on your senses? Tell me how you can measure something without relying on your senses, Feline.
No, it's easy,
You guys don't need to chime in. I said, hold on, Feline. I said once again, let the man speak. We're not talking to you, Cole or Ehab. Relax. Back. Go ahead, Feline.
Yeah, the Google Earth model allows us to predict the orbits around the sun, allows us to predict the sunrise and sunsets. The model is capable to predict things. That's why it is reliable.
Oh, excellent. Can you tell me how it predicts? Show me one example of the Earth as a globe predicting something, please.
Yeah, because it can predict the sunset and sunrise. Okay.
Yeah, I know, but you're saying this, but you're not showing me the method by how it does that. Show me the method and how it does that.
It doesn't matter. It shows that under the globe Earth model, the sunset and sunrise is all predictable. So
Show us that globe Earth model, bro.
I want to know the method.
So much ambient noise for our ears.
Go ahead, Fred.
Turn on Google. Turn on Google. Sunset time.
I don't want to Google your model for you because I could strawman you, and that wouldn't be ethical of me. I want you to provide.
Okay, I don't need to provide evidence that you can just Google it. Okay, I am not.
You don't need to provide evidence for your claims, so you get to just spout a baseless claims.
Oh my God, we're not doing this again.
Yeah, just baseless claims to automatically believe. That's what you do.
No, I'm saying if the Google successfully predict the sunset today, well then the globe Earth model exists. You cannot deny that.
I don't know of a single globe Earth model that does that. So I've looked.
Yeah,
I've seen other models that do sunrise and sunset post predictions, but it's not a globe. All right.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, I guess that conversation is done. So yeah, what's happening?
Yeah, I don't want to continue stupid conversation.
What do you mean? You just ended the whole thing.
I have a question.
Okay, welcome to the Flat Earth Information Kiosk.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
How many people want to ask a question? You might have to take
That's my question. Backspace.
That's a great question, bro. Love that question, bro. Honestly, you might make me a flat earther with that one, Cole.
Oh, my bad, G. My bad. I was just trying to. I'm new to this, you know. Right.
No, I'm joking.
This whole flat Earth, you know, is very interesting. So like, how do you explain the sunset?
What do you mean by explain the sunset?
Like the sunset goes down. You know what I mean? It doesn't go further away. It just goes down. How do you explain that? It dips. You know what I mean?
I hardly ever have seen a dip. I've seen it go away and fade out. I've seen it turn into an oblong like football shape. You know the sun flattening on the horizon. I've seen it flatten and fade out. So I've seen the sun go away many different ways. I don't know which one of these is the one you want me to explain.
No, look. So you've seen the sun get smaller? Or, I've never seen the sun get smaller, bro.
I don't
seen it.
Make a habit of staring at the sun. So
you've never watched the sunset?
Do you?
I've watched the sunset before, bro. I've got a couple bitches, you know, watching the sunset. It's nice.
Yep.
Yeah, and the sunset, like, it dips, you know what I mean? It doesn't disappear.
I've hardly ever seen it dip, if at all. Like I was saying, I've seen it flatten and disappear. I've seen it fade out. I've seen it go behind a ridge line of trees, a ridge line of mountains, and a ridge line of ocean waves.
It does dip though.
It does, yeah. Look, it goes down, you know. Look, it doesn't.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
If the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't it go further and further away and get smaller and smaller? Why would it dip? But look, why does it? Look, have you ever watched the sunset on the beach?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but why would the sun have to do it the way you think it does on a flat Earth?
Aren't we just all observing the sun? Isn't that what flat earthers do? They observe.
We are, but none of us know what it is or how it manifests, what it's made of, how far away it is, what size it is. We don't. All right, then how do you know what it is? You got an explanation, but how do you know what it is? How do you know the explanation is correct?
Because we look at it through a telescope, and you can
look
see
at
it's-
it. Well, yeah, I look at it too, and I don't have the same explanation as you. So how do we arbitrate who has the correct explanation?
I mean, someone must be like
Somebody,
Oh,
yeah. Maybe nobody. How about that?
Well,
Maybe
we've got
nobody.
one with a lot of scientists and people behind it and years of evolution, and we've got one with a Discord.
Yeah, it's a cool story. I mean, how do you know that they're right? How do they know that they're right? Do they even claim to know? Or are they just claiming theories and ideas?
No,
I think
we claim to
Just
know.
like trust them, bro?
Well, 90% of what we know is ideas, but there's plain proof that the Earth is definitely round. For example, when you see the shadow of the Earth, when the sun is directly shining on it, and you can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon, that's called a lunar eclipse. You can see the
Really?
shadow of the Earth being
What
round.
color does the shadow turn during the lunar eclipse?
It's black, dark.
It turns red, dude. It turns red.
No,
I've never seen a red shadow before.
No, the red part is the sun
Sometimes.
reflecting. No, the red part is the sun reflecting on the moon. That's before it's
How is that
covered with
possible
moon.
when it's fully? No, it happens after it's fully eclipsed. When it's
Have you
fully
never seen a
eclipsed,
red
it turns
moon?
a reddish brown. That's different than a lunar eclipse.
Wait, how does it? How does
I'm asking you,
how
yeah,
does it-
when the moon is fully eclipsed, it turns red. Everybody knows that.
How does a
Well,
lunar
if I could show you a
eclipse work
photo,
in
I'd
flat-
show you, but it doesn't let me
flat
send photos.
I know. So how is it reflecting light when it's fully eclipsed? Like I thought the whole point was the moon should be in a shadow, so there shouldn't be
Well,
any
you're talking
light.
about
That's
a
why it's an
solar eclipse.
Oh wait, solar? So we jump from lunar to solar?
No, you're talking about solar.
confusing me.
You're the one that's confused.
No,
I'm
no,
talking
no.
about
When
the
you
lunar
watch a lunar
eclipse.
I know what you mean. I'm telling you. When the moon is fully eclipsed, it goes from black to red.
It does not. It just goes dark. I don't think you know what a lunar eclipse is.
Oh, I sure do. I've
How about
seen
you
many of
quickly
them. There's a
look
great
at a
one.
photo or a video?
You might be confused, buddy.
No, I'm definitely not confused. The lunar eclipse turns red after it turns black, and that's what got everybody so mystified by it. There's also a type of lunar eclipse called a Selenelian lunar eclipse, where the apparent shadow comes from the opposite direction of the sun, and the sun is also up in the sky along with the moon. So how could a lunar eclipse prove that Earth is a globe in outer space when during the Selenelian lunar eclipse, the moon and the sun are both above the horizon?
Wait, what was this? A Sela what?
Selenelian, SELEN
You're
ELION. Selenelian.
You're.
It's also called
So
a
you see how
Selenelian.
So you see how the moon grabs light from the sun?
Grabs light from the sun.
Yes, so at night you can see the reflection of the moon.
You
Of
can
the sun,
see the
sorry, on the
reflection.
moon.
Okay.
Right? So when the Earth is in between, the reflection of what little light comes from the Earth and a bit from the sun behind the Earth is reflected onto the moon, which is why you see a bit of red.
The whole thing turns red when it's in full
It's not
eclipse.
bright though, it's a little bit.
Yeah, so how come it's in full eclipse and it's now got red light shining on it?
Have you seen it while before it's gone fully into eclipse? Don't you see the Earth's
Yeah,
shadow,
it starts
the
off
curvature
black.
of it?
It starts off
No.
black. And you know what else is a problem? The shadow doesn't follow a sinusoidal projection, which you're going to need geometrically when projecting a 3D sphere. Sinusoidal projection. When you project a sphere onto a sphere, two 3D objects, in this case, both round, the shadow from one projected onto the other does not follow a circle. It turns elongated, and then it turns into a circle, and then it turns elongated again. Nobody actually ever sees this. So I don't think that that's possible to have on a heliocentric globe model.
Sorry, some old guy sent me a Discord. What'd you say?
Yeah, so it sounds like you're agreeing with me now that the shadow turns red.
Well, I never
And
said
now
I
you'll
didn't.
probably
I told
agree
you.
with
I was
me now
telling
that
you.
the sinusoidal projection is
I was telling
oblong.
you
Here's an
beforehand.
example. You were telling me it happened before the eclipse. You were wrong.
I'm telling you about the shadow beforehand.
Yeah, there's the shadow beforehand is black.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see the curvature
Yeah,
of
so
the black shadow.
you just reversed your position. You insisted the shadow before was not black but red. You were wrong.
I never said it was though. I was talking about
You did. You
shadow
told me I was wrong. You told me I was wrong for
I told
saying
you
that
you were wrong
the
because you
shadow
said
was black at first, and now you agree with me that it's black at first.
but the shadow
You
is
did.
black.
I heard you, Ehab. I heard you. You did say that.
All right, so
just relax. You did say that.
yeah. So what I just sent at 58 minutes past the hour is a model of.
Bro, what was that 1950s transmission that I just heard? What the fuck?
All right. Can somebody moderate this shit for me? I'm driving. So 58 minutes past the hour, I sent a model of the lunar shadow as projected onto the Earth. Okay? When you see in this model, what's happening is they model it using what's called a sinusoidal pattern. Because the surface of the Earth is curved, presumably in this model, right? And the surface of the moon is curved. The resulting projection is not going to be like we see with the lunar eclipse.
You cut out.
It's going to move in as like a hot dog shape. It's going to move in, it's going to turn into a circle, and then it's going to leave as a hot dog.
I didn't catch you because you cut out like half.
No, he didn't cut out. We all heard him, dude.
What? Did he not cut out for you?
No, it cut out. It cut out for me as well.
Go ahead. I was listening to you, so I don't know if anybody else heard you cut out.
Right,
if you did cut out, it was just for a second.
To wrap up my points, you're wrong about the moon because, first off, the shadow projection doesn't conform to the spheres. Third off, the shadow turns red, which is impossible.
Can I counter-argue before you
And
continue?
third, the Selenelian eclipse puts the sun and the moon together in the sky above the horizon at the same time. So you do not have anything obstructing it, and yet you see an eclipse. So lunar eclipses trash the fucking globe, dude. Lunar eclipses absolutely trash the globe model.
Okay, so what you said was the shadow does not show any spherical shape at all. Like people are sending photos for me. You can see a massive curvature of the shadow on the moon.
It's not the right curvature. It's not the sinusoidal projection for two spheres. Yeah,
look at the distance though. Look at the distance.
Ehab, stop and have a good look at the shadow. That is not the shadow that you claim for a lunar eclipse.
Mate, I think you're a bit drunk.
That's awesome, considering I haven't had a drink for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, we're done with this guy. Put yourself on mute, Ehab.
Some questions.
We'll do it for you.
I'm just asking questions. No one else is talking. If someone wants to talk, they can talk.
Sea Lion Troll. I'm just.
You're not going to tell us how to run our channel, so go ahead.
I still haven't received that answer for the sun thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I gave you a thorough answer, dude.
It wasn't thorough, bro. You don't see the sun disappear, bro. I've never seen it disappear.
Ask him the particulars of what you said.
With me? Or him?
So I wanted you to tell him about the particulars of what he said.
I wasn't listening, bro.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Nah, because he was talking gibberish, bro. He was talking about trees and something about the sun.
Dude, if you're going to have the conversation, then fucking have it. If not, then get the fuck out of here. How about that?
Bro, I'm trying to have
like trees and
Who's this bloke?
Trees and the sun, or you were.
You're cutting. I can't hear anything.
Hey, man, you got any other Glovers talk to me right now?
What did you say?
I said, is there any other real Glovers that actually believe what they're saying here to talk about it? I don't want to interrupt if you are serious about the subject.
Nah, they can join in the conversation whenever they like, you know?
Well, what about you? Why do you think you live on a globe?
Hello. Oh, because...
Because why? Just tell me, man. We're just talking. Anyway, Miggy, AB, I didn't want to interrupt. I do have something I'd like to share when you get to it.
These guys weren't able to actually perform any coherent conversations. Plus, they're not even listening, so I don't know what we want to do with that.
All right, man, I'm going to get this out real quick, okay? Can I preface it that I do my best to keep any kind of personal situations off of here. I don't want any sympathy. I don't want any money. I don't want anything like that, okay? But I feel like I've got a little story I need to share with people that I know it's kind of a weird relationship online, but you kind of get to know each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I was composed enough to do this, but I'm just going to blurt it out and just meet me if you have to, okay? Last Wednesday, I was doing my job, normal day. I'm 63 years old. I have heart issues ongoing for the last 15, 20 years. This last episode, I was following all doctor's orders, taking all my medication. I mean, at least with heart stuff, there's a little bit of science behind them. I'm not going to go into that. Anyway, I need to make this as short as possible. I just wanted to share with you guys, let you know I may not be around here a little bit or whatever, but I'll get to the point. I was doing my job last Wednesday, loading a grocery order in Frankfort, Kentucky. Put the groceries in my car, put my ass in the seat, put the car in reverse, started backing out. My next memory, conscious memory, is apparently like 30 to 40 minutes later, waking up in the yard. Had a massive heart attack. My heart quit beating for about 15 minutes. They brought me back with the paddles, and I got it out off my chest.
Wow.
I don't want any sympathy. There's some reason I'm still here. I got me.
God bless you, Dave. Several of us have endured life-threatening situations in the past few years, bro. You're still here for a reason. You got your purpose. You know what it is, and God bless you, Dave.
Yeah, we love you, brother. Don't worry about it. We got you.
I can't keep talking. I hope you understand this. I know you guys you'll be sending healing prayers and love. And for some reason, I'm not around. I just wanted to share that with you. I'm a miracle walking right now. That's all I can say. For some reason, that God still wants his heart beating. And here I am on my path. And been having a lot of long conversations with God or whatever you think that is. But I'm okay either way. I have to shut up.
Not yet your time, bro. Not yet your. Please send somebody you trust your contact information. So if something happens, if you want us to find out, and you know what I'm talking about.
Thank
I'd
you.
recommend passing on contact info to someone you trust. Yeah.
I'll definitely reach out to somebody, and I just want to get that off my chest because I don't spend as much time here as I used to, but the truth is still the truth, and I really.
It is. We got.
You know, there might be not anybody.
Yeah, Mr. Hinkle, when it's time to go home, just embrace that. Know that we'll know that you're with the Creator. So just know that we will know. So you'll just go in peace. You know, don't feel like you left something behind. We know that you did great work being here and speaking truth. So just embrace the fact that you'll be with the Creator.
Well, I hope you guys don't mind me. I don't want to dwell on it. I just wanted to get it out there, okay? And I appreciate your thoughts and everything. I'll go back on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
Well, there's one other thing I was going to cover. I wish I had a cool story to tell you all about the other side, but I don't. But maybe people do, but I don't.
So you're saying that every star and planet in our solar system and beyond is all round except for Earth.
Yeah, those lights in the sky, they're up in the sky.
Yeah, the ones that you can use a telescope to look at. Yeah, those ones.
Yep.
Yeah, they're round. Yeah.
Yeah, they very well may be round. They might be orbs.
Yeah, so then why wouldn't Earth be round?
Why? How does that logically follow?
What do you mean? Look, all the planets, all the stars, they're all round. So then...
Yeah, so if I drive my car into a school bus parking lot, do I say my car must be a school bus too?
Yeah, no, but if your car looks like a bus and drives like a bus,
it doesn't.
It most likely is a bus. You know what I mean?
I don't. Do you see land in the sky, dude? Do you see land in the sky?
Man, it's so silly, man. Like, yeah, are you looking at freaking rocks in the sky, floating land?
Who's talking? Yeah, there are rocks in the sky. Yeah, and there's floating land. What else would you call like Mars?
I don't think it's floating land.
They tell you it's gas. They tell you it's gas in a vacuum, and you believe that.
Mars isn't gas.
They claim that Mars is a rocky planet. Now the problem is what makes you think we should have an atmosphere in a vacuum of outer space?
Man, I'm not sure how it works exactly, but it's got to do with the trees, I guess. I don't know.
There are no trees on Mars, huh?
Yeah, so there's no atmosphere, buddy.
Oh, shit.
But
I'm not a science major here, all right? I'm not bad.
Well, hold on. NASA will show you helicopters on Mars. How does that work?
What? Helicopters
you didn't hear about
on Mars?
That? Yeah, they put helicopters on Mars, dude.
Oh, I've never heard of that, bro.
Yeah, Google it. The Martian helicopter.
Yeah, there's little rodents too.
No, but I don't know what you're reading.
There's little rats on Mars too.
There's no life found on Mars as of yet.
Oh yeah, there's a rodent running around on Mars though.
Mars isn't like Earth at all. Earth is the floor of the universe.
What makes you think that? I haven't heard this
Well, first off, like a floor, it measures flat. It's not round.
How do you know that?
Because we've measured it. Also, all the lights in the sky are above you. They're not below your feet.
Actually, but people on the other side of the planet, it's actually above them.
Other side of the planet? So you're presupposing the globe again. How do you know that there's another side?
Because, well, let's say someone on the other side of the planet can see stars the opposite way that we do, and they can see it while we're seeing the day.
Yeah, so let's say I've got a big, long warehouse, and I turn on the lights on one side of the warehouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, the stars are the opposite. They're flipped. They're upside down.
That's just your opinion. Like, how do you know they flip upside down? You literally travel over a measurably flat surface to see different stars up above you.
No, because if you look at specific star constellations in Australia and you look at them in Sweden, they're the opposite.
They're not the opposite. They're just different.
No, they're the opposite. They're the same stars, just the opposite, meaning you're standing underneath. Yeah,
Who says that?
Bro. You're seeing the Big Dipper the other way, like the backwards. Yeah. The ladle's facing the other way in Australia.
Yeah, listen, I don't see the Southern Cross in the north.
That's because it's not visible from there.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. You're seeing different stars in a different spot.
No, there are some stars that we all see. Like
There's
Orion, the Orion series. Go search it up.
Yeah, that's like me standing in the middle of the warehouse, and I can see stars to the left and to the right of me in the warehouse. The big lights in the ceiling.
But we can both see those stars, like whether you're in like America or whether you're in Australia, and they're the opposite. Like they're flipped upside down.
They're flipped. So wait, the Southern Cross is flipped upside down in the north.
You can't see the Southern Cross from there.
But you keep telling me I'm seeing the same stars flipped upside down. Make up your
Some
freaking
same
mind,
stars.
dude.
Some stars. Why you keep saying the Southern Cross? I never mentioned the Southern Cross.
Well, is the Little Dipper? Can you see the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper backwards in Australia?
Flipped upside down?
Which one's the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper? I don't know which one you're talking about, Brad, to be honest.
I know, because you're not seeing the same stars flipped upside down.
You are. Go look at the Orion. Is it the Orion constellation? Go look at the Orion constellation. Yes.
Yeah, Orion's is not in the northern sky. Those aren't circumpolar stars like the Southern Cross or the Dippers are. Yeah, do you know what circumpolar stars are?
No, bro.
So, like in the south, the big example is the Southern Cross. They're circumpolar because they rotate around the south celestial pole in the sky. And the north, we've got the Dippers. Those are also circumpolar stars.
What?
Yeah, you don't see the Dippers and we don't see the Southern Cross.
Yeah, but how about the Orion constellation?
Orion's between the two.
Yeah, but you see it upside down. That's my point. You see it upside down than what we do.
Well, because I'm standing on one side looking down towards your direction, and you're standing on the other side looking up towards my direction. We're facing opposite directions, of course.
So the flat Earth is like standing upright. It's not
no,
flat.
it just measures flat, dude. Just measures beautifully flat.
Then if we were to look up at the night sky, it should be in the
Flat.
same, facing the same direction. It shouldn't be upside down. The Orion series shouldn't be upside down. That doesn't make sense.
All right, let's take this down to the kindergarten level. All right, let's say we're in Sesame Street. Okay, we're in Sesame Street's classroom, and you're standing on one side of the classroom. I'm standing on the other side of the classroom. We're both looking at the ceiling, and there's a number 6. And you say, no, it's a number 9. I say, no, it's a number 6. You say, no, it's a number 9.
Wait. Let me get this straight. You're standing here, I'm standing there. We see it differently, but the stars move across the night sky. So even if we were to face it the same direction. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to go. I'll be listening.
The Earth moves, and the stars are stationary. Yeah.
No, the
We're
stars
standing on
actually
opposite
move.
sides. That's what I'm saying.
The stars move, dude. The Earth doesn't move. The stars move.
The Earth moves, bro.
I thought you agreed the stars moved. You said all the stars move in the sky, and I'm like, yeah.
No,
Now you
to
say,
us,
wait, no.
to us, from our perspective.
Oh, well, that's silly. Like nobody ever measured that.
Bro, everyone's measured this, bro.
Nah, you've been taught that shit. Just, gosh dang. It's just some shit you've been taught. Some
Bro,
shit
we've all been
you got fed and you freaking believed it.
Oh, what? All right,
Everybody believed it for years.
Let's get down to it. All right, why were we being taught this bullshit? Huh?
You could have a zillion different reasons.
Yeah.
Why they want to teach you a false model or.
Why everybody on Earth decided to teach everybody else on Earth the false model, and nobody decided to disprove it, except for you.
Yep, except for me. Little old me thinks water's flat.
Yeah,
You think water does? You think water bends around balls?
Huh?
You ever seen that? You ever seen that in front of you? You ever seen it recreated? You ever seen that happen anywhere?
What, water?
Water adhering to the outside of a ball.
I mean, gravity is a very big factor, bro.
Oh, boy.
So what, you reckon the Earth is the center of the universe as well?
I know the water lays flat. That's what I know. That's what you can see every day.
Maybe not the center, but the floor.
Huh?
Always flat, nigga.
I mean,
Or the universe.
What would you think that, but? Water just goes to the center. Huh? Water goes to the center of the Earth. That's how gravity works.
Cool story.
That's how you're taught. You know.
Have you ever been to the center of the Earth?
Oh, Flat Lloyd Wright, just in time. My brother.
If the go to the center of the Earth, then gravity's working.
You're kind of all over the place, right? I mean, you're talking about the spin of the Earth, and you're asking like, well, why would they lie? And then you're like,
it's because you gotta question everything, you know? Because since that's what you guys do, so I'm
one thing at a time, man. To answer your question, I'm not the liar, so I would have no idea why the liar is lying. However, it's not everybody in the world lying to you, bro. Like, is the NASA janitor in on it? He's like, oh yeah, cool. I'm gonna make sure he thinks it's a globe.
Yeah, exactly. So
no, that's not the case, dude. They just believe the exact same story that you were taught, and their fathers and their mothers were taught the same story, and they taught it to their mothers and daughters.
Do you reckon you're smarter than these people?
Has nothing to do with it.
No. Honest. Do you reckon you're smarter than these people?
Doesn't matter if I do or don't.
It does, but look, these people have studied this their whole lives, and they reckon it's true.
They've memorized it from a book?
No.
They memorize the story, therefore they're intelligent?
They do that.
If you memorize the story, does that make you more intelligent?
Yeah, they're memorizing books and parroting it back. And you're saying they're smart because of that.
They're not memorizing books. The books give you an idea, and then you do your own experiment to figure out whether that is true.
Yeah, it's too bad they're not doing anything to prove the Earth has purpose.
They've done many things.
Show us one.
All right, they set up a massive walls with holes in the exact same spot, miles apart, and then they shot a laser through it. And for some reason, the laser didn't go through all the holes.
It was a light bulb, and it was a fake flat earther. So you should, for your globe proof, maybe you should use, not a flat earther, or at least a fake one.
Can you prove that, Buck?
Your globe.
Yeah, Jaren's an obvious fake flat earther since 2016.
Who?
Yeah, he says he's not a flat earther.
So how about there was this time they flew a helicopter miles out, and they got someone to stand on the beach and look out into the ocean.
About the time they flew that helicopter on Mars, my friend.
Before globe.
Yeah, and then they lowered the helicopter until the guy said he couldn't see the helicopter anymore. He thought it was landed. He couldn't see it anymore, but it was still in the air.
Footage?
Huh?
Yeah, because in one scene you can see birds flying across, the helicopters there. And the next scene they don't show the helicopter, but the same birds are flying across.
Oh, I don't remember the video, but
yeah, we do.
Imagine thinking your globe proof is a propaganda piece trying to discredit the information about the measurement of the surface of the Earth. Not only did you fall for the globe, but you're falling for the fake flat Earth propaganda. Wild.
Hey, how about time zones? How do they work?
They're inconsequential. It's a construct that's made. You know, for instance, like China has one time zone. Australia has 2.5 time zones. How about the quote-unquote Southern Hemisphere? 32 time zones, whereas in closer to the north, what? Is it like closer to 24? Actually, it's a little bit less than 24. You know, like it's arbitrary. It has nothing to do with the geometry.
19.
Wouldn't light hit everywhere all
19 things. Sorry, what was that, Cole?
I said, wouldn't light hit everywhere all at once?
Well, for instance, just last year, I think it was like June 8th, 99% of the population of the Earth was experiencing daylight. How is that possible on a globe? Isn't it supposed to be only about 50%? I mean...
Huh? I never heard of that.
Oh, so it must, it must not have happened if you haven't heard about it, Cole, right?
I mean, I've never seen it. No one I know has seen it. I've never heard of it.
Maybe you should educate yourself.
I should educate myself.
Yeah, because it's a terrible rebuttal for me telling you information. You're like, well, I've never heard it. Oh, I didn't realize you were omnipresent, Cole.
So I could tell you anything, and then I'll just be like, "Oh, since you haven't heard it, must mean it's right. Must mean I'm right."
That's what you're
doing.
Like that.
It doesn't work like that, bro.
I know. That's what you're doing. I'm literally explaining to you how stupid that is. Go look it up.
I'll look it up right now. What date was it? I'm going to search it.
Look up 99% daylight for the Earth's population.
19. Is that? I'm going to search that exactly.
Yeah.
Daylight. Let's see what comes up.
Sure. What I'm trying to elucidate, Cole, is that you don't even realize anything about your globe. And at the same time, you think you know that you live on one.
It says 99%. This is due to the Earth's rotation. Oh, no, that's 99% of the world's population, but not the world.
That's what I said. World's population.
Yeah, but not the world. It still doesn't prove anything. Majority of the world is still in darkness, though.
I didn't say the world.
So then your point's irrelevant.
So you can't answer how that works on a globe? Because I thought it's always supposed to be 50%, right?
I searched it up and I got a photo right here that just shows how it works.
You didn't hear the second that. If you've got a light source on a globe, 50% of it should be illuminated.
That's not true, actually.
Really?
Light moves much differently than you'd think. It doesn't. Yeah. Yeah.
Says a guy who doesn't know that it's 50% lit in his own paradigm.
Who said it has to be 50%?
The geometry of the paradigm. You got a sun in the center. The ball is supposedly spinning. How do you get the sun on the other side of the ball?
No, I'm saying you can.
You're saying, oh, well, light is just magically bending? You don't understand it. I do, but don't, but do, but don't.
Light can go around.
Prove it.
But how about, wait, if it's a flat earth, then it'd be bright all the time.
I'm not even trying to use this guy to prove the surface of the earth. I'm trying to elucidate to you that you can't use this guy to elucidate the measurement of the earth.
Huh?
You don't need this guy, brother. Because it's going to be really hard to logically connect what the sky is doing
to the geometry of the Earth. Even though I understand that's why they taught, I mean, that's how they taught us the globe, me and you, right? They said, look in the sky. The stars are moving. That's how you know you're moving. You were told to look at the sky instead of the ground, right?
Yeah, if I look at the ground, I come to the same conclusion.
Right, that it's flat and stationary.
Like I said, if the Earth was flat, it'd be bright 100% of the time.
Well, that's a straw man.
No, it's not.
That's not the case at all. I mean, we don't know the distance of the sun.
Yeah.
I mean, for instance, Cole, what if I had an extremely dark, pitch black room, right? And I have a table with a tiny little pin light. And this pin light is really close to the surface of that table. And I move that pin light all across the table.
Oh, why is it a pin light and not like a whole light? Because the sun's a orb. It's a circle of light.
Okay, it's a circle. But you don't know how big it is or how far away it is. You're told that, but you've never made a measurement of 93 million miles, have you?
I mean, we got telescopes for that, bro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, point it at a black body where you really can't tell what's going on.
Just zoom in, bro.
Yeah, zoom in into a bright light. That'll tell you how far it is. You realize how dumb that sounds? Yeah, just point a telescope at the sun, dude.
Cameras can
also, by the way, this is recorded, so please, nobody, for the love of God, point a telescope at a sun.
Oh, we got cameras nowadays that do it for us.
Yeah, and you can get solar filters and all that stuff. And what tells you the distance? Did the telescope whisper to you?
Tells you the difference.
No, it doesn't. Because you're going to have to make an assumption of how big it is.
By how far it is. By how far it looks to be.
How far it looks
exact.
to be?
I mean, yeah, you can... Well,
no, you're ridiculous, dude.
Huh?
You're ridiculous. That's like if I took a picture of a toy model car that's just really close to the camera, I could be under an illusion, right? The car's not actually that big. It's just very close to the vantage point.
You can see things on the car. Prove how big it is.
Congratulations.
No, prove
no, you can't. Right? It could be just a tiny model car in this situation. I could get out of the camera, right? Put the camera down, go take a look at what I'm taking a photo of, right? Pick it up and go, oh, shit. You know, it's a tiny little car. Can I do that with the sun, Cole? Can I go outside and go measure it?
Solar flares.
Okay, you can look at stuff. Congratulations. It's not going to magically tell you how big or far away it is.
I mean, it gives you an idea.
Really?
All right, how about satellites?
What about them?
How do they work?
Not in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Huh?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Do you know what a second law of thermodynamics is?
No, bro.
Entropy. Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah, what is it? Tell me.
Look it up. I thought you knew everything, Cole, right? I mean, if it hasn't come across your brain, it probably doesn't exist, right?
I know everything. I'm just questioning your existence.
Okay. Well, you're jumping around to satellites. And don't get me wrong, there's all different types of technology in the sky. But they're not floating around like a tin can.
What's that got to do with satellites?
Environment.
The decay of things. What's that got to do with satellites?
Because the environment that they're claimed to be in is known as outer space. Are you familiar?
Your point.
Right. So how do you have a tin can in outer space if outer space doesn't exist, Cole?
But it does, and we have photos, and we sense. Wait, if that means satellites don't exist. If
It
satellites
doesn't mean
don't
satellites
exist,
don't exist. We have satellites. You can put them on balloons. You can tether them in all kinds of different drone
so
technologies
how do they
now.
stay up there?
They have balloons. They have all kinds of drone technology now. Solar.
You reckon the satellites stay up there because of balloons? Come on,
Well, not
be
just
realistic.
balloons. No, I mean they've got drone. I mean, we've
Yeah,
got,
and
like,
how do they
solar
power those
panel-
drones?
I mean, completely unmanned aircraft now. It's pretty insane. Actually.
Yeah, but those unmanned aircrafts have to come back down to Earth to fuel them.
Yeah, like every month or so.
Satellites stay in the sky. Explain that.
Really? Because they just got shot down a couple of years ago. Remember that Chinese satellite floating across the U.S.? Did you ever see that bulletin?
That was a balloon. That was the.
Oh, but they called it a satellite, though, right?
They didn't know what it was. But satellites. But regardless,
now they don't know what it was.
Did something. Wait, you're not proving nothing. How does GPS work? How do we get internet? All this stuff. Satellites have to stay.
Dude,
up
you're just
and
asking a
active
bunch of questions.
24/7. Huh?
I'm not trying to prove anything to you. I'm simply answering your questions.
But
the reason why I'm having a hard time is because you don't even know what entropy is. I mean,
it's the decay.
You think that just because the environment doesn't exist, that the objects that the story explains must not be true either. Nobody here is claiming that satellites don't exist. Nobody here is claiming GPS
But how
doesn't
do
work.
they work?
Nobody here is claiming that the
How do
internet
they
doesn't
work?
work, Cole.
How do they work?
You're supposed to tell me, right? It's supposed to work on a ball.
I'm telling you, you're not listening.
Yeah, undersea water cables for the internet. In fact, 98% of all internet and data communications are through undersea cables.
Wi-Fi?
And have been since 1848.
GPS? How's GPS work, bro?
I just told you. Underwater sea cables.
GPS doesn't work from underwater,
To
bro.
ground stations.
It doesn't work from underwater, bro. GPS.
Oh my
It
god,
works through
dude.
satellites.
You know what a cable is?
Search it up, bro.
No, it doesn't
You have the
work
internet
through a
at your
satellite, dude.
fingertips. You have the internet at your fingertips.
Says the guy projecting and can't. We'll look up the word entropy. But yeah, dude, look it
and
up.
It proves nothing.
Here, let me get my computer. I'm on my phone doing some 3D prints, but you know what? I got some stuff.
What does entropy mean, huh? And how does it prove?
Look it up. You have the internet at your fingertips.
Yeah, I did.
Can you even spell it?
Nothing.
Spell it, bro.
Nothing.
Can you even spell entropy?
Why does it matter if I can spell it or not?
I don't know. So you can actually Google it?
English isn't my first language, bro. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, good for you, brother. Proud of you. Would you like a
It
cookie?
doesn't matter if I can spell it or not. You still haven't told me what it is and how it affects satellites being in space.
Because the claimed environment that they're in, right? For instance, right now we're breathing gas pressure, roughly 14.7 psi. However, gas law states that in order to have gas pressure, that you must have a volume containment. Now, according to the globe, last time I checked, there's no glass ball holding in the air from the Earth to space, right?
Yeah. Oh, the atmosphere, you mean?
Yeah, atmos meaning air, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. It's already a contradiction of terms. You could just say the air. You'd have to prove that the air is in a circle, and good luck with that.
But what's this got to do with satellites being in space?
Because of the claimed environment. Relax, Cole.
What's the claimed environment?
Outer space, nothing, right? Or close to it, right?
Yeah.
So how do you have nothing next to something without containment between them?
Huh?
How do you have gas pressure next to no gas pressure without the gas pressure getting sucked into the no pressure? I'm trying to make it really easy for you. Otherwise, we could talk about high pressure, low pressure. You can open up a soda can, right? You've never seen the air go into the can. Entropy always goes from that high pressure to low pressure. We see it everywhere, except for the one beautiful story about satellites and outer
So
space.
satellites, according to you, work on balloons and drones. That's how they work.
There's quite a... Here, I'll post the technology for you, man. And you can look into every single one for yourself.
Yeah, it's called HAPS. HAPS, HAPS, High Altitude Platform System.
That's
one of them. Yeah.
And it's composed of different types of vehicles, like our friend said, flatloid balloons, and you have drones, high altitude planes that work without pilot, don't necessitate any external energy other than the sunlight. It has batteries, so it can work during the night when there is no sunlight.
Are you saying
And there is so many.
Wait, did you just say we have planes that work 24/7?
Yeah, hold on. Someone's got a hot mic, or they're echoing through the. There we go. Call your. Yeah, you gotta like fix your shit.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Is it bad?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Everyone's playing back through your microphone.
Yeah, I was hearing it. I didn't know where it was from.
Yeah, it was hard to spot it because everyone was kind of. I mean, people are talking pretty close to each other. Yeah, I think it. Here, let me. Yeah, it sounds good now. I'm not coming back through you.
Yeah. I'll mute while you guys talk. You know.
Yeah, go ahead. It's good. Go ahead.
No, you were saying about this 24/7 planes?
And flat Earth or no flat Earth, you should know that exists. And like Flatloid asks you to do, you can just go and tap the word in your navigator and research the thing. If it exists really. It's like you never heard about helium balloons and unmanned planes that work with solar panels. Like,
First satellite to ever be launched was 1957, bro. We didn't have
like that one
24/7
that's sporadic descent. That's one model of unmanned planes that work with the solar energy.
You reckon we did that in 1957?
There is model of HAPS that work with the same thing.
Give me a sec.
HAPS. It's called HAPS. High Altitude Platform System.
First solar panel was 1990. Wait, residential. Oh, that's residential. Main model panels. Solar panels weren't used back then, bro. Not like that. Not to that advanced. No way, bro. I don't get why all of you just love to like search everything up and fucking come up with your own idea of what's going on.
Because we don't want to be a robot like you.
A robot like 90%, 99% of the world? Like, you got Chat GPT now, bro. He can answer all your questions.
Yeah, and it's also like a robot. A system that you can use in your favor and do with it whatever you want to do. So, yeah, if you want that AI to tell you that the Earth is flat, yeah, it can do that.
Can also like, tell you that it's round, bro.
Yeah. So it's not something that you can rely on. Yeah, you can use it to help you just facilitate your tasks, but you won't rely on it for acquiring informations because it doesn't understand things. It's not able to think. It's just language model. It helps you make a research, but it won't just distinguish for you which research is real, which is false. So you have to just try to distinguish between those informations that the AI brings to you. You don't say amen.
Does oxygen exist? Can you prove that?
Need one.
You don't even know where it is, though. So you assume there is a container.
Well, it's a pretty fair assumption in given that our gas laws dictate that it's a necessity.
Crazy. Please chill out, okay? That is just crazy assumptions.
Well, how about you go and take it up with all the scientists and experts that have actually made these gas laws and, go from there. If you're in the belief that we don't have some kind of containment in order to keep gas pressure, then you're a joke. You've got nothing. You are not qualified to be in this conversation.
You do know. That's just too bizarre, man. But dude, look.
It's too bizarre. The reason it's bizarre is because it shuts down your claims of space. That's why.
Yes.
It's so bizarre because I don't like it because all my rockets and space claims now get thrown out the window. That's the problem. Space is fake and gay.
Oh no, you said it.
That's crazy coming from you, dude. Crazy, man. I cannot.
No, it's not crazy. Let's ask you this. Ava Vase, do you know about the pressure we measure? What is the pressure measured at sea level? What is it? No, it's not.
What?
What's the pressure measured?
What? What are you talking about?
Vives, come on. You're saying that he's crazy, right? And I'm saying to you that we have a validation of a measurement, and with that validation, the measurement validates the enclosure required. So I'm asking you, do you know about the pressure that's measured, or are you just going to sit there and say we're crazy even though we have the measurements and you just can't understand it? It would appear.
What's the measurement? What's the measurement?
14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level, 1 bar. You know about the pressure that a basket... Go ahead.
So it tells you that we are being contained in a dome.
Yeah,
that
because a
what it says?
basketball requires 8 pounds per square inch in order for that basketball to be functional. Now we measure a higher pressure at sea level being 14.7 pounds per square inch. So I'd like to know from your standpoint with your spheroid, how you think that we have that validation of the, or we have that measurement. How do we have that measurement with an open system?
Where? Can I tell
It's
you
not where.
why? The thing is, you don't even know where the container is. Why does that matter?
We don't need to know where it is. This is the bit you guys can't comprehend. We don't need to know. All you need to know is, under gas laws, the antecedent to gas pressure is containment. Not Matrix needs to know what the container is made of. Matrix needs to know what color it is. Matrix needs to know what it tastes like. None of that is written in gas laws. The fact that containment is required, that is it. That's all you need to know. That's all I need to know.
Oh, you have to know where it is, though. So
No,
you
I
can
don't.
Verify.
No, I don't. You don't get that. You're going to keep saying that every time you come in here. And the last 3 times you have said, you need to know where the container is. You need to know where we know what you keep saying. But get it through your head. We don't need to know where it is. We just need to know that we've got gas pressure and that containment is a requirement.
You cannot verify it, though. You cannot verify if it doesn't.
You can verify it by the fact that you have gas pressure. There you go. Verified. It's that simple.
Bro, the measurement is it, right? The measurement, it literally kicks the chair and says, you need to explain how I exist. If it's measured, therefore, if it's measured, you have to be able to explain how it comes to be. You can't say it exists and you have to explain everything that exists around it in order for it to be that.
Is anyone talking right now? He just kind of died.
What's up, Bluey?
Oh no, just people stopped talking for some reason. No, just curious why.
Probably because someone was mumbling in the background and we didn't hear what they said.
Okay, who's mumbling in the background?
You were.
I was mumbling in the background.
Yes.
Look, I came in here. I'm not trying to cause any issues. I don't know why you needed to, insult me.
I'm just pointing out the obvious. You were mumbling in the background. We stopped. We didn't hear what you said. So now you can go for it.
How is that an insult? I think that's just a report, is it not?
No. You guys stopped talking. Not because I said anything. I hadn't said anything. I just said, why you guys stopped talking.
Well, there you go. Now we know what he said. Awesome. Thank you.
No, you know what I said. I didn't mumble. And then you're saying I mumbled.
Well, you did mumble.
What are you saying, Mumbles? Hey, Mumbles, say that again.
Now look what you've done.
Mumble?
You should have just shut up.
You've woken the rabbit.
Okay, alright. Well, okay, so Matrix, I'm guessing you don't believe in the globe Earth model?
Why would I believe in something I can't see, touch, or feel? You don't feel any spin, you don't see any curvature, and we've already verified and validated that space is fake and gay. So,
alright, if I...
Next.
Okay, yes, I understand. If I can just ask you one question. I'm not asking you about any observations or anything. I'm just asking. If, without a globe Earth model, how could you explain the 24-hour Antarctic sun?
Oh, that's easy. On a flat Earth, it's impossible for the sun to set. And we've been told that multiple times by quite a few different globers. And there's some guys that actually went down to Antarctica, and for a couple of days, the sun didn't set. So, if the sun can't set on a flat Earth, and they saw the sun not setting, then therefore the Earth is flat.
It's kind of crazy how that works, huh?
Excuse me, can I join in a little?
Depends what you're bringing.
You can see the curvature.
Really? How?
No,
Okay. Honestly, this has gone from like mildly stupid to fucking full blown retardation, like very quickly.
Well, you can leave.
You asked the question, you got shut down, enjoy the wait.
Goodbye.
Yeah, don't spend your time in a room that you think are full of a bunch of retards. You go ahead and leave.
Okay, can I have the mic? You can see the curvature if you're at a beach.
You can see the curvature at the beach.
Okay, excuse me, I'm a glober and you cannot see it. I'm just putting that out there.
Hold on. Omsky, can you discuss that with Vivace, please?
The curvature is not visible. Listen here, I love physics, I love science, I love everything, and no offense to the flat earth guys, but their idea is stupid. But no, you cannot see curvature at any sort of eye level. You can climb the mountain first and you can't see it.
Okay, maybe not on the ground, okay? Maybe not on the ground, but you can see it and you're in a high ground.
Can't see it.
No, not on high ground. You have to go stratosphere up plus. You have to be on a fighter jet going minimum 30 kilometers up.
Oh snap! It looks like we got a Glober dogpile on whether you can see the sphericity or not.
Yes, and we can see it. There are cameras. There are footages of what on a jet, and you can see the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, once you get high enough,
you can see it on a very high distance.
So are we witnessing this curvature or what? How high is this going to be? One's saying he can see it from the beach. The other one says bullshit. So what is it? Can we see it from the beach or not?
No, you cannot see it from the beach.
We can. Let's just say we can. But we can see it when we're on a what? On like 100,000 feet and something, you know?
I think it's 30 kilometers plus, but don't quote me on that. I don't know the exact number.
Okay.
Matrix, what do you think about the Holocaust?
Huh?
Yeah, that's off topic. That what you could go to another channel for that. As far as you're going to get here is that we might invoke Operation Paperclip and how war criminals were roped into the U.S. federal government and escaped justice completely. One of the worst things ever that happened in humanity.
Holy shit, Crit, you're a lot nicer than me. I was going to invoke the ban button.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think, just so he knows that JQ is not authorized here, and one of the main talking points for Flat Earth, or how you know these guys would lie, is that they fully escaped any accountability for the worst crimes you can commit against all of humanity. Operation Paperclip. Look that up, and you know why people have always questioned what NASA has said. Always.
The designer of Saturn V, his name was Werner von Braun, an ex-Nazi scientist. He ran multiple death camps.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about it. People can look it up on their own with a source they trust. This is not something that's in contention. It's one of those things, too, where how long did the federal government maintain the conspiracy theory before enough whistleblowers and enough evidence got forward, and then finally the federal government says, yeah, we did that. And you're like, holy shit. How was NASA not instantly disbanded right after that came to light? Instantly. Like, shut the doors.
Okay, can we stop going off topic? Because I wanted to discuss something, if it's okay.
Yeah, fire away. I just was making sure that we weren't going to go any deeper than that on that topic.
I wanted to lay some groundwork. Are atoms a thing? Like in your mindset, in the existence, do atoms?
Yeah, that's
exist?
off topic. That's off topic too.
Well, I don't mean in that category, but like for my explanation that I want to do towards the flat Earth, we need to acknowledge some groundwork. Are atoms a thing?
Yeah, we're talking about the surface of the Earth. You don't need to invoke atoms to talk about the surface of the Earth.
Okay, if you say so, but when they come up later, don't say, maybe they'll come up later, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Let's try. Let's see what you think about atoms and whatnot, and how you're able to invoke the surface of the Earth using atoms. This might be interesting.
Okay, so whenever I thought about flat Earth, because I have critically thought about it, and some stuff actually has gotten to me, the atmosphere shit, for example, that was very hard for me to understand. I got around, though. It was more simple than that, but I won't get sidetracked right now. I'll go down to the main thing. Are you familiar with Newton's law of universal gravitation?
Yeah, I think you want to look that up again. It's got a completely different name that you want to invoke.
Well, I'm not sure which one it is. The simple one. Big G times the mass of the first object times the mass of the second object divided by the square root of the square of distance. That's the one.
So they're attracted to each other based off distance. So it's called spooky action at a distance.
No. The more mass they have, the stronger the attraction. The farther they are, the weaker the attraction, and it's squared, so it's basically falls off like a parabola.
Yeah, do you know about the first one?
What first one? Newton's first law of motion?
Yeah, you're like if you want to skip all the way to the end, let's go step by step.
Okay, I don't know them like in a row, but first law, if I'm not mistaken, conservation of momentum. Second
pretty
law,
close. Yeah, well, hold on. You have to go you'll go one after another. So, is the Earth moving?
If yes, it is multiple directions.
It's perpetual motion.
Yes.
How do you get that? How do you get perpetual motion inside Newton's first law?
Because Newton said that an object will continue to move unless not acted upon by another object. Space is a vacuum.
Yeah, you got other objects acting upon it.
Well, sorry, not objects, force.
Yeah, other forces. You got the sun, all these things, all these forces acting upon everything. So how is that possible to be moving and perpetual motion?
Well, in case of one of the motions of the Earth, which is its rotation, nothing's stopping it. No outside force is physically grabbing. It's not applying any sort of torque to the Earth.
Yeah, don't you have the sun, the Earth itself?
Yes, the sun is pulling the whole Earth, but not one specific side of the Earth, so there is no torque being applied.
Yeah, it's pulling it in one direction.
Yes, in order
so how is it perpetual motion?
Well, excuse me, English isn't my first language, so I have some pronunciation problems. Motion doesn't.
I get it. Try the best you can. How about we'll just move on? So the next one is what F equals ma. What's mass?
Yes.
What's mass? What would you call mass? What is that?
Sorry, I don't know the definition of the top of my head, but it's essentially equal to not how much stuff there is, but how much mass that stuff has.
So mass is how much mass it has. Just mass.
It's one of the fundamental measurement units, so it's kind of hard to define it. I know there's like a really good definition somewhere, and I haven't into it. I understand.
Dive into it. Let's come back to this topic after you're more read on it. Because right now you got strike one, strike two. Do you want to go for strike three?
Well, as I said, by my understanding, mass is just how much of a substance there is. There's nothing else about it.
How about this? What was the cause? What was the hypothesis for Newton's law of universal gravitation?
Well, by my understanding, there's the whole joke with the apple, but in reality, by my understanding, he first saw apples, he was inspired, then obviously all the other observations he did with the stars and the moons and, everything else, and other things he had noted before in life, and that eventually led to him making that observation. And
yeah. What was the cause? That's the effect. What was the cause?
The cause of him making it.
What was the cause?
What do you mean by the cause? Like what caused him
the
to make it?
effect was the apple falling to Earth. What was the cause?
I don't understand your question. What do you mean? What caused him to?
Yeah, let me help you out. He didn't give any cause at all. He says, I feign no hypothesis. And basically, when pushed, how can you have a scientific theory without hypothesis, without experiment? He said, God did it.
Well,
can you show this God?
I won't lie about that, but the simple fact of the matter is...
Well, just go read the book. He wrote a book about it. You just go read the book. Go read the book and come back and we can talk about this later on. And then you can talk about your Adams and your Eves and all the other stuff. So right now, let's go back to the surface of the Earth. How can a curved surface be flat?
Hold on, Crit. Can I ask him a quick question about the apple?
Yeah, fire away.
Bet. Thanks, brother. Question for you, Onsky. How do you think that apple came to be? What did the apple come from?
What do you mean, like the physical apple he saw, or more philosophical meaning of how the apple
let's talk about. So Newton's sitting underneath the tree. He gets hit in the head by the apple. So what is the apple? Where did the apple come from?
In that context, the apple came from the tree. I don't understand what you mean.
In all contexts, don't be an idiot. Don't be stupid. In all contexts, apples come from trees, and trees come from seeds, which come from the ground. So the apple seed grows the apple tree, and the apple falls from the apple tree when it's mature enough. Okay, that's a cycle of life. So he just chose to witness the force acting upon the apple halfway through the apple's life cycle. I hope I didn't say too much for you to understand that. Brother Crit, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move on. I mean, at this point, because you're basically invoking something that you don't have even a general working knowledge of, that really boils down to a deeply theistic claim inside the Catholic Church from a guy who basically had a doll collection, drank mercury because he thought he would shit gold, and didn't really have a hypothesis to begin with. And then hundreds of years later, you're like, atoms.
That's getting to the core of it.
Eves. Yeah, no pun intended. So let's go back. Let's go back to the surface of the Earth. How can a curved surface be flat? How do you do that?
All the information you've stewed this guy's mind.
A curved surface cannot be flat. It can appear flat.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
So what? I'm a flat earther now.
Yeah. You can identify how you want to identify. You could still say, "Hey, that surface that's obviously flat can just be curved," and you can start. We can start explaining, like Florida Man, and how you do some really weird shit.
Well, listen here. The curvature of the Earth is so minuscule, it is indetectable. At surface level, you have to go extremely high up to start seeing it. Even at the ISS level, it's basically unseeable.
What curvature?
So if they can't see it at the ISS, they can't see it anywhere. You think it's still a ball, even though you can't measure it. Now, repeat all that stuff from your point of view. You can't see curve. ISS can't see curve. Nobody can measure curve.
But not a lot.
It measures flat, but it's still a curve. You're an idiot.
Are you rage baiting me at this point?
Wait, are you telling me the only place you've seen curve is on TV?
No, it's not.
You've seen it
So
with
where
your
have
own
you
eyes
seen it
in
then?
real life?
I sent up a helium balloon once, mounted not a GoPro to it because I know that's what you're gonna say. I mounted a camera with a 35mm lens on it, and once it got to about what was it? I forget the number. Sorry, but it was very high up, 20 kilometers plus, if I'm not mistaken. Curvature started to appear.
Show us the images.
Yeah, they're in my folder. Wait, I'm on my phone. How can I send it over to the? Can I screen share from Discord?
Well, if you've already got them on Discord, you can copy the link.
No, what you can't do is try to screen share because YouTube can't go and look at your screen. So people on YouTube are just listening to you talk about nothing.
Yes, unfortunately, yes. Well, where could I send? I have some of the files on my computer. I can send the link later. Hold on, let me see if I can find them. Okay, let's talk about something else. In the meantime, I'll be looking through my PC.
Everybody always says their stuff somewhere else for globe proof, and then when you ask them for it, I threw out that computer.
Let's move on while I look for it.
If I had globe proof in any way, shape, and or form, I would be flapping that bastard round like my life depended on it. Listen here, you bastards! Look what I've got! I'd be dancing through these corridors, and they wouldn't be able to stop me.
We'd have it on.
I've got to go and find it. It must be at Killian's house, hidden under all
I jumped in hot just to say, Matrix. I'd be keeping it on a USB key. We'd be throwing that in everywhere I go.
No, you'd have a USB key. You'd have a main computer at home. You'd have it on your parents' computer. You'd have it on your best mate's computer. You'd have another USB stick stashed at somebody else's house just in case something else went missing. You would have it everywhere.
For the cost of USB devices, you'd make about 100 of them and leave them everywhere.
Get a cannon and shoot the bastards across the countryside.
Hey, by the way, while we're on this, have you seen the experiment where they actually prove gravity is on Earth?
No, there is no such thing. Did you know there was no such thing? I already debunked gravity.
So you haven't seen the fact that two objects of mass literally...
I already debunked gravity. No, I don't. You can't... After I debunked it, you can't rebunk it.
Yes, you can. No evidence can come through.
New evidence or rehashed old crap?
Have you seen, there are literally videos on YouTube. We did the experiment at my high school. We got two lead balls. Yes, the Cavendish experiment.
Guess what? It didn't work for me. So what happened with mine? Wasn't spinning where I live?
What?
You do know, Omsky, you do know that 50% of the time it doesn't work.
Yeah, I was going to ask him how he set it up.
Online where it stopped, where it did not work for him, I will admit that. But he didn't have he was using copper balls, so they weren't that heavy.
So it's always something, if it works, you're doing it right. If it doesn't work, something is not right. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
No, it works because when it doesn't work, there should be something up, because for another person, it works.
So
have you ever considered, Omsky, have you ever considered...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Omsky, have you ever considered that maybe when it rotates that you haven't set it up correctly, and the ones that it doesn't rotate is set up correctly?
That's correct.
Because if you suspend a weight If you have a weight on a balance beam, a weight at each end, and it's out of balance, you do know what happens, don't you?
Yes, I get it. The one experiment that
What
I
happens?
saw, if it's not if the weights aren't balanced, it'll lean to one side. The actual much bigger problem.
And what happens to the rotational vector? Is there one if the weight's offset?
Excuse me, what? The rotational vector?
Yeah, is there one if the weight is offset? Yes or no?
Repeat the question, please.
Do the fucking balls rotate if you don't balance them properly?
If you haven't balanced them, they're still gonna fucking rotate.
So what you're saying is, if they are perfectly balanced, they don't rotate. Like I stated before, if they don't rotate, are they the ones that are set up correctly?
I want to know. I want to know how you got the twist out of the cable that you're hanging it from.
If there is absolutely no rotation, it means they are set up perfectly, but that is almost near impossible. There'll always be some sort of periodic movement, and you'll have an amplitude.
So what you're saying is, in order for the experiment to work properly, you've got to not set it up properly.
No, I did not
I thought
say
experiments were about eliminating variables, not adding more.
No, we are trying to eliminate as many as possible.
Not. So, setting up the Cavendish display, you would be wanting to make sure that's perfect, would you not?
Yes.
But yet, if it's perfect, it doesn't work.
No, if it is perfect, it will work better.
No, it won't. We've already established that.
Oh, so what he's saying is, if it works, then it's set up perfect. If it doesn't work, then it wasn't set up perfect. Is this correct?
No, even if it's not set up perfect, which is basically near impossible to set it up perfect, the experiment can still work, and you can the experiment can still work.
You haven't been listening. It doesn't work 50% of the time. Half of time, not work.
When it doesn't work, what's going on there? Did the Earth stop spinning? Gravity didn't work? What's going on?
I saw multiple experiments online. Most of them worked. There was only one that didn't work.
Yeah, they showed you one of 20 times they've tried it. Do you understand that? You're watching a fucking video that somebody did over and over in order to say, look, it finally worked.
Do you know what I've always been amazed about the Cavendish observation? Now, let's put the Cavendish and Foucault side by side. The claim is Foucault will do its thing because of rotation, but yet Cavendish is not affected by rotation. Yet they are both suspended. Isn't that interesting?
By a cable with a twist in it.
Oh, don't go about the twist.
Which experiment? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You just keep searching for those files you're after, brother. You're all good.
Now, which experiment? You said one other than the Cavendish.
Foucault.
Foucault.
And they're not experiments, they're observations.
Well, I always heard it as the Cavendish experiment, but it's okay. The Foucault.
I have a ping pong ball, like a little baseball hanging in my garage from a string, so when my wife backs in, she knows when to stop. It'll just tap her windshield. How come when I go and look in my garage, that thing's not swinging around? Hello?
Are you just trying to fucking provoke me?
No. Yes, that's my
provoking answer.
I want you to think for yourself. How come when I go out there, it's not swinging around?
Think about it, you fucking idiot. A ping pong ball doesn't weigh more than fucking 5 grams. How much gravity do you want to be there?
It's a baseball.
Fucking baseball, I don't know, whatever. It probably doesn't weigh more than 200 grams. It'll have more attractive to the fucking roof than the goddamn ping pong ball.
I have a clear bowling ball out in the woods because I threw it out there. I'm going to go grab that and hang that from the ceiling. Will that start swinging?
even if you set up the Cavendish experiment perfectly, you'll see a couple of degrees of movement at maximum.
So that's the twist in the wire. So now what?
Excuse me, what?
Yep, getting tough.
Anyway, he's done. He sounds like he's getting mad because the ball in my garage isn't going all over the place, flying around, trying to go towards a wall. Mass attracts mass. It just sits there motionless, not trying to go towards four walls.
The ball will not do that because it doesn't have enough mass.
Okay, so tell me the size. Tell me the size, quote, mass you need to make things fly towards it.
Yeah, what's the threshold?
The threshold is simple. Considering the fact that the Earth is right nearer, which even in the flat Earth case, which is a massive object, that has more attraction to the ball than the roof. So if you wanted the ball to fly to the roof, either the roof would have to get heavier than the goddamn Earth.
Okay,
wow,
so
you need to damn that.
So you don't know the threshold. So you can't tell us what the threshold is.
I'm going to start.
The threshold is.
I'm going to start using sign language with you if you don't listen to me. What size does the quote have to be for thing to fly towards it?
Technically, if there is no other force, doesn't matter. As long as there is even 1 gram of mass, there is attraction. But if there are other forces acting upon it, you don't have it.
So now ping pong balls should be flying around in my garage.
No, they should not, because
no, they shouldn't, because it's too small. That's too small. That's too small, so that's not going to work. What size, how big does the quote mass have to be for things to fly towards it?
I'll let you know, Ray, when you're clipping a bit, mate. Yeah, what about a bowling ball?
Wait, are you going to answer me? Bowling balls don't work, baseballs don't work, ping pong balls don't work. What size works?
Bowling balls, I believe there's one guy who did it with a bowling ball, the Cavendish experiment.
Bowling balls attract things. I can put a bowling ball in my garage and things may start orbiting it.
No, they are not, because it doesn't have enough force. If you have 2 wires suspended, maybe you'll see a couple of millimeters of movement with a bowling ball.
So millimeters means what kind of millimeters of movement? So if I hang it up, it's going to lean towards the wall all the time. Which wall does it lean towards?
Whichever one is closer or heavier.
What if I've got a really close one, but it's only 1/4 of an inch thick, and then I got one 10 feet away that's 8 feet thick? Which one's it going to lean towards?
Well, you can simply do the math on. Are they both made out of the same material?
Yeah, they're both made out of the same rock. Yeah, they're both made out of rock wall.
They're both rock walls.
Huh?
They're both rock walls.
Yes, I don't know the thing in sign language. I assume I just put my head up and down. Yes.
I can't fucking hear you ask because you're clipping out. That's why I'm asking again and again.
Yes, they're both made out of rock.
They're both made out of rock. How thick was the one on the side of the ping pong ball?
1/4 of an inch thick.
1/4 of an inch thick. In centimeters, please.
I don't give a fuck.
Hold on, you're gonna have to give me some time to do the math.
Okay. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He's got no math to do anything with.
He's supposed to be looking for files.
Well, now you want me to do fucking physics to calculate how much attraction the ping pong ball will have, so I don't know what the fuck you want.
Physics. Gravity doesn't exist in physics.
I'm looking at the other question too is I'm looking at 3 construction cranes right now that they're not moving because the construction sites aren't operating and they're not moving. So
shouldn't 3 cranes be swinging? Shouldn't the balls be swinging towards each other like a 3-body problem?
Yeah, and that's where I'm saying, like, if you're gonna say mass, bro, these cranes are huge. Like, these buildings I'm looking at are like 30 stories in height. So that's a lot of mass I'm reporting right there, and there's no movement, brother. So where is it? How much mass do we need? We're really trying to help. We're trying to figure this out.
The gravitational constant is a very small value.
Small like zero.
So no movement on ping pong balls, no movement on cranes.
It's 0.1106 in the end.
So Omsky, you said you set up your own Cavendish, right?
No, we did an experiment at school.
You were there for the experiment, right?
Yes. I was there to witness it, but the physics professor had already set it up. They'd been doing it every year.
Okay. Did you make notes on the experiment?
No. I just remember it.
So you didn't record anything about the actual setup of the experiment in order to get this claim that they made within the confines of the experiment. All right, great.
No, I didn't record it, but it's there.
No, see, I want to know about the energy input that's required for the Cavendish to work, right? It requires a torsion bar. Do you know what torsion is?
Torsion, yeah. Wait.
What's torsion, Omsky?
I've heard that before, but I'm not.
I thought you said you knew. You know words mean stuff, right? Like if I ask you what something means, you say yes, then you should be able to give me what it means. You can't say, oh, I forget. Can you Google it for me so we can push forward on this conversation? What is torsion?
Okay, I know what torsion is. I just didn't know the English meaning of it. I translated it into my language, Albanian, right now. I know what it is. Basically, you could say I'm thinking of a torsion bar suspension. It's essentially a metal band that twists.
So, does your Cavendish experiment require a torsion bar to work?
No, the one that we had set up in school, the professor used a ruler, a very long one. I think it was 1 meter. Had lead balls in both ends, and it was suspended up with a copper wire.
Perfect. Now, next question is: were there any energy inputs into that experiment in order for him to claim his observation of a movement or spin?
What do you mean by energy inputs?
In the setup of the experiment, was there any energy that was input into the experiment in order for it to work?
No. Once the bowling balls near the lead balls were essentially put close, they started attracting each other.
Right. So there was a setup that was required in order for it to work, correct?
Yes.
Right. And this is what we're getting at, is wanting to know what type of energy was required in order for this experiment to dance, for us to claim this, to make this claim of a movement. I want to know the energy. From what I've studied with the Cavendish experiment, there's a thing called the torsion bar that's required. Torsion is a force of twisting. So I'd like to know, if I didn't twist that bar, would the Cavendish experiment still work? That's my question. Thanks.
We did no type of torsion. It was just a ruler when we did it.
Oh, so yours didn't work. Yours didn't work. You didn't do it right. It wasn't set up properly.
It was set up properly. That's a way to do the Cavendish
torsion bar. You didn't use a torsion bar. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at your teacher for fucking up.
I've seen it done online multiple times. Never seen them use a torsion bar.
Never ever seen it before. You're just talking. You never went out and looked up Cavendish experiments hanging in people's closets. You've never done any of that. You're lying.
For fuck's sake, you want me to show you my goddamn search history?
Yeah.
We just want to see the photos first of that balloon set up with a camera. 35
And listen,
millimeter lens.
and Omsky, you don't need to get emotional about this, right? Start cussing and stuff. We're just asking you for the evidence that you have. No need to get emotional.
I have no problem with you. That other fucker started annoying me.
Yeah, and you don't need to start cussing to express yourself. You can do better than that. Come on.
You saw it first.
Wah. He started first. Blah, blah, blah. Come on. Let's go.
Okay, now for that guy that annoyed me, I'm doing the math on his fucking when he asked me about the ping pong ball. So I'll have the solution real soon. I'm just getting the depth of the rock.
Dude, why don't you have this already written in like a Python program? You can just enter the numbers and be done with it already. What is all the shit you got to do?
You weren't able to tell us. Sorry.
What kind of hoops do you have to jump through to make this work?
Yeah, you weren't able to tell us the threshold, so it doesn't sound like you have your information. Yeah, you can't tell us when this effect is supposed to start for swinging objects. So you don't have a baseline.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Hello, you don't have a baseline. You couldn't tell us what the threshold in order for something to start swinging or attracting to one another is. So you don't have a baseline to go on.
If you're talking about the Cavendish experiment we performed at our school, the professor said we have to let it rest for a couple of days, so that's exactly what we did. It was in near perfect motion. We set up basically degree lines on the floor. We watched it for a couple of hours, making sure there's no wind air, making sure there's no air current or anything moving around it. And we only got about a degree of amplitude on each side before we set it up. And after we set it up, we got 2 degrees of amplitude.
Be muted. I'm just going to ban you. Did you set up a camera in a vacuum chamber and watch it?
Excuse me?
Did you set up a camera in a vacuum chamber to watch your experiment in a vacuum chamber? You said there was no air movement.
No, we said we tried to minimize the air movement as much as possible. We sealed up the door.
Yeah, so since you can't eliminate the air pressure, it's null and void. Just you walking makes the air move.
I understand that, but when I walked, there was essentially no measurable movement on it. When we put the balls near it, there was a measurable movement.
Okay, what about temperature differences?
Well, the only temperature differences that would affect that would probably be the tension on the wires itself, and there was
someone's hand going close to the experiment, or someone's body being close to the experiment.
The temperature was very constant that day. It was a I forgot what time it was, but it was constant temperature, and even if it did heat up or cool down, it wouldn't have any sort of measurable effect.
Okay, so the room temperature or the in the space where the experiment is, that's 98.6 degrees, just like your body temperature then?
Excuse me, you cut out. What did you say?
So the temperature inside the box where the experiment was the same temperature as your body?
No, it was room temperature, so my body was a little warmer in that case.
Okay. So you didn't account for the variable of your changes in room temperature based on your body temperature?
It's not a variable you would consider in that case.
Oh, really? Well, Cavendish disagrees with you.
Well, Cavendish wanted to get an exact measurement for Big T. We just wanted to show that there's some slight movement from gravity. There's a difference there.
Temperature matters. Ambient temperature matters. That's temperature you calculate in HVAC for how many people are in a room. The temperature that comes off their body, that changes the whole room temperature. That's why the air conditioners run in the wintertime in concerts when you go see a concert.
Yeah, Cavendish said the effect was caused by temperature changes. It's in the papers. We've seen it here. Plus, what was the title of the first Cavendish observation? Do you know the title of it?
No, I do not.
Well, that's interesting that a flat earther is telling you the history of something that you're trying to prove. No, it wasn't to prove gravity. He was trying to determine the mass of the Earth. That's what he said, not us. That's what he said.
Or rather, the density, yeah.
Oh, density. My bad. Density. Yeah, density of Earth.
Yeah, like if you invoke or bring in more heat into something, you're increasing the viscosity of it, right? If you heat up oil, it's going to move a lot freer than cold oil. Cold oil moves a lot slower than hot oil.
Yes, but in the case of the experiment we set up, where it was only, the metal balls attached to a ruler suspended with copper wire, even if there were some major temperature changes, that the only thing that would have an effect on is maybe the tension of the copper itself. And, well, we didn't do some math on it, but basically we thought we could rule it out.
Okay, cool. So did you determine the density of Earth?
Well, we got 2 degrees of movement, and we did do some math out of it, and we got a value for big G, but no, we did not determine the density of the Earth.
Okay, so you're using the apparatus outside of its design parameter. Thanks.
That is one way to put it, but the more simple way to put it is we were simply trying to see gravity in effect for educational purposes. So we set up the experiment.
If you're witnessing it for the purpose of seeing gravity, then it's a gimmick. That's the purpose of using Cavendish to show you gravity. It's a gimmick. It is designed for measuring density and calculating density, not measuring it. Apologies. It is designed to calculate density. So if you're using it to witness gravity, your teacher has tricked you. It's a falsity. It's a lie.
Yeah, so we would need a citation coming from a source that says that this Cavendish is absolutely for determining gravity, and you would have to be able to manipulate the gravity. So we want to see the independent control, the independent variable that was manipulated. So the effect is supposed to be gravity. That's what you're going to have to manipulate.
Yes, and we manipulated it by moving the balls closer to it.
No,
and we saw
moving the
did not
balls.
happen earlier.
Moving the balls is not affecting gravity.
Yes, it is.
Okay, how is moving a ball affecting gravity?
The ball has
I move a bowling ball on the floor, that's affecting gravity?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it's changing gravity when I move a bowling ball along the floor. Really?
Well, in context to the Earth, no, the Earth stays the same. So the gravitational pull you feel by the Earth is the same. But in the context of the Cavendish experiment, the wires are basically near suspended perfectly. So the second you introduce a slight force, aka the mass of the bowling ball moving closer to the lead ball and suspended above the air, there is enough force introduced by that pulling to slightly nudge it. In the axis of movement on the ruler that we got 2 degrees of amplitude when we put in the bowling ball near it. Before that, it was only 1 degree.
So you're saying you're witnessing a phenomenon based in a mechanical apparatus.
You could put it like that, yes.
Yeah, it's not. It's exactly what it is. It's not that. It's not that I put it that way.
I wouldn't call the experiment that we set up, what do you say, a mechanical instrument?
Oh, really? That's not man-made? That's not a man-made mechanical apparatus?
Well, when you say apparatus, you make it sound very official, like this was just something a physics professor and a students made up for a couple of set up for a couple of days. So apparatus sounds a little complex.
That's not what it means. Okay, a mechanical device. How's that?
When you say mechanical, you say that there are multiple moving parts, and there was literally nothing moving to this. It was only suspended in air. So
if it's suspended by something, it's a mechanical object, a device.
You could call a wire that, yeah.
Yeah. What is it? What is the whole thing inside of? Is it inside of anything?
We did it inside the physics cabinet in our school.
So it's in a cabinet. And then are the balls hanging from something?
Yes, the balls are attached to a ruler, either end of the ruler. I forget how big it is. I think we attached 250-centimeter rulers together. So in total, it was 1 meter big. We attached,
and then so the balls are attached to the ends of a ruler. Is the ruler attached to something as well in the cabinet?
Yes, the ruler is suspended into the air. It is suspended via. We attach two copper wires at either end at equal distances, and we attach those to we got some support brackets, and we attached those to two tables. So the whole thing was suspended over the air.
So it's suspended by connected to cables or wires, connected to framing support, connected to or a table, i.e., or the cabinet itself. So, okay, so that's a mechanical device, bro.
Yes, you could say that, but mechanical device gives it way too much credit.
No, not really.
But still, and to get to the point of when we did this whole thing, at either ends, when we put the bowling balls near the lead balls that were on either ends of the rulers, when the ruler was at rest without the bowling balls near, we only saw a degree of movement. When we put the bowling balls there, it went up to 2 degrees and then, started coming back and forth.
So you didn't manipulate the effect that you were observing. You manipulated the apparatus.
Well, we manipulated the apparatus via the effect of gravity.
Yeah, you can't say that it's gravity because you have no baseline in order to show that gravity is a thing in the first place.
Well, we did this experiment to gravity as a baseline.
You haven't proven a cause and effect of whatever's happening in the mechanical device. To assign that a cause, you would have to manipulate the effect. You haven't done that.
We have
manipulating the apparatus, manipulating the size of the balls or whatever you're in there trying to do is not manipulating the effect. It's manipulating the mechanical device.
Well, when you say manipulating the effect, what do you mean by that?
So if gravity is the cause of something happening, you would have to either slow down, stop, or speed up the effect. So you would have to either stop gravity, speed it up, or slow it down.
Well, in the case of the effect, there was no gravity imposed on the balls at the end of the ruler. When we got the bowling balls closer, we started imposing gravity, and they sped up at either side.
Okay. Oh my God. That's a hot mess, man. So you said you had no gravity? Is the device that you built, in the classroom.
Don't misunderstand me. There was gravity in contact to the Earth, but there was no gravity compared to the balls at each
The
side.
whole device is on Earth. It's supposed to be affected by gravity. It's on Earth.
Yes, I understand that. Sorry if sorry for the misunderstanding. We meant there was no effect by gravity from the other balls.
That's a fact. Yep.
How do you know how much your little balls are supposed to be affected by the Earth pre-knowledge of its density?
Yeah.
How do we know how the balls are supposed to be affected?
Right, so you can imagine that your tiny little balls that aren't near a significantly large mass like Earth are going to behave differently than when they are very close and right next to this huge mass that's supposed to be affecting them, right? So how would you know how much they're supposed to be affected by the mass of the Earth before you've figured out the mass of the Earth?